disqualification, number 38 from CRG. As we keep a warning flag as we feared for Maxence Verbrugge, that we saw going sideways at turn number 4, losing control of his CRG machine, and as a pile-up, of course, that resulted of that incident. There we go, once again, 0.2 of a second as the gap keeps on decreasing between the Phil McCartney and Alex Powell. The gap is open, and that's surely quite enough for the Jamaican driver to make his bet. Alex Powell takes the lead at the end of this Friday of racing, 16th and last qualifying race of the day, before a lot more on schedule tomorrow on the way to the superheat. But no resistance whatsoever. Of course, there's no need to go aggressive at this point of the weekend for Phil McCartney. Certainly not more than happy to lose the leadership of that race, but it's shown in the past, in the last 2 races, that consistency and pace have been certainly in the DK drivers catalogue. As round the inside goes Ian Ekmans and Simone Bianco. Bianco responding, the Italian driver back in 3rd place, yes indeed, for the CRG, and that gets Ekmans into the close of Francesco Macedo. He's not quite able to make his maneuver into turn number 3 and 4. Having to wait and great defensive on Dimitri Madriv as well with the car quick machine. Madriv diving to his inside in turn number 5. And you could see a small gesture from Francesco Macedo saying to Madriv, okay, you can go on. After you. Andrea Dupe, the fastest lap in this race from P8 from Daniel Albanese and Oningali. Oningali, starting from the front row of the grid, nowhere to be seen. P10 for the CRG representative. Not quite. We do not know yet what just happened to him, maybe the result of the Sol in the opening lap, but certainly a big drop of pace for Oningali.
Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen. It is a fascinating battle that awaits us as we are here on Friday afternoon, ready ahead of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship. This is the one that everybody wants to win, and so many men in the past, Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher, Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel and Lewis Hamilton have tried and failed to win. Max Verstappen, however, did it a decade ago, and he's turned out relatively okay. It's going to be a really exciting battle here as the toughest race in the world for any racing driver to win is about to get underway. And we're here at the Franciacorta circuit, which has only been open for the last 2 seasons, and it is a fabulous new venue to add to the FIA karting calendar. Made its debut last year in the European Championships, now here as a venue for the world title, not too far away from the city of Milan and the epicenter of the quarter of Bergamo. This is a fabulous location and a great place for the race. We're going to have some fantastic battles, not just in the OK and OK Junior categories as well, but also in the brand new Road to the World Cup in the OKN and OK Junior N Championships, which will start tomorrow here on our live coverage. For now, though, it's what you signed up for and it's what you've come to expect. Junior and senior all the way. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me, Guillaume Alvarez. This is the moment we've been waiting for, the 60th anniversary of the World Championship.
Hello everybody and good afternoon. Bienvenue à toutes et tous. Welcome back to Italy. Another brilliant worldwide event in the country of karting, close to the epicenter of the karting world and the car world as well, with the cities of Turin, Milano, Modena, Maranello, you name it, not far from this beautiful Franciacorta Cartodromo one of the new additions to the FIA karting calendars for the past 2 seasons. Last year we had a cracking closure to the European Championship in those 2 classes. This time it's about to go underway for the biggest event of the year, the World Championship for the single speed classes. So many great names over the years they've been able to get that crown on their head, including the likes of Lando Norris, Nick De Vries, Jarno Trulli, Mr. Mike Wilson, 6-time world champion back in the 80s, Davide Fore, Danilo Rossi, Marco Ardigo, and many others, including Alessandro Manetti. The list goes on and on and on. The history of karting has been written by so many great names, but only a couple of them were able to get their hands on the single speed category world championship title. And there's going to be another triadate for the 60th edition since 1964. This event is taking place. We have 16 qualifying races ahead of us this Friday, a lot in total, 48 in those 2 classes from Friday to Sunday's final. And so many great drivers that can make a difference in these categories. As you can see here, one of the drivers at the head of the field. This is Lewis Francis, the young Australian driver who's going to be starting from pole position in the upcoming qualifying heat. We're going to start with the junior category, welcoming drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. And Lewis Francis, the young Australian from Czech Republic, has the honor of starting this worldwide event as the first pole sitter in this qualifying heat opposite Group F versus J. But he's going to have strong opposition because by his side is one young driver that we've seen a lot of for the past few seasons, a name that might sound very familiar to you karting aficionados, but above that as well, because he's been fighting at the forefront all throughout the European season. This is, of course, the Belgian Thibaut Ramakers from VDK Racing. Here is Thibaut Ramakers, one of the top names in the junior category this season, 2 wins out of 4. And he missed the European title for a couple of points, but he's ready to take revenge. He
certainly is, and he'll be definitely one of the contenders to go for it from the outset, and looking good after time qualifying puts him in a really good position. But it's just coming up to 11 at night in Melbourne, Australia, where they are cheering on Lewis Francis, who has got himself into first position, the only driver from Australia competing for the World Championship this weekend, and that is going to be a really exciting battle for him. Let's get them out onto the circuit for the first rolling lap of the 2023 campaign. Lewis Francis and Thibaut Ramakers from Sebastian Mins and Scott Marsh, Augustus Toniolo and Lewis Werrell, Jensen Burnett, Arjen Kraling, Tobias Giseni and Efim Derenov, Oliver Kinmark, Thomas Kinsey, Jendro Peschel and Tomas Gender, Salim Haddad, Daniel Zai, Vassilios Apostolidis and Lise Huber.
They're followed by Gigi Zhao, Nina Fischer, Edward Niholov, Alphonse Littinen, Philip Karas, Elliot Kaczynski, Radek Vabra, Oscar Roberto, Simon Totolla, Alexander Chartier, Arius Girardet, Theo Salomao, Mikael Blaskos, Victor Rad, Tom Papenburg, and Matthias Ovaska. Oh, and the 323 from Rickerfield Motorsport.
That's
already in trouble. Yes, indeed. And is being pulled back into the pit lane, unfortunately, maybe for another start. Let's see if he's going to be able to get that engine going again to join the rest of the field. Quite unfortunate for the driver who was due to start from a little bit further back on that starting grid. It was actually 19 on that grid, a Chinese driver. As in the meantime, you can see that the drivers get themselves aligned in the pre-grid formation. Are we going to be good to go on the first attempt?
And we are indeed, yes, a fantastic start from Lewis Francis into the lead with Sebastian Mins and Augustus Toniolo going with him. So as they work their way through, a couple of drivers heading onto the grass but managing to catch it on the way out. So the drivers working their way through on the first lap of the first race of the FIA Karting World Championship 2023. And a perfect start from Lewis Francis. The Australian has managed to get himself into a comfortable advantage already, well clear of Sebastian Mins in the VDK Czech Republic. So the similar machinery of those 2 men, but Lewis Francis absolutely dancing his way in the lead. If you're in Melbourne, you are having an absolutely cracking start to the FIA Karting World Championship. Your boy is doing a great job as he runs out in the lead. Third position, that is the hard-charging Augustus Toniolo, the Brazilian, already started to make his bid. That's Thibaut Ramakers going for third position, but Toniolo was already attacking Sebastian Mins, who holds the field up to a certain degree. So it's Lewis Francis that is able to disappear out in front on the first lap from Mins, Toniolo, Ramakers, Marsh, Werrell, Senyi, Burnett, Kinmark and Kraling.
Yeah, Lewis Francis doing the job that he needs, getting ahead of the rest of the pack, trying to stay as close, as far as possible, should I say, from the heat of the battle. Oh, and a bit of a contact between Mins and Toniolo just behind. Augustiniolo from the Brazilian. As further back, Thibaut Ramacus is about to drop a couple of places. Not certainly the scenario he had foreseen in his head. The Belgian driver was in P3, but Scott Marsh, Lewis Farrell, and by the look of it, Tobias Chinsday were able to get through the Belgian driver, something certainly he didn't expect. And as you can see, he dropped all the way down to P8 on number 2 out of 10, Thibaut Ramacus. Don't forget, he's been one of the contenders for the European title. This will be a long game now, obviously, as each of those drivers has to go through 7 races in total before dreaming to make it to the final. 6 heats and 1 super heat on Sunday morning. As run inside goes to 204, Lewis Warrell. Keep an eye on the young British driver from Forza Racing. He's been brilliant here not so long ago for the warm-up race that he won. And he's been one of the strongest names in the European Championship as well, trying to make his bid under the pressure of the Euro and Marsh just behind. Sebastian Mins is the first one trying to give a chase to Lewis Francis, who is not looking back. Oh, a couple of drivers coming out. Unfortunately, already outside of turn number 12, by the look of it, the 261 involved in that incident.
Yeah, that is one of the Ricky Flynns, unfortunately gone. That's Jensen Burnett, and he's tangled with Tobias Chisegny. So Chisegny and Burnett, they were having their best result of the season, essentially, so far, up in the top 10 on the march. Already on lap 3, they tangle, and that's 2 drivers, the Canadian and the Czech, gone from the encounter, as Lewis Warrell is now starting his assault on Sebastian Mins. The 2 British drivers going at it. Toniolo finds himself down in 4th place. Here comes Warrell, having a think about Sebastian Mins, but not rushing the situation. So Lewis Warrell, the fastest man on track now, 49.5 for him on the opening couple of laps. Then Marsh in 5th position behind these 4, Kraling, Ramacus, Derenov and Jindra Peschel, having climbed his way up to 9th place as a result of the collision between Chisegny and Jensen Burnett. And I think Mies Huben has come out of the race as well. So very unfortunate for the Dutchman. He's also retired from the encounter. Oh, no, sorry, he had an incident in the 2nd sector, but he has managed to recover the car back out onto the circuit as Lewis Warrell still holds off Toniolo whilst also trying to attack Sebastian Mins. He is in a rock and a hard place right now.
Now watch out on the way to the double right under turn 2 and 3, but Lewis Warrell stays behind, not for long. Oh, a good exit from the British driver, gets past his fellow countryman. Oh, and a bit of a contact as Sebastian Mins managed to stay on track, but he's being overtaken by Marsh. Oh, a contact, another one. And Sebastian Mins is out of this race. And Thibaut Ramacus
as well.
Ramacus got tangled.
I can't believe it.
What on earth happened there?
The 2 VDK drivers ending up off the road, and Thibaut Ramacus in the very first race of the week has ended up coming off the road. Zhang Huzhai is under investigation, but for the Belgian fans watching the World Championship, their favourite, Thibaut Ramacus, is out of the first heat of the week. That is devastating.
Yeah, devastating for Thibaut Ramacus as well as for Sebastian Mins, who I think was able to get back onto the track but lost pretty much all hopes of a good result at the back end of the grid. We're back here in the leading positions. The 278 on your picture. This is Derenov trying to attack on Kraling. The battle for P4. As the Berlin driver is coming close around the inside in turn number 5. Beautifully made by Derenov and Kraling, who's fighting back and takes the position straight away in front of his fellow rival. And the close watch of Basil just behind, Dietrich Basil from P6, having a good start of a race. 7 places gained for Dietrich Basil up to P6 at the moment, and maybe some more. And we lost someone else by the look of it. You've seen it briefly on live stream. Someone else is missing into that race. And there you can see another VDK driver. Could it be maybe Sebastian Mins, who is nowhere to be seen? Yes, indeed, that will be retirement, I'm afraid, for another VDK driver in this opening qualifying heat. Certainly the worst case scenario for the Belgian team. We lost already Jensen Burnett, Tobias Chinenzi, Thibaut Ramacus, Sebastian Mins as well out of this qualifying heat. Lap number 7 out of 8, and Lewis Francis still quite untouchable at the moment from Lewis Warrell into 2nd. The battle of the Lewises split by 7/10 at the moment, as now we keep our focus on what's happening further back as well. On the inside, beautifully made, Derenov again on Kraling for P4, that is, and Pezel was keen on trying to do the same. He's going to have to wait a couple more laps, a couple more corners certainly. On the way to turn number 13, keep an eye on that hairpin, just the penultimate corner before the start finish straight. On the outside, can he make it stick? He's going to have to wait to the next braking zone. But a good battle between those 4. Derenov, Kraling, Pezel, Marsh, and the Tony Kart driver has seen the open door and just dived in it for the place. Beautifully done by both Pezel and Marsh, up a place each. big battle at the moment, as not so much for the win in this opening race. 4/10 of a second though, you can see that Lewis Webber is pushing like never before, as at the moment the fastest lap in this race goes to the leader, I think. No, this is for Lewis Webber. Confirmation of Lewis putting 2 purple sectors once again. He's going for the chase. He knows that with 4/10 of a second left and less than 2 laps now before a checkered flag, still anything's possible to pick up the win.
Yeah, this is not done at all. There's a bit of a gap back, of course, now with Dodosov, Peschel and Marsh all dueling away now for the victory in the battle for 4th position. But Francis, Werrell and Toniolo are tightening up. Lewis Werrell having set another fastest lap of the race now of 48.9 from Lewis Werrell. He's going to be there or thereabouts to challenge the Australian Lewis Francis up front. There you go, there's the confirmation of Lewis Werrell's last flying lap. So Toniolo finds himself 3rd, and this is the battle for 4th place. It is Efim Deronov in front of Jindra Peschel and Scott Marsh, then Selim Hanna, who's made up 8 places, as of course has Jindra Peschel, Arjen Kraling, Oliver Kinmark, Jiang Hujai, Thomas Gender, Vasilij Apostolidis and Lev Krutelov up in the top 15. Some good battles and a lot of drivers trying to make themselves come further up the order. But this is a really difficult situation now for Lewis Francis. He leads the way from Lewis Werrell as they come onto the home straight. And it is going to be, there's the move from Lewis Francis to defend from Lewis Werrell. He slides in, he's desperately trying to make sure he can hang on to this victory. Lewis Werrell has plenty of opportunity to get in. Lewis Francis is in major defence mode. He's got to be so careful of the radius. He's going to open it out, but Lewis Werrell will have him.
Yeah, beautifully made by Lewis Werrell. The defensive driving was good as well from Lewis Francis, but the British driver was so performant 2 weeks ago on this track. He knows, of course, where to overtake. Just make it stick beautifully. There was a bit of resistance, as you do on Lewis Francis, but Lewis Werrell was just perfectly on the racing line. And look at the exit, the momentum he was able to keep carrying outside of the last hairpin, and that will be it win number 1. There will be 5 more after that to try to chase for Lewis Werrell, but this is definitely a good start for the British driver on its way to potentially a world title battle on Sunday. Still a long way to go, but well done to Lewis Werrell. Lewis Francis, but he had done certainly the hardest part of the job by keeping himself away from the rest of the pack. But maybe one more lap could have been enough for him to counter-attack to Lewis Werrell, but he will have other opportunities to shine.
Well, a solid start for the Kart Republic duo there, Lewis Francis and Augustus Toniolo. So there's still a long way to go, as you mentioned there. But Lewis Werrell, a good start for him. 6th on the starting grid, working his way up to the front. Obviously, in the preparation race for this a few weeks back, he was the man on top form. So he'll want to keep that going here at the World Championships. But the big news story is that Thibaut Ramackers, one of the favourites coming into this week, out of the first race of the week. That's devastating.
That's devastating, certainly. And VDK lost 2 drivers with Sebastian Mins as well into the process of that first qualifying heat. And at this level, people not so much familiar with the proceedings of karting must be thinking, yeah, they have so many races to go through, 1 DNF, there's nothing. Well, not so much, because at this stage, every race counts double in terms of risk-taking, and you have to collect the results, the points, to qualify yourself for the superheat grid and then onto the final. And 1 DNF is certainly very, very costly. Now, here's the classification info. Lewis Werrell taking the first win of his weekend from Lewis Francis, Augusto Toniolo, Emin Durinov, Scott Marsh, Tijmi Pezel, Oliver Kinmark, Arjen Kraling, Salim Hanna in P9 from Jiang Huzang, Thomas Gender 11 from Vasilij Apostolidis, Lev Krutoholov, Thomas Kinsey P15 for Luna Flusha, from Simo Ketola, Elio Kaczynski, Alphonse Mietinen, Alois Girardet, P20 for Philippe Carras, from Victor Rad, Alexandre Chartier, Radek Vavra, Matthias Ovarska, Mikael Blasco, Tom Pappenburg, Oscar Repetto, Theo Salo, Mao, Jun Zhao, and Mace Huben, who went into some trouble through this race and came in last position. Jenson Burnett, Tobias Cegeni, Thibaut Ramackers, and Sebastian Mins were unfortunately nowhere to be seen at the end. Here's Lewis Werrell, the young British driver from Forza Racing, P4 in this year's European Championship of the OK Junior category. And a beautiful season that it has been for Lewis Werrell, who took a pole position in Trinec in Czech Republic and went on to sign beautiful results all the way to a top 4 finish with one of his strongest results in Czech Republic when he made it to P2. Here's a look back at the replays of this first qualifying heat. A good start, as we said, by Lewis Werrell from pole position. The Kart Republic driver was able to get away, taking advantage of some contact for the back. Thibaut Ramaker lost a bit of momentum in the early stages, dropping from second to fourth, and it was only the beginning of the some more trouble for the Belgian, as Lewis Swerwell was trying to make his bid already for the second position, just behind Sebastian Minz, who had a good getaway, a good start, and a very efficient start of his race before everything went together. Oh, and we didn't see that live, actually, the big coming together. Yes, we saw that after. This is, of course, the first retirement for both Tobias Schunetzi and Jenson Burnett, but we caught that just after that big incident. Fortunately, those two came out of it uninjured. And you can see Sebastian Minz in a bit of a trouble. This is what happened there with Minz being overtaken on the inside, and then he opened the gap just a little bit too much, and Thibaut Ramaker got tangled. He had nowhere else to go, unfortunately. A
very bizarre incident, because look, Minz is just pulling across, and that's where Ramaker's is. So essentially, the two VDK drivers have ended up tagging into each other. Ramaker's staying to the right side of Minz, and basically Minz just pulling across the road without any real knowledge of where he was. So a very tricky maneuver for the two drivers there, and certainly put both men out on the spot. There is a very devastated Sebastian Minz walking away from his kart, having already parked it up as well. But then we really got to see the duel between Lewis Werrell and Lewis Francis. They really took that to the last lap. So good battles for fourth position downwards. It was just such aggressive defense from Lewis Francis when the kart, look, he's there positioning the kart in the middle of the road. But it's the opening of the radius. That's when it ends up going wrong for him. If he'd held the inside line or even the middle of the road a little bit more aggressively, I don't think Lewis Werrell would have had any answer for him. So good battles there between Lewis and Lewis. But the two of them are going to continue to battle away further through the course of the day, I'm sure, because Lewis Werrell obviously coming from sixth on the starting grid in that one. They won't meet again now until if they do meet each other in the pre-final, they won't meet each other until Sunday morning. But a fabulous start to proceedings. And if you thought it was going to be exciting in the OK Junior, it's just as enticing and just as exciting in the OK Senior category. We've got so many contenders up for the win in this one. And the front row of the starting grid are two men that have had plenty of opportunities to win big in FIA karting and have always had it taken away from them at the last minute. Here's our schedule for today. For those who are just tuning in, we've got qualifying heats all the way in OK and Junior today. We'll be joined by the Road to the World Cup tomorrow in the OKN classes of both Junior and Senior. But today it is just the OK and OK Juniors throughout the course of the day. Quite specifically down to the minute. 2:17 is when we'll go live for this one. Why is it so close down to the minute? Well, we've got so many races to fit in over the course of this weekend. 56 races in total.
Yeah, the same number as we had last year for the World Championship in Le Mans for the Gearbox categories. If you might remember that, we had the KZ, the KZ2, the KZ2 Masters, and the Academy Trophy for the last time on the same weekend as the Gearbox categories, as they are now part of the single-speed European Championship season. Now, we're going to have the next qualifying heat coming up as in the OK class, 111 drivers, 123 in Junior. More than 230 in total. This is certainly a record field for a single-speed worldwide event for many years. And what better year, what better occasion than to celebrate the 60th anniversary of this worldwide championship event than to have it having a record field. Adding to that, the 70 drivers competing in the newly introduced OKN and OKN Junior. You do the math, more than 300 competitors in total. And one of them, of course, on your picture, Oli Gali from Brazil, one of the strong forces from Brazil at the CRG factory team. The other one being Gabriele Gomez in the same class, but Oli Gali will be the one starting on pole position for the upcoming race opposing Group F and G. Watch out for Oli Gali, watch out for his fellow countryman Gabriele Gomez. These are the two CRG drivers, of course, who have been amongst the fastest in the OK qualifying practice that we had earlier today. And in this OK category, the other ones, of course, to keep an eye on Mark Dudinsky, the overall pole sitter, and Louis Iglesias from the same Italian factory team. From Forza Racing, we just saw wonders from his teammate in Junior, Lewis Werrell. This is Nicolo Coman at the wheel of his X-Prime machine. Nicolo Coman will be starting alongside Oli Gali from the outside of the front row. Nicolo Coman doing a great job as well in qualifying practice that puts himself in an ideal position on the way to the battle.
So now we're going to get to see which driver is best prepared for this first qualifying heat. This is F versus G, so the two slower of the groups. Simone Bianco, third position on the grid behind his teammate Oli Gali. the Brazilian challenger in front of him, but the Italian Simone Bianco carrying, as he of course always does, the number 23 on his helmet. Rather unfortunate that the number he ended up with for this World Championship event was 27. It's close, but it's not quite the full cigar there, is it? Alongside him on the grid, there's an interesting story here, because coming into the season, David Walter, the Danish driver, was of course part of the Koski Motorsport team. Not anymore. He is now switching over to the Tony Kart Factory team. And when you drive for the Tony Kart Factory team in karting, it is akin to racing for Ferrari in Formula One. It's a big, big deal. And there is that same amount of credence behind it. So David Walter, there he is. You can just see him heading out onto the track in the number 17 Tony Kart. Watch for him in his first race for the biggest team in the sport, arguably. He could well have the opportunity to go for the W. So let's talk about that. Olin Galli and Nicolo Kuman on the front row of the grid from Simone Bianco and David Walter, Ian Eichmans and Sebastiano Pavan from Dimitri Medvedev and Luigi Coluccio, Andrea Dube and Nacho Tunion from Jeke Bruschi and Alexander Bogunovic, Danilo Albanese, Peter Stella, Matteo Giacardi and Emilio Coivisto.
Then we have Xavier Avramides from Leo Nilsson, Matheus Morgato, Roland Kuklani, Dinu Soichu, Eliska Babiskova, Gazi Motata, Leon Brunner, Clément Outran, Emmanuel Ludakis, Ivo Vestera, Oleski Yarignei, Lei Cuyo, Thomas Mota and Sofia Kotala. In total, 31 drivers making their way onto the track for the warm-up lap, and a couple of names that might have popped up to your ears and that we could indeed surprisingly find further back on the grid. Danilo Albanese, 13 on this grid. It was already a surprise to see the newly crowned KZ European champion competing in this event, but is here for the sake not only of the numbers but the competition as well. And Matheus Morgato on this race as well, the reigning OK World Champion, starting from further back. And we're not going on the first attempt. This is an extra formation lap. The formation of that grid was deemed not good enough by our officials in this World Championship. Of course, Pasquale Lupoli and Nigel Edwards, assisted by Gonzalo Planto, of course, on track and on the bridge coming across the start-finish straight. They decided that, no, it's not good enough. We go for an extra formation lap, and this time around, let's try to make sure that everybody is at pace and in the respective corridors. So as we said, Matheus Morgato, who won last year with the DPK Racing Team, the World Championship in the OK class in Sarno, Italy, is starting from further back on this grid, only 19 after what had been a difficult qualifying session for him, for sure. You can see Gonzalo Planto on the left side of your picture is the one trying to pace everybody down, and it's down to Olin Galli, of course, as Paul Sitter, to show the good example and reduce his speed at the red line. And past this point, everybody needs to come back into formation. It's forbidden to launch an overtaking before coming across the yellow line on the middle of the grid. And once the light go out, you know the proceedings, we go again.
So Galli, Kuman, Bianco, Walter, Eichmans, Pavan. Are we going green straight away? We are, and it's a great start from Olin Galli. No problem at all for his teammate Bianco to go with him. Bianco actually having a look at the inside line to try and get that initial movement. It's a little bit of a concertina effect as there's a little nudge or two, but everybody seems to have got it done on the way down to the hairpin for the first time. That square left-hander. There's a couple of drivers bouncing over the curbs and two cars out of the race. That's one of the DPKs gone, managing to recover. But it looks like that's the 17 of David Walter. First lap of the race. David Walter gone already. And I tell you who else has gone on the opening lap. We've lost one of the VDKs. So that's a big problem. Can't quite make out who that is, but I think that is going to be... Well, we saw Nacho Tunion going off the road. I think it's Xavier Avramides who's had a problem. And I tell you who else has had a nightmare on the opening sector. There is Xavier Avramides' kart. Clément Outran was the VDK driver that got taken out. There's Xavier Avramides. And I tell you who else had a nightmare first lap. The reigning world champion, Matheus Morgato, had a horrific opening sector, has managed to get going again, but he is now down at the back. It's Galli, Bianco, Eichmans, Medvedev and Dupe at the front.
Wow, drama in this opening lap for the first of the many qualifying races in the OK class this weekend. And as you said, we're going to have a calculation again. Oh. Yannick Mans on the inside. Look at that move from the Belgian driver with that new crash helmet. Something easy to see from a distance with that beautiful yellow color. Nacho Tunion, you can see him from the DPK Racing Team coming back to the pits. Quite unfortunate for Nacho Tunion, the Spaniard, having to DNF so early, without attempting to try to go for the result.
He had problems initially on that opening lap. I think he was the one who tangled initially with David Walter. So that's why Nacho Tunion now finds himself out of the race. 26 of the 31 starters now remaining, so a very difficult opening lap because we lost Avramides, Walter, Utran, Mogato, and Tunion, and there's a problem further back for Lee Kyu-ho, the Korean driver. He's got a Spanish flag beside his name, but he actually represents South Korea. And there's Matheus Mogato, the reigning world champion, trying to get back into the race after his earlier problem. But look at Ian Eichmanns. He has got this really confident stance. He's looking pretty hungry out there already. Made a very solid move on Simone Bianco on the second lap of this particular qualifying heat. And he's just come into this week fired up. He's had a very frustrating season, Ian Eichmanns. He would dearly love for this to turn into something. As into the pits comes Clement Utran, I do believe, to finally park the kart up and retire it from the race properly. But look at Eichmanns. He is fired up.
Yeah, very fortunate for Clement Utran, a former champion of Belgium in the past few years. And talking about Belgium, Ian Eichmanns is doing a cracking start. And you might see he has a different crash helmet this weekend. Ian Eichmanns, who changed colors throughout the season as well, competing with Leclerc and Lennox, as we've been used to see him competing with the Eichmanns family racing team over the past few seasons. A change, of course, that has been fruitful as well, doing wonders on national level. But feels like stepping really in the right direction for Ian Eichmanns with the satellite team, the partner team of the Lissone factory. Olingali at the same time trying to put as much distance as possible with the Belgian under the pressure of Simone Bianco. Watch out from the CRG driver trying to catch up as well with his teammate in the lead. And we have Dimitri Madrid down in P4 observing what's happening in front of him, but staying a little bit further back, trying not to get involved, waiting for Simone Bianco to do the work on Ian Eichmanns and hopefully taking advantage of any gap that might open up. But Sébastien Pavard accessing this race in P6. Still a long way to go to try to catch up with Dupe. In front of him, Andrea Dupe in P5. Oh, watch out, run inside. That was beautifully made by Dimitri Madrid. Well, Simone Bianco was kept waiting a little bit too long to the liking of Dimitri Madrid. Went for the move and trying to keep the position alive on the inside, but Bianco is responding, opened the gap, and it goes the way of Dupe as well, who makes his way through.
Well, I think Ian Eichmanns is just sizing up his opportunity further up as Matt Vive now has to go protective on Andrea Dupe. Watch out for Sebastiano Pavard. He obviously took a podium earlier in the season in his Tony kart. So he's definitely one to watch out for. Danilo Albanese during a great race here. Of course, he is the European champion in the KZ, the gearbox category. So a fabulous chance for him to continue to move forward. He lost the chance to be world champion in gearbox at Wackersdorf in Germany earlier this month, last month I should say. Now he's got a chance to move further forward. Did I just see somebody fly off the road behind us as we were watching the gaggle of karts go through? I thought there was a little bit of dust kicked up, but I think everybody is okay and through. The only other problems really there are Kjell Lieber. That's the move from Sebastiano Pavard, and Albanese gets there. Looks like there could be a charge through from Nicola Kuman as well, but Kuman sorts it out, drops back in behind Andrea Dupe with Coluccio in 9th place, Raschke in 10th place, from Bogdanovic, Nilsson, Gicardi, Motlakar and Peter Stiller.
Yeah, Andrea Dupe losing a couple of positions. Too bad for the former Suzuka driver. As on the inside, we have Nicola Kuman trying to make his way through. It was a very difficult start for Nicola Kuman, who went from P2 to P5 in the course of just a couple of corners, as he was on the outside of the front row, it's fair to say. Olingali, the Brazilian, in the meantime, putting out the fastest lap and trying to exceed that half of a second that he has on Ian Eichmanns. Trying to resist the Belgian to Simone Bianco. We're here with Pavan, with Danilo Albanese, doing a good job as well. 7 places gain, and further back, oh, that was a close call, but Nicola Kuman makes his way through on Andrea Dupe, sorry. This is for P7. Nicola Kuman out of place. Dupe down in P8 from Luigi Coluccio. Raschke, oh, Coluccio coming close as well. The Italian is trying to go through. He's going to have to wait maybe on the way to turn number 5. But this double right-hander in the first sector has been the scene of a couple of attempts. And Coluccio goes through. Oh, and there was a bit of a move defensive. I don't think that actually Andrea Dupe was expecting Coluccio on the exit of the corner. But well done to the Italian. The Tony kart machine put himself in P8.
That was very smart work from Coluccio to get the move on the inside there of Andrea Dupe. Alexei Yaremi, unfortunately, picking up a warning flag for something that has taken place on the lap. But so far, up front, Olingali, the Brazilian in the CRG, still able to go in front of Ian Eichmanns for the time being. Simone Bianco third from Dimitri Madviv, and then Sebastiano Pavard and Danilo Albanese. We're just watching them go through, Nicola Kuman. And then these two, Coluccio and Andrea Dupe. So the Italian and the Frenchman, and Andrea Dupe desperately trying to work his way further forward. He's not really been able to make that launch forward. Jakub Raschke doing a fair job in 10th position as well. Nicola Kuman, 47.76 for the time being. Still so many qualifying races to go. A grand total of 52 races that lead up to the finals that we will have on Sunday. And that's the longest qualifying procedure I think I've ever seen. That's a lovely move from Andrea Du to get back through on the inside of Luigi Coluccio. I'm not entirely sure Coluccio would have seen that one coming either.
Yeah, Coluccio has been a busy man in 2023, doing gearbox and single speed on the side as well. So he has been able to build on more pace. As we're back here with Danilo Albanese, the 39 on Nicolo Coman. Great battle of the Italian for P6, as Nicolo Coman just made his way past. Watch out for the current KZ European champion with the Republic Chetila machine. Trying to get close to Coman. You can feel a move coming up from Danilo Albanese. As Oningali in the meantime sees his gap decreasing slightly as Ian Hickmans is coming close, 47.9, pretty much in the same respective lap times for both Oningali and Ian Hickmans in the lead, as in the middle of the pack, trying to get close to Nicolo Coman, but dropping a bit of momentum. Danilo Albanese has to be careful because he still has, though, a bit of a gap in front of Andrea Dupe from P8. At the moment, Dupe is down 0.8 of a second. And we're back here with the leaders. Oningali with the CRG machine, trying to really get a bit of a rest from Ian Hickmans, but the driver feels the opportunity coming. This is the penultimate lap, though. What's happening there? Oningali is out!
Oh my goodness!
Oningali is just going out of the track!
From the lead of the race!
I was lost for words for a moment because I thought Hickmans was going in for the move, but it was Oningali seizing the engine or going for a mistake, but something mechanical has happened to Oningali.
How many times does Oningali have to have bad luck in FIA karting before he actually catches a break? This is such a disaster for the Brazilian. He's done nothing wrong, and it's all gone wrong around him. Eichmanns, Bianco, Matveev and Sebastiano Pavan have now taken the initiative. Ian Eichmanns is going to be gift-wrapped a victory in front of Bianco and Matveev, but this is heart-wrenching for Oningali. Karting giveth and karting taketh away, and it's done so in the most brutal fashion for the Brazilian Oningali as they pass the scene of the CRG clear-up. It's so difficult for Oningali to swallow. A very difficult situation. Out the inside comes Matveev. Dives in on the final lap to go with side by side with Bianco. Bianco trying to squeeze him back again. Matveev gets back into the inside line, but Simone Bianco has one last crack at him. He's going to go the long way to try and go around the outside of Matveev. Matveev's going to try and squeeze him. They'll get alongside again as they come out of the final turn. Eichmanns is going to get the win. Who's going to get second? It will be Matveev in front of Simone Bianco, but that really does take away from what brilliant Oningali had been able to do prior to that moment. We'll see it again, I'm sure. But poor Oningali denied and robbed a clear victory.
Yeah, disastrous event indeed, and ton of event for Oningali. We didn't see that coming, to be honest. He was on his way to what could have been a solid victory, going defensive against Ian Hickman, and then something went completely wrong outside of turn number 12, I think it was, in the last sector of the track, offering the win on the plate for Ian Hickman, who was catching up for the past few laps. And I'm pretty sure without that, the Belgian driver would have been giving a hard time to the Brazilian in the lead. Ian Hickman's taking his first victory of the weekend. The perfect way to celebrate his new crash helmet livery. For the Oakman, decided to really shine as much as he can with his new team. Dimitri Matveev and Simone Bianco crossing the finish line in second and third after a good tangle, a good battle of them two on the last lap, as we have Sebastiano Pavan crossing the line in P4 from Nicolo Coman, Danilo Albanese. 7 places gained up to P6 from Andrea Dupe, Luigi Coluccio, Jakub Rečki and Alexander Bogunovic. Outside of the top 10 we have Leo Nilsson from Gazi Model Car, climbing 11 places up to P12, and Eliska Papiskova, 9 places gained up to P13. Great job from the newly crowned Italian champion in the OK class not so long ago for Eliska Babikova. Peter Stiller in P13, P4, P15 for Matteo Giaccardi. Here's Ian Hickmans, the new addition to the Leclerc by Lennox Racing squad of John Lennox Lamb, of course, as driving the chassis by Charles Leclerc himself, introduced a couple of seasons back in 2019, the name, of course, of the current Scuderia Ferrari Formula 1 driver. P16 place for Emily Covisto from Dino Strosciu, Thomas Mota and Marie Vidakis. Euro Costerda P20. Here's a look at the replays of this qualifying heat, F versus G, and a good start from Oligali, taking Simone Bianco, his teammate from CRG with him. Nicolo Kuman didn't have so much of a good getaway, losing places after places, and then a big drama, of course, into the opening lap of this race with two drivers coming together. We have Nacho Tunan, of course, as well as David Walter, the 17 from Tony Kart, dropping out of the race, as well as for Nacho Tunan. We lost a lot of drivers in total out of this race. 7 were forced to DNF in the opening stages of this race. In the meantime, Ian Eggmans making his move for what will be the win in front of the CRG driver Simone Bianco. In a bit of a trouble, Bianco against the likes of Andrea Dupe and as well as Dimitri Matveev, the Czech Republic driver. We lost as well the 91 during this race of Lee Kuyo, the South Korean driver, as it keeps on battling all the way through turn number 13, the famous hairpin of the track of Franciacorta.
This is such a difficult start to the week for so many drivers already. We can see a few of them taking big risks and making those big moves to try and work their way further through the field. I think we're going to get to see, again, exactly what happened to Olingali. I don't think there was any contact with anybody. It just ended up in the most miserable way possible. Up the inside, the 34, Nicolo Kuman pulling off his moves there on Andrea Dube. Some great duels between Coluccio and Dube. They really gave us plenty of excitement and drama out there. This move in particular from Dube, just riding the curbs and making Luigi Coluccio move aside, was quite tasty. Then we're going to get to see what happened to Olingali. He just turns in, boom, it just all disappears for him. Just all goes wrong. He can't believe what's happened, and neither can we.
Yeah, quite incredible turn of event for Olingali, unfortunately. And it left Ian Eggmans on the way to the victory, and just behind, of course, Dimitri Matveev and Simone Bianco battling along for second place. A good duel on the way to the start-finish straight, and you could see that Simone Bianco was keen on trying for one last time, a couple of meters more, and for the CRG driver, could have been the other way around. And P2 going the way of Dimitri Matveev, second place from Simone Bianco, Sebastian Pavan, and Nicolo Kuman. A couple of drivers that we lost in this race, not only Olingali, but also Matheus Morgado, his fellow countryman from Brazil, the reigning OK world champion. Another disaster after we lost Thibaut Ramakers, one of the contenders in the junior category. Now it's time for Matheus Morgado to go through some drama. Leon Brunner, as well as Nacho Tunan, Clément Autran, David Walter, and Xavier Avramedes are the other ones that we lost through the course of that race. Well, now let's get back to the junior category, shall we? And if you're not familiar with the proceedings, we'll go back and forth between the senior and the junior class. Now it's time for the D versus E class with this young man on pole position. Noah Montero, well done to you. You put a very impressive lap in qualifying, so this is a perfect way to start a World Championship for you.
Yeah, it's a dream come true to do the pole position on the World Champs, and it's indeed a very good start for the weekend. Very happy one.
A very happy one, we can see that to your smile. Talk us through that performance of yours so far this weekend. A very fast-flowing track, a lot of drivers, some of them with a lot of experience already of this track and competition, so no easy task for you at all.
Yeah, even the lap, it was really hard to put because I had to manage the gap and the guys in front, they were waiting a lot. So I had to leave a space, and then I had one behind. And then the last lap, I felt like I was going to get a little block, but I just went for it full speed, and it was enough to do the pole position.
It was enough, and certainly putting you in a position of confidence, certainly for the grids and the heats. But this is going to be a long game. Feeling ready to the task?
Yeah, excited for everything.
And excited, I'm sure, to represent your country at the world stage.
Indeed, like it's first Portuguese to do a pole position in the World Champs. So it feels very good.
Fantastic words. Thank you very much, Noah Montero.
Very talented young man, Noah Montero, has had plenty of credence to come up the ranks, and now he finds himself on the front row of the grid alongside this man, Jakub Mikulev, who has completely transformed in the 2023 campaign since his switch to the Ward Racing team. They've really managed to channel the most out of him, which you tend to find a lot with drivers who have had a difficult time of it. You go to Ward Racing to sort of reboot, to renew yourself, get yourself into a good environment with a team of people that really likes to work together and work on driver development more than anything else. And it really has worked dividends for the Maltese driver, Jakub Mikulev, who was actually the fastest in his qualifying group, which is Group E. So fabulous performance from him. So Noah Montero and Jake Mikilev on the front row of the grid for this one. David Cosma and Filippo Sala. Scott Lindblom and Noah Wolf. Then Roman Kamiab and Jarrett Clark. Jack Eilif and Andy Consani. Then we will have John Carras and Apa Timonen. Merel Beldez, Alpak Soy, Louis Cochet, Vivek Kanthan, David Gocicia and Tiziano Monza.
Then we have Alexander Bonarev and Michael Le Marchand, followed by Tu Hanze, as well as Boris Linzen, Luca Houghton and Kirditsiev, Gagua De Troja, as well as Nezo Nikotter, Mark Brovko and Louis Castellini, followed by Santino Panetta, Kim Delowski, Elia Weiss, Joseph Smith, Dominic Simek, Morgan Knudsen and Niklas Schaufler. A couple of surprises on this grid. Niklas Schaufler, one of the standard bearers of DPK racing team, the Spanish team, finds himself at the back end of the grid after some mechanical trouble as well and going off in a qualifying. Surprising as well to find Alexander Bondarev, the newly crowned European champion of the junior class, only 19 on the grid. He's going to have a lot of work to pull.
Yeah, it's so hard to make it happen for both titles, European and World. Let's go racing though. Montero in front of Cosma and Lindblom as we head to the first corner, and there's a big off already. Someone's flown off at turn one in that flat out right-hander. Two carts off, in fact. The 254 is one of them. That is Alpak Soy, and I think he's tangled in there with the 236 of Vivek Kanthan, the Paralin. So very unfortunate for the American, and also in there for the young Turk, Alpak Soy. A couple of drivers having to take avoiding action, namely Matt Le Marchand. Yellow flags are out on the circuit, so the race has been neutralised, but a very unhappy Alpak Soy now has to watch the race from the marshal post, and I'm afraid so too will Vivek Kanthan, and that's a very unhappy Alpak Soy just trying to get his gloves off, but I think he may have knocked his hand in the incident. Hopefully there'll be some medical attention down there just to double check everything, but what a disappointment that is for Alpak Soy and for Vivek Kanthan.
Yeah, full course yellow is declared all around the track here. The time for the marshals and maybe the medical team to proceed on track and to make sure that everything is clear to get racing again, and the drivers are being taken care of as Vivek Kahan was the one in the Paralin chassis being tangled there with Alpak Soy. Hopefully everything is okay, as we're waiting for some more news before we get back to racing mode. Noah Montero was able to protect his pole position from David Cosma Christopher and Scott Lindblom. Let's watch that back, shall we? Once again on the left side, no problem for Noah Montero, taking actually David Cosma Christopher from P3 to P2, and then on the left side very quickly coming together on the left, as you can see, the two drivers coming in front of the tire. And there was a big hit between those two young drivers, Vivek Kahan and Alpak Soy, but Alpak Soy was quick back on his feet, and Vivek Kahan had a bit of a hit by the look of it. Rose was very much conscious as well, and we've been told that the driver is okay as well, so it means that the green flag is about to be shown, and the drivers will be back into racing mode, into the qualifying heat, D versus E. Noah Montero, of course, still leading very much the pack in front of David Cosma Christopher. Scott Lindblom was able to gain 2 positions into that opening lap, followed by Jacob Mikalev. There you can see him. That's what we like to see. With Vivek Kahan, the American driver, on his feet and being escorted to the Parc Fermé under the close attention of his mechanic and the medical team.
So now it's going to be a restart for Noah Montero up in front of David Cosma and Scott Lindblom. Mikilev didn't lose too much ground in the start, actually. He finds himself in 4th place, so not the worst situation he could find himself in there. 5th position for Roman Kamiab. He's been very impressive so far over the course of the weekend, looking very good in the qualifying this morning. He finally seems to have got his one-lap pace together. They really struggled at that in previous events, but now they seem to be on top of it. Filippo Sala has got back to the pace. They really struggled a few weeks ago in the warm-up race here, but now Filippo Sala again has found his feet and gone back to the front. Alexander Bondarev, by the way, has already shot up through to 14th position. He has a habit of doing this when he's out of position. So Alexander Bondarev now finding himself in 14th place. He's already come up 5 places. So I have a feeling that when we do go racing again, which is going to be now, green, 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 we could see him go even further. Here we go. Montero, Cosma, Lindblom, Mikilev, Kamiab, and already a run wide from Kamiab as he tries to get himself alongside his teammate. So a big opportunity there. Filippo Sala going wheel to wheel with his teammate Roman Kamiab. Watch as we go further down the field. There's going to be drivers mixing it to try and overtake. So a good start from Montero. Cosma and Lindblom have gone with him. No problems at all there. And Lindblom is already sizing up the opportunity to get into 2nd place past the Romanian David Cosma.
No, Montero wasn't caught napping on that one, and around the inside goes Scott Lindblom on Cosma Christopher. Well done from Tony Kart driver, up into second, as Noah Montero is taking advantage of that overtaking to get away as much as he can. Watch out on the counter-attack. Oh, look at that braking of Scott Lindblom, actually diving through the inside of that hairpin. He was coming very, very close to Noah Montero. I thought that for a moment, for a second, he was going to be able to shake a little bit the Portuguese on the exit, but it was a very, very late move from Scott Lindblom, a sign of his determination. As the teammate from Ricky Flynn keep battling with Salah Kamiab for P5 this is. Watch out not to take each other out, of course, as Scott Lindblom is putting out the fastest lap, trying as well to make his bit. Is the Swedish driver on the Montero. Montero, in the meantime, not quite able to keep the momentum going to really build up a gap. But now the Portuguese finds himself under the intense pressure of Scott Lindblom. He's trying to see if coming to the hairpin, he's going to be able to repeat that very, very late break. There he goes, right inside. There's not much space, and he makes it through.
He does indeed. So Scott Lindblom takes the lead, but around the outside, David Cosma now wants to go to battle with Noah Montero. Up to the first corner, Montero holds it for the time being. Still the drivers battle away to the inside line, still trying to work it on the inside. Cosma tries again on Montero. He'll go left, he'll go right. Montero trying to hold him at the line, and now a little bit of hesitation from Cosma to try and make the overtake as Jacob Mikulev now splits the two Ricky Flynns. A good move from Roman Kamiab has put him into fourth position. So now he's starting the onslaught. Roman Kamiab now the fastest man on track, actually, 49.79 from him. But in seventh place behind this lot, we've also got Jack Iliff, the American, Noah Wolf, the Brit, the Frenchman Adi Consani, and Alexander Bondarev up to 10th position. So he is charging through the field quickly.
I don't think that Noah Montero is particularly happy about that situation, because we saw a slight contact with Cosma Christopher in the braking of turn number 2 and 3, and no major trouble there for the front fairing of David Cosma. But I think that Noah Montero might have felt that at the back and was gesturing to his opponents. It's way too early to keep on fighting in the weekend, so let's keep it steady. Of course, every position will cost doubly. Of course, run inside, Cosma Christopher making his bit on Noah Montero. Watch out, because Roman Kamiab is willing to do the same and having to stay behind. One place is gained for Cosma Christopher. Noah Montero now finds himself in troubled waters, as he needs to keep the pace. Otherwise, he might lose contact not only with Cosma Christopher, but find himself in the close of Kamiab and Salah up into P4 and P5, as Mikulev in the meantime lost a bit of momentum all the way down to P6, as he was on the front row of that grid. On the inside, there he goes, and the door was open, and the two teammates just dived through. And some more bad news, I'm afraid, for Noah Montero. Dropped 2 positions, and he might lose actually another one if Jack Iliff, no, sorry, this Mikulev further back from World Racing is able to get that move done as well, having to stay behind. But Noah Montero is struggling to find the pace in the second part of the heat. As we're here further back, oh, Niklas Schauffele, that is, with the Beta orange livery on his Car Republic machine. Let's see what Niklas Schauffele is. It's further back into the classification, P25, that is, 23 now after that good move into the first sector. So Niklas Schauffele, like Alexander Bondarev, is one of those drivers that we do expect to fight on the front, but having to really climb through the field after difficult qualifying. Talking about Bondarev, he's P8 at the moment, putting pressure on Noah Wolf. So that means some more positions gained. He actually made his move past Noah Wolf. Now the next one is Jake Iliff. Let's see what he will be able to do, as warning flag is picked up by David Cosma Christopher in his battle against the RFN drivers. Roman Kamiab putting the pressure on. Let's see. Let's try not to do anything unwise between Roman Kamiab and Salah. There's Noah Montero as well as Mikulev are still further back, very close, trying to give an answer to those two. And it goes the way, of course, of David Cosma Christopher is able really to pull away from Roman Kamiab.
Oh, beautiful. Salah just diving in on the inside of Kamiab there, catching him completely off guard. So very nicely handled as Mikulev now dives in for Montero to try and get a move as well. Up to 5th position. The two teammates really are having a great race of it. They've got to be careful they don't hold each other up too much, because Montero and Mikulev are going to be right there to try and pounce as we go into the final lap of the heat. And then, of course, Jack Iliff and Alexander Bondarev are not far away as well. Another great charge through from Bondarev. 11 places made up in this qualifying heat alone. Look at the loading that's taking place there in the hairpin, as Lindblom has now got David Cosma trying to go for it on the inside. Lindblom hesitates, but still manages to hold the lead from the Romanian David Cosma. So Lindblom and Cosma keeping it together. They run through on the far side. Salah, Kamyab, Montero and Mikalev still battling away over third position. Nicholas Schaufler now sets the fastest lap of the race, working his way to 21st from what was dead last on the grid. But Lindblom and David Cosma having a fascinating duel in the closing stages of this one. Is Cosma going to get one last shot to go for the lead on Scott Lindblom? Lindblom defending. Cosma looking for his way through. Lindblom is placing the Tony Kart in all the right places though. Is it going to be a close run to the flag? Not close enough. Lindblom will get it from David Cosma ahead of Salah, Kamyab, Montero, and I cannot believe it, Alexander Bondarev, P6, having started 19th on the grid. 10 laps gone, 13 places made up. No wonder Bondi is the European champion. He's not out of this World Championship fight yet, but Scott Lindblom books himself a fabulous victory at the perfect start to the week.
Talking about recovery for Alexander Bondarev, the first impressive performance from the young Ukrainian. Scott Lindblom was able not only to win this race, but Niklas Schaufler, another one who put up a fantastic recovery with the fastest lap in this race and 17 places gained all the way up to P18.
I tell you, the other two guys, as well as Niklas Schaufler, we talked about him from 35th on the grid to 18th, and Bondarev up from 19th to 6th. I tell you who else made a massive charge through the field. Kipilovsky started 30th on the starting grid, came up 17th after a run of 13 places. The man who's been seen by 3.5 billion people on social media in his TikTok and YouTube escapades is now very much in the hunt for this world title, having worked his way back through. So Lindblom, Cosma, Filippo Sala, Roman Kamyab and Noah Montero in the top 5. Alexander Bondarev bouncing back to the top 6. Jack Iliff and Jacob Mikalev, Noah Wolf and Andy Consani from Jared Clark, Tiziano Monza, Kirill Titiev and Enzo Nienkotter ahead of the Birolart racer Merel Peldes, Louis Cochet in front of Kipilovsky, then Nicholas Schaufler, Luca Horton and Jean Carras.
21st position we have Boris Linzen from Santino Panetta, Louis Castellini, Elia Weiss, David Koshika. Then we have Marco Brovko, Maile Marchand, Dagra De Troja, Dominic Simek, Morgan Knudsen, as well as Son Anze, Joseph Smith, Apo Timonen, and the two drivers that we lost coming together in the opening lap, Vivek Kahan and Halp Akshoy. Those two, of course, coming out uninjured. So, Scott Lindblom taking his first win in the second junior heat of the Friday in front of David Cosma Christopher. A beautiful finish between those two, less than 1/10 of a second at the advantage of Scott Lindblom. You can see him now, the Swedish driver from the Tony Kart factory racing team. First win for him, and it was a close call, a couple of meters more certainly, and it would have been a totally different story with David Cosma Christopher with the carpentry machine really on his tail. Filippo Sala and Roman Kamyab bring home third and a fourth place for Rickyfin Motorsport from Noah Montero, having to work a little bit more on the setup and the starting procedures to try to translate his from starting position into winning results. Here's a replay at the race, as you can see on the left corner, the big incidents opposing, of course, Vivian Kahan and Albak Shoy. The race was neutralized for 2 laps under full course yellow conditions, allowing everybody to get clear around the track. And then the battle was on with the 260 of David Cosma Christopher and Scott Lindblom trying to catch up as well with Noah Montero. Montero was keen on staying in the front, but dropped a little bit of momentum as well as positions. Couldn't do much against, first of all, Scott Lindblom, and then on the inside, David Cosma Christopher making his bit. And the door was open as well further later into this race for Roman Kamyab and Noah Montero to make their respective move here on the inside of 10 and 13 on the Portuguese, who held on to his position, because further back we had Jacob Mikalev, who was starting from the first row of the grid, who finished P8 in the end, as the two RFM drivers tangling along a little bit, not holding each other just too much, and in the end it was a photo finish arrival pretty much between Scott Lindblom and David Cosma Christopher.
Well, a fabulous start to proceedings then for the drivers in that particular qualifying heat, but there is more to be done. It'll be an interesting situation for a lot of the contenders out there as we continue, but this man, the young man from Ireland, Finn McLaughlin, has definitely put himself into a strong position to start with. Let's see how he is going to be faring up under the stress.
Finn McLaughlin, well done to you. Qualifying is always the first step, one of the hardest certainly to an FIA karting event. For the World Championship, you demonstrated immense pace, coming very close to the overall pole, but that puts you in a strong position for the heats.
Yeah, good qualifying here in Franciacorta for the World Championship, so I'm happy with the result at the minute, but we'll see how it goes for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, this is a long game with a lot of drivers who can fight at the front. You're certainly one of them, so feeling confident with your machine and the VDK team?
Yeah, everything's good, feeling confident for this weekend, so feel strong.
What can you tell us about the challenges of the layout here in Franciacorta? This is fast flowing with a couple of corners where overtaking can be done.
Yeah, the track's very hard, just it's enjoyable, and you need to make as least mistakes as possible to get to pole, so this track is tricky.
How does it feel like to be a part of the World Championship, the pinnacle event of karting worldwide?
Feels amazing just to be at the top of the curtain, so happy to be here.
Fantastic, good words. Thank you very much, Fiona McLaughlin.
I'm really excited to see if he's got the staying power. We know he's got the fast lap times, but has he got the momentum this time? It took him so long to finally break through and win his first RGMMC promoted final a few weeks ago in Genk in Belgium in another championship. But now that he's got that confidence behind him to sustain that, if he's got the pace and he's got the mentality and tenacity to fight at the front end of the field, he could be world champion this weekend. But so could this man, who's been one of the real shocks of 2023, the nephew of Gearbox world champion Jeremy Iglesias. Young Louis has come straight into the senior category this year with no experience of the FIA coming in, and he's been right up at the sharp end. It's been phenomenal how quickly he's got up to speed.
It's been phenomenal in Cremona for round 4 of the European Championship. He actually put it on pole for his first appearance in the class. After that, it was a little bit more complicated, of course, having to nail the starts against strong opposition in the OK senior category, but he did still marvelous things. And Louis Iglesias, who was a French title winner, of course, for the past few years, joining CRG, the team, as you said, of his uncle Jeremy Iglesias, the son of Yannick Iglesias, former title winner in the karting world back in the 90s as well. So this is very much in the blood, in the family, and they keep it in the family as well with the good advice of Jeremy Iglesias and Yannick Iglesias present to surround the young Louis. So let's see what he can do from the front row of the grid alongside Fiona McLaughlin. Further back, opposition will be stronger than ever with Alex Powell and Arthur Poulain. Then we have Francisco Macedo, Kirill Kutskov, Jakub Kamenik, Aaron Garcia. Row number 5, Jan Przezowski and Anatoly Kavalkin. Row number 6, Maxence Rouge and Vasilov Mikulidis. From Zoe Kroescu, Louis Ramdula. Row number 8, Malcolm Weisenberger, Guillaume Bouzin. Follow row 9 by Vili Akala, Mark Kastelic, Pascal von Halmen, Matilda Patz, Dimitrio Muravicic. Then we have Karolina Vanchikova, Ruben Moya, Eduardo Dominguez, William Go, Nico Natalati, Samuel Shaw, Richard Girelli, Gustavo Calvao, Guy Albag. Then we have Chen Yin as well as Leonardo Cesaretti. 32 drivers in total, and a couple of strong names as well who didn't have the best of qualifying. Ruben Moya, the Spanish driver from Pantano, is one of them, only 23rd on the grid for the one who finished in a strong position last year in Sano in the World Championship.
So now we get to see how these guys will play. Race as Finn McLaughlin gets into the lead in the first start. No problems at all for the contenders. They run in the green flag. And up comes Alex Powell to second position. A very solid start and a good opportunity, but into the barriers. We have a retirement already. It's the Paralin that has gone clean off the road there in the first couple of corners. That is the 65, I believe, of Guillaume Bouzin in the Shamrock Europe machine. So the Luxembourger, very unfortunate indeed for him to be out of the race so soon. But Finn McLaughlin having taken an early lead. And that's two more that have come up further round. So that's one of the Car Republics that's gone in the middle of the gaggle there. I think that is Kirill Kutskov having tangled in there with Vasi Apostolidis. Vasi Mikulidis, in fact, to the other Greek driver. And I think William Go is also off the road. So problems for Kirill Kutskov, but William Go has come off the racetrack, as too has Vasi Mikulidis. There they are, the two drivers out of the race.
And once again, drama into the opening lap, as we've seen as well very briefly. Alex Powell, I think, taking the lead. Yes, indeed, from Fiona McLaughlin, the Jamaican driver from Prama Racing Car Republic, one of the strongest names that we've seen fighting at the forefront this season and for the past few seasons as well. Alex Powell is here to fight for the title and nothing else after missing out on the KZ2 World Cup in Vakersdorf 1 month ago. And Kenny maybe actually finish his karting career on a high and taking that so long-awaited karting title in the FIA Karting Championship that he's been missing out on a few occasions for the past few seasons. That's one first step, taking his win. But Fiona McLaughlin is here to respond. And look at the gap that those two are being able to pull out. from Arthur Poulain, 1.4 seconds down for the driver at AKM Motorsport. Then we have Anatoly Kamalkin doing a great job as well in the opening stages. 6 places gained for the former junior European champion, Hamilton P4 from Francesco Macedo. Louis Iglesias, again difficult start for the young Louis, down to P6, followed by Maxence Verbrugge, Jan Przezorski, Zoe Florescu, as well as Jakub Kamenik.
I think we've had another couple of retirements from the race. Aaron Garcia has not come through, so the Spanish driver out of the race. Here's what happened to Alex Powell. Got the crossover on the inside of Finn McLaughlin into the second lap, and boom, job done. The Jamaican has got himself into the lead of the race. He's become so close so many times to winning FIA karting titles. Almost European champion last year, almost European champion again this year. He really wants to bow out of karting as the world champion, and he's got a great chance to do so if he can continue this incredible form forward. But here comes Finn McLaughlin. The Irishman bounces back, gets back through on the inside line, and so the Irishman has got back into the lead once again. You're not going to push me around, Alex. I don't care whether you're an F1 junior or not. I'm going to make this happen. And Finn McLaughlin absolutely has the chance for me to be a world championship contender. This kind of drive is just going to cement that.
The key for him is to keep the momentum going in the later stages of this race. And now that he's ahead again of Alex Powell, all he needs to do is to keep it steady and try to put as much gap as possible. But the Jamaican, of course, has a lot of strength and skills under his helmet as well. Arthur Poulain trying to decrease the gap, but still not quite able to make it. Those two very much on their own. So the victory will go down between Ido McCartney and Powell.
This is going to be fascinating because, of course, Alex Powell and Finn McLaughlin are going to be starting in front of each other on every single starting grid in qualifying. They're on the same group as each other, so they've got to race each other 6 times as the 18 makes the bid to go through and make the overtaking move. That is Jan Przezorski, and further back, we're going to get an opportunity now from Liverpool Sam Butler. He dives in on Jakub Kamenik, and you just get the frustration there from Mark Kastelich. I think he felt he could make the overtaking move as well, and he just wasn't able to do anything with it. Meanwhile, the 63 of Jakub Kamenik has still got a little bit of pressure, not only from Mark Kastelich, but also from the Falcon of the British driver Sam Shaw, who's going to make it a last-minute bid to get on the inside. He gets the move, so Sam Shaw is through. He gets the overtake there on the inside of the Slovenian Mark Kastelich, and so he works his way further forward. A very nice start to proceedings then. It's not all done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination. Still a lot of things to do, but it's definitely looking very good indeed as the contenders are still making a very solid race of it at this point. But Sam Shaw has definitely got some exciting battles to come in this one if he can continue this kind of run. Meanwhile, Finn McLaughlin has not only got past Alex Powell to retake the lead, but he's actually stormed away from him a little bit. So Alex Powell has got to get back in the hunt for the win.
Half of a second between McLaughlin and Powell as we stand, which is considered the fastest in this race. Arthur Poulain, as we further back here with the Falcon driver, the 109. This is indeed Sam Shaw trying to shake off a little bit Mark Kastelich further back. And this is a battle for P11. We'll get back to that in a second. But now you can see that some of the gaps have been built as run inside goes to DPK, the 23 of Kirill Kutskov or Ruben Moya. And what a move and what a recovery that is for Ruben Moya. 10 places up. He was 23rd only on the grid, is now already in 13th position. 16 places up for Samuel Shaw as well. With the Falcon machine, the 109. Let's keep an eye as well on Sam Shaw, whose next victim is could be Jakub Kamenik for P10. It's going to be an interesting one, but what a pace the Falcon driver is being able to find. Don't forget that all those drivers having to climb through the ranks, of course, demand much more on the tires than the rest of them fighting at the forefront, you know, and having to pace themselves a little bit in search of results. But the further back, the more at the back you start, and the more you're able to climb actually those ranks through the field, the more, of course, your tires will be pretty much destroyed by the end of tomorrow and on the way to Sunday morning. Because let's not forget that all those drivers, both in the junior and younger class, only have 6 tires to play with between qualifying and the superheat on Sunday morning. So 1.5 seconds, and it's down to each of them with the mechanic to decide at one point, okay, well, when is the perfect time according to results to put fresh tires to maybe save my neck or really confirm a result. We're not there yet, but it shows you how much, of course, those tires will be put under pressure on the way to the final.
Yeah, of course, it's very significant to make that point. You know, they get 6 tires, not 6 sets of tires, 6 tires. So 1 full set and another spare front and another spare rear. That's all you get from the beginning of time qualifying, which kicked off at 10:30 this morning, all the way through to the end of the last superheat, which is going to be about the same time on Sunday morning. So fascinating. I can't think of any other forms of motor racing in the world where the qualifying procedure lasts 48 hours. But Finn McLaughlin and Alex Powell up in the front end of the field. Powell is chipping away once again at Finn McLaughlin's advantage. And Anatoly Kavalkin bags in the fastest lap as he tries to close in on the Frenchman Arthur Poulain. Then Francisco Macedo, P5, Iglesias, Petrovski, Verbruge, Zembudla, Kamenik, Kastanic and Kirill Kitskov. So plenty of big talents moving forward. Ruben Moya trying to work his way through the field as well. He's made a good start. Sam Shaw making up 14 places, Geilbag making up 16. And Ruben Moya on the Pantano, which made its debut in the World Championships last year at Sarno. They are now up to 15th with 8 places gained. So Alex Powell, again, just hunting down Finn McLaughlin. They come off the turn at 4, down the short stretch, up to turn 5, looking for a solid turn in. And this is where Alex Powell really needs to take his time with Finn McLaughlin. You don't need to rush this. You've got plenty of time. You can hold on to a second position. But the question for Alex Powell is, how does he then go about beating Finn McLaughlin next time? Because he's got to race him 6 times.
And there's going to be one heck of a battle between those two. Vliky against Prema. Same Car Republic chassis, different colors, of course. As Alex Powell is still keeping the gap under control ever since the start of the race. Let's see if he's going to be able to take advantage of those last stages. A quick look over the shoulder from Finn McLaughlin to see where Powell is. And the gap went from 4 to a bit more than 3/10 of a second. In the meantime, Anatoly Kavalkin for the back from P4, putting up the fastest lap. Still more than 1 second disadvantage on Arthur Poulain. Poulain, who had a strong start to his race, doing a strong job on the way to the checkered flag in P3. Not quite able to catch up with the leading duets, but not caught either.
Oh, Sam Budler's gone. Sorry, Guillaume, but we've lost Liverway Sam Budler. So Liverway Sam Budler, who was in the top 10, there he is. So big disaster for the South African. Liverway Sam Budler, who's been a real star of the last few weeks. In the warm-up race to this, he actually bagged his first OK Senior podium. So Liverway Sam Budler unable to come through in this first qualifying heat and ending up getting stuck in an incident, didn't see who it was with. But as we go into the final lap, Alex Powell has now got a thorn in his side. It's the Irishman, Finn McLaughlin. What will he do to beat him next time?
4/10 of a second, that will be enough indeed for Finn McLaughlin on his way to his first heat victory this weekend. As we are only getting started, of course, in the senior category. 1 win already in the bag for Ian Ekmans, the Belgian from Leclerc by Lennox, and Finn McLaughlin joining him in just a few moments. Alex Powell having to make do in the end with 2nd place, but the game is long, the challenges are plenty, and Alex Powell, of course, having to admit defeat this time around, but he will have more than one occasion to take revenge on Finn McLaughlin, and it's going to be a beautiful battle to follow. McLaughlin, winner in front of Powell. Arthur Poulain taking a very quiet 3rd place, so to speak, as he did really the race on his own. And we have Anatoly Kavalkin in P4 and Francisco Macedo in P5. Wazowski down in P6 from Maxence Verbruge, as well as Louis Iglesias in P8, Kamenik and Marcus Stilic running up the top 10. Louis Iglesias, once again, after a strong qualifying that saw him start at the forefront of the grid alongside Finn McLaughlin, your winner, having to, of course, still work a little bit on his starting procedures, having to gain more experience into the early stages of a race at this level. This is the World Championship, and it goes with no, this isn't by chance, of course. The level is, of course, to the roof, and there's no easy task at all. Once you find yourself in a good position on the grid, this is a total different sort of task to keep the pace, to keep the momentum in racing mode. And Louis Iglesias going from 2nd to 8th. Of course, learned it the hard way for his first race, but he has many more occasions to improve on that finishing result.
So Francisco Macedo and Louis Iglesias under investigation. We're not sure if they're going to keep their positions or not. Finn McLaughlin, Alex Powell and Arthur Poulain are the top 3 from Anatoly Kavalkin and Francisco Macedo. Jan Petrovski, Maxence Verbruge, Louis Iglesias and Jakub Kamenik from Mark Kastelic, Kirill Kutskov, Sam Shaw, Gael Bag. Then Ruben Moya and Zoe Florescu working their way further forward. Up to 16th position has come Willy Hackler, who got a fairly reasonable start to things in front of Eduardo Dominguez and Riccardo Cirelli. 1 place made up for Hackler, 7 for Dominguez and 10 for Riccardo Cirelli. Then it is Carolina Vancikova in front of Pascal Van Almen, Nico Lanolati, Matilda Paz, Leonardo Cesaretti, Gustavo Calvo and Chen Yinkai, who finish off the field. Nobody else was able to come through for the finish. But Finn McLaughlin, you're not going to overexert yourself too early on, but he knows I pulled a fast one on Alex Powell. He could have been European champion this year, and I'm quicker than him. I was able to beat him. He got me, and I got him back. So that'll be a major confidence booster for VDK and Finn McLaughlin.
And you can see him, Finn McLaughlin, with Kenny Verdasdonk, one of the key elements of the VDK racing team, of the Verdasdonk brother. Let's have a look at the highlights of this qualifying heat. Perfect getaway from Finn McLaughlin, under pressure already of Alex Powell from third on the grid. The inside line for both, certainly an advantage in the proceedings, as in the early stages we lost a couple of drivers. The first one being the 65 of Guillaume Bouzard, the young driver from Luxembourg, who finished a strong P2 in last year's FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Then it was the start of the battle, and a move from Alex Powell on the inside of McLaughlin before the Irish driver was keen on responding to the Jamaican in turn number 5. It was a good move and no sign of aggressive defense from Alex Powell, as this is the first race of 7 to go through on the way to Sunday morning. As for the back, Louis Iglesias, the 78 from CRG, dropping momentum throughout the early stages of that race. As for the back, the 33, Louis Samdula, the South African, was battling heavily for the upper part of the classification before having to DNF towards the conclusion of that qualifying heat. You can see him battle along with the 63 in the upper part of the field, Jakub Kamenic, as well as Mark Kastelic. And we saw some good recoveries into that field. The first one of Sam Shaw with the Falcon machine. On the inside, there was Ruben Moya here with the Pantano chassis battling along with Kale Kutskov. We lost, as we said, Samdula, Louis Samdula, unfortunately, as he was on his way to a potential very strong result. But in the end, the battle between Alex Powell and Finn McLaughlin went to the advantage of the VDK driver in front of Alex Powell, having to make do with second place from Arthur Paulin Cavalcin and Francesco Macedo in this OK category that we're going to leave on the side for just a moment before switching our attention to the junior category.
And what about this man, Joel Pocula, who has come fresh out of the blocks, having switched from the Sodi Kart factory team to the privately run Kotala sports team that made Tuka Tarpanen famous man he was. So Joel Pocula coming straight out of the blocks with this team, a Finnish team, much more confident, much more comfortable, and you know what? He's able to maximize his superior speed, so it's really good to see him up at the front end of the field. Guillaume caught up with him after his pole position run.
Joel Pocula, congratulations. This is such a good start for you to the World Championship. With a lap like that in qualifying, that puts you in confidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels so amazing. I don't know what to say.
We don't know what to say either with such a good performance, but of course there's going to be a long game. The biggest step remains to be done. A lot of races. How confident do you feel?
Yeah, I feel good, but it's not easy. It's not going to be easy. We have 7 heats and yeah.
A long game. And on this track, what can you tell us about the layout of Franciacorta? Is it up to your liking?
Yeah, it's really nice. There's funny corners and I like it so much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Good luck.
He may not say much, Joel Pocula, but he does all of his best work on the road. He's going to have a really exciting battle in this one. And great to see him where he richly deserves to be, up at the front end of the field after so much hard work. Alongside him on the grid, though, is a man who's had his near misses and his opportunities and really has the chance to do something spectacular now that he's clearly been able to prove he's got the car underneath him that can match his speed and skill. Tame Soleil, the German star, part of the Sauber Academy, a name that we think is going to be returning to the world of Grand Prix racing next year, with the Alfa Romeo brand no longer going to be the title sponsors of that team. So a great time for Tame Soleil to be making waves, and hopefully he's going to have a real foothold in that operation for years to come.
Tame Soleil, who made it to a strong P11 in this year's European Championship, with one of his strong results in the early part of the season in Valencia for the start of the year. Tame Soleil, of course, wearing, as you said, the Sauber Academy colors as part of the Car Republic Galaxy. 3 minutes to go before the start of the next qualifying heat. It was in Group B versus C. We're back with the junior, and we'll have the same groups back with the senior class in just a moment. 16 races to go through this afternoon of racing, the first of 3 days of intense battle for the world crown. Henry Domain from Britain is wearing the colors of Energy Corse, the Italian team, another strong Italian factory competing on home soil. Henry Domain will be starting from third on the grid. Around the inside, coming to turn number 1, the fast right-hander and the double right-hander of the second and third. But Henri Domain certainly an advantage for him, as is just behind Joel Pohola or Paul Sitter with a 2:49, and you can see the chassis Gillard of the Kotola Sport Racing Team. Not so often, actually, we get to see a Gillard on a track, at least in the FIA karting competition. Gillard as part of the OTK Car Group catalog, the British chassis brand of long history. Dries van Langendonk from Belgium is going to be starting from the outside of row number 2, 4th on the grid, wearing the colors of Forza Racing. Dries van Langendonk, along with Lewis Worrell, is certainly one of the British team's strongest chances of victory this weekend in Franciacorta. He's been absolutely magnificent all throughout the season, as this is his second attempt at the World Championship. Last year in Sarno, he made it to a very beautiful P7 in the end in the final on the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli. Now, this time around, different team, different chances, but Dries van Langendonk has shown flashes of brilliance throughout the season with a P5 finish in the European Championship. But watch out as well for this young man, Christopher Elfegali from Car Republic. And look at that beautiful crash helmet for Christopher Elfegali, who is going to be starting from 5th on the grid.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the young Lebanese driver working his way forward. Look at that, carrying the colours of his nation, all the way from Beirut, of course. It's got all of the cities of that particular nation, of Tyre, of Sidon, of Beirut. It's not a nation that has a lot of reputation in FIA karting, but if Christopher Elfegali has anything to say about it, that's going to change today. And it's really great to see him put the Lebanese flag right up at the forefront of this incredible category. And he deserves it after all the hard work he's put in.
This weekend, keep in mind that we have 57 nations represented from all 4 corners of the world. This is a record, actually, in the history books of the single-speed World Championship in FIA karting. So once again, thank you everybody for tuning in and joining this fantastic event, the pinnacle event in the OK and the junior class, to finish on a high the 2023 season.
Yes, indeed, and of course, all 6 continents are represented one way or the other. Joel Pohola and Tame Soleil on the front row of the starting grid for this one, then Henri Domain and Dries van Langendonk, Chris Elfegali, Endo Arata of Japan, Davide Bottaro, Oliver Rasmussen, Mats van Rooyen, Maria Nito, Daniel Kelleher, Matthias Orjuela, Sun Zhao Yu, Vladimir Ivanikov, Gerasim Skudanov, Matt Corby, Muraro Rocca and Kimi Tani.
Row number 10, we'll see Sebastian Letimaki and Chiara Batig, followed by Haifi Slater, Walter Schultz, Can Fadin, Ugo Marti, Otto Sakalla, Marco Grast, Maximilian Rafalik, Marcel Capricci, Augustin Sepulveda, Marcas Kunas, Ludovico Busso, Angelo D'Ortenzio, Augusto Tognolo, Nikita Nikishov, Lucas Obruchny and Arnaud Vuta. 36 drivers onto the grid, 123 at the start of this World Championship, only in the junior class. But you know what? Only 72 get to make it in the superheat on Sunday, and only 36 on the last grid, the mother race of them all, the final on Sunday afternoon. So the tickets will be costly, and to get one of them, you just need to collect the results and do the best that you can in the qualifying races. We go green, let's go racing once again into the junior class. B versus C, and a great start from Joel Pohola. Tame Soleil, Henri Domain for the back. Watch out in the opening sector. Everybody going through without too much trouble. That's a change actually after the early drama that we had in the past previous races. On the turn number 5. The driver is finding space as we had a good start from the pole sitter, and further back, Henri Domain was able to get past Tame Soleil for 2nd place. Soleil dropping back, but already taking the positions as we're about to conclude lap number 1. Watch out for the response from Henri Domain, having to protect himself from further back as well, because we have Tame Soleil who dropped a little bit from 2nd to 4th place.
So Elfegali up at his 2nd place, and Soleil looked like he was going to go for the move there for 3rd position as they come over the hairpin. Is that going to be Tame Soleil through to 3rd place? It is. So Tame Soleil, the German, manages to now work his way into 3rd position and up to 4th place. Now comes Davide Bottaro at the expense of Henri Domain. And Chris Elfegali makes history up front. The first time, to my knowledge, that a man from Lebanon has led in the FIA Karting World Championship weekend, possibly in FIA Karting at all. So Chris Elfegali, history maker for Lebanon, out in front. An excellent performance then for him. He's done so well so far this week, and it would be truly sensational if we got to see our first Middle Eastern champion in the World Championship.
So refreshing to see new faces, new nationalities that we don't get to use and to see that much playing at the front. Lebanon is one of them. We have drivers, of course, coming from all over the world, from New Zealand and Australia to Canada, United States, Africa, as well as Lebanon and South Korea as well. As the response, and a bit of a contact between Bahola and El Feghali by the look of it. El Feghali dropping positions. He went from first to fourth, and he went the way of Saleh and Botaro. Time Saleh back into P2nd. And I think that indeed El Feghali dropped another place to Dries van Langenonk, making his way back to P4. For the racing driver, he just took advantage of a tiny bit of a gap just to make his way past. As Bahola is back in the lead with Tim Saleh, who must be thankful to what just happened and the contact in front of him, because that enabled him to make his way past for second, as we saw a bit of dust carried out onto the track. But nothing to worry about as for now. Tim Saleh very much back on the pace, is going to be arresting Bahola on the way to the first sector. Watch out for the move from the Sober Karting Driver Academy onto the braking zone. The door is wide open, maybe a little bit too much. Botaro not quite able to make his bid.
Well, a great move from Tim Saleh as he takes the lead then from Joel Pohjola. Not a bad run from everybody around. The driver that went off the road, by the way, and kicked up the dust was Matt Corby. And we've got 2 cars off the road there in the background. So that's all gone very badly wrong indeed for a couple of our drivers lower down. That's the first sector, I do believe. So we've got Marco Garst, Marcel Kaspericki and Augusto Toniolo, I should say. Because we've got 2 drivers very similarly named as Joel Pohjola, really struggling now to keep several of his opponents around him. And they are just absolutely giving him no issue, well, they're giving him no let up at all. Lots of drivers breaking their way through and making the overtake as Dries van Langenonk now heads the race from Botaro, El Feghali, Saleh, Skudanov. And then it is the Japanese driver Endo Arata in front of Mats van Rooyen, who's having a very good run. Then it is Shun Zhao Yu in front of Mario Giovananito on the inside. That's Chris El Feghali getting back through into second position and going with him. Tim Saleh back up into third position once again. The shuffle of the deck continues, but Dries van Langenonk is trying to get clear.
Great racing halfway through that qualifying heat in the junior class. Look at them, 5 in the same picture. And it goes the way of van Langenonk. Of course, the longer the battle and they forget about the leader, well, the better it is for the Belgian driver as it stands. As Chris El Feghali is trying to hold on to Tim Saleh, but for how long? Not so much actually, because Tim Saleh makes his way through in turn number 13. Beautifully made by the sober driver. Tim Saleh back into P2. Watch out from the response of Chris El Feghali. Jarazim Skulanov as well might be interested to make his move as well with the Alonso Kart machine. He has Botaro, Arata, as NATO just behind in P7. And we have Sun van Rooyen and Roda running at top 10. Outside of this top 10 as Fallon, Bahola, unfortunately, or pole sitter, or Joel Bahola, was no way to be seen. Really cut off momentum, unfortunately, for Joel Bahola, was being overtaken left and right. Jarazim Skulanov is dropping not 1, but 2 places to Arata and Botaro. Beautifully made by Endo Arata, the Japanese driver, who now makes his way up to P4. With Davide Botaro in P5 at the moment. Jarazim Skulanov, you can see him with the 209 and the Alonso Kart colors, trying to stay close to his 2 rivals as we enter lap number 7 out of 10. Won't be an easy task for him to try to get past again, as Dries van Langenonk really did the job that he needed, pulling away more than 6/10 of a second, from Tim Saleh, who's too busy actually resisting from Chris El Feghali.
So now is Chris El Feghali going to get his chance to get back up there? Tim Saleh currently running in second position. Dries van Langenonk looking fairly comfortable in the lead of the race at the moment from Saleh, El Feghali, Arata, and then Botaro from Skudanov, Nito, Shun, Van Rooyen and Murador Roca. Dan Kelleher, the Irishman, is just in front of Alfie Slater, and then you have Ivanikov, Rasmussen and Kian Fardin. So some good battles all the way through. Chiara Batig trying to work her way through the field along with Kimi Tani and Sebastian Letemarkin. That's a retirement. That is the 213 of Markus Šukunias. So the Lithuanian in the Komoto kart. Unfortunately, his race is done, and there is El Feghali still having to defend from the Japanese driver Endo Arata, who is part of the Ward Racing outfit this weekend, and the Japanese driver working very hard there. You can see the gap as it changes from sector to sector. Arata has definitely reined in El Feghali.
Yeah, watch out as well, because Davide Botaro and Jarazim Skulanov might have similar ideas, and this is trouble times for Chris El Feghali, I'm afraid, as Endo Arata.
We've had another off by the look of it.
Oh, yes, indeed, with some dust carried out onto the track. Let's try to see who that is as we keep an eye on that battle. And another driver lost.
Oh, it's Joel Pocula! Joel Pocula is one of them. There he is. Joel Pocula, the man who started from pole position. Absolute devastation for him. So the Finn is walking away. It was such a great start to his World Championship campaign, but no matter what happens now, he will obviously have 5 more races that he can start from the front end of the grid. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he is now out of this one, and that is a real hammer blow at this stage.
Yeah, hammer blow as Daniel Kelleher is picking up a warning flag. The DNF that is for Joel Pocula, who's good machine from Kotola. As in the meantime, the battle is keep on raging as Fegali just lost the place to Endo Arata. Japanese driver just made his bet up to P3, that is. Watch out for the response of Christophe Fegali with the Car Republic machine on the way to turn number 13. A little bit of a notch at the back, and it was almost enough to open that door. He's going to have to, he has one more lap to go to do that. Final round of Franciacorta for those drivers. Look at them, 5 minutes in picture, and watch out for Gerasim Skulanov. What a launch, what a move, and he's pushing a little bit. Tim Saleh by the look of it. But no, it wasn't Tim Saleh, my apologies. It was Christophe Fegali who was pushed out of the way.
A little bit too much squeezing perhaps from the DPK driver there, Gerasim Skulanov. That could well be investigated. We'll have to look at it. But it's a very tricky scenario. Up in front, Dries van Langendonk's going to have no problem taking the win on this one from Tim Saleh. Endo Arata looks like he's going to have it all neat and tidy for 3rd position for the Ward Racing team. But everything after that has been very, very closely marked. So several drivers are going to find themselves in some hot water by the end of this one. But the checkered flag will come out for Dries van Langendonk. He gets the job done in front of Tim Saleh. Endo Arata will be in a very solid 3rd place for the Ward Racing team, ahead of Skudanov, Pataro, Shun, Nito, Roca, Slater, and a very frustrated Christopher El Fagali. But at least he made it home in the top 10, something you sadly can't say about Joel Pocula. What a shame.
Yeah, what a shame indeed into that last lap of a race, and it was a good move from Gerasim Skulanov. Actually, he came out of nowhere into turn number 2 and 3 with that very late dive on the inside, but the exit actually didn't go according to plan. Hopefully we'll be able to watch that back, but the main victim was indeed El Fagali. There was nowhere to be seen within the top 10, unfortunately. So 10 it is for Christophe Fegali in the end, but he was hoping for much more than that into that last lap of the race. One with, of course, a strong demonstration by Dries van Langendonk, picking up his first win of the weekend from Tim Saleh. Endo Arata picking up 3rd place from Gerasim Skulanov, charging his way through 11 places gain for Gerasim as the drivers made their way back to the pit lane and the Parc Fermé. We've seen a bit of a traffic jam sometimes through the course of the different sessions for the earlier today and yesterday. Dries van Langendonk, Tim Saleh, Endo Arata, this is your top 3 from Gerasim Skulanov, Davide Totaro, Chen Yanju. Then we have Maria Neto in P7 from Murillo Rocha, climbing 9 places up to 8 from Alfie Slater, 12 places gained for the Rugafin driver, followed by Christophe Fegali, the unfortunate loser of the last lap after that big tangle with Gerasim Skulanov. Mats van Hooyen P11 from Vladimir Ivanikov, Daniel Kelleher, Oliver Rasmussen P15 for Ken Fardin, and just outside of it P16 we have Sebastian Letimaki, Matias Orhuela, Nikita Nikishov, Chiara Batig, Ugo Marti, Ludovico Busso, Matt Corby, Augustin Sepulveda. Here's your winner, Dries van Langendonk. Then we have 24, Kimi Tani, Henri Domain, Lucas Obushny, Walter Schulz, Otto Sakala, Arnaud Vuta. 30th place for Maximilian Rafalik from Angelo D'Ortenzio. 5 drivers didn't make it to the flag: Augusto Tognolo, Marcel Capricci, Marco Gast, Marcos Silcunas, and the unfortunate Joel Pocula.
Well, very dramatic race indeed there, that one. Qualifying heat B versus C. We thought Joel Pocula would pretty much have it his own way after the first lap, but it certainly changed hands several times from that point on. Great to see the likes of Christophe Fegali really giving it a go. I'll tell you who else really impressed me in that particular race. Endo Arata, the Japanese driver. Again, I'm fairly sure this is his first ever participation in the FIA, never mind in the World Championship. So for Endo Arata to come straight out of the blocks and be fighting up there with the top 10 drivers in the junior category, that was a cheeky move from Christophe Fegali that got him into the lead past Joel Pocula. Pocula would return the favour a little later on and they would drift wide. Tim Saleh very nearly getting past both of them in the course of the event. but some good duels, some good battles. Sven Langendonk realising that it was going to get a little bit intense and just picked them off one by one, essentially. Just took his time, did not overdrive the kart. Good moves from Team Soleil once he got up to the order into second place. Some great driving as well from Davide Bertado, who really got himself into the mix there. Endo Arata taking full advantage. Here's the ride on the curbs. So much defending, and unfortunately Skudinov didn't even realise that Chris Alfagali was to his left, I think, and he's accidentally ended up running him out of road.
Yeah, he went sideways a little bit on the exit of turn number 2 over there. As in the meantime, it went away of Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian driver from Forza Racing, and catchable in the end of this race, picking up his first win of the weekend, along with Lewis Worrell, his teammate from Forza, and Scott Lindblom from Tony Kart. These are the first 3 drivers so far into the junior category. Thanks again, not only for tuning in on FIAkarting.com and Motorsport TV, wherever you are in the world, and for joining us in Franciacorta. If you find yourself in the upper part of Italy, of course, pay us a visit. This is free. This is, of course, full of activities, and the sun will be with us throughout the weekend. Right, let's focus ourselves now on the senior class, and one of the strongest names in this category. He will be starting from pole position, as he was one of the fastest, came close to overall pole in qualifying practice. He won this year's European title in the OK class. This is René Lammers, and we caught up with him.
René Lammers, last time we saw you in FIA karting races, you were crowned European champion in the OK class. Ready to make it 2 in a row, I'm sure, and this is one good way to start.
Yeah, it's for sure a good way to start. We know the pace is there now, so just got to put it together.
Can you talk us through that qualifying practice, because you guys are waiting until the last few moments to get it together, but still the traffic was okay for you?
Yeah, I managed to get behind the group, have a solid gap to put my laps in. Didn't catch any traffic ahead, so I managed to put a good lap in and put me P1.
Are you aware, maybe somewhere in your mind, that as European champion, other people might consider you as the biggest threat? Do you think about that?
No, not particularly. I just let that over to them, but yeah, obviously it's nice to have not people have scared of you, but if they're scared of me, fine, I'll accept it.
Good words, thank you very much. Hartelijk bedankt.
Well, 10 years ago, of course, the Dutch racer Max Verstappen, son of Jos, was able to come through and become karting world champion in that 2013 season. 10 years later, René Lammers, son of Jan, is now able to continue the family legacy for the racing team Nederland colours as well, which I noticed that he's been carrying on that parallel since the start of his FIA karting journey.
That's a good question. Do you know what happened to that young Verstappen a couple of years back? You know, I have no idea actually.
Yeah, I've heard he's done fairly well for himself.
Yeah, fairly well. You know,
we'll
I've seen his name popping up somewhere. I can't remember where exactly, but
here is a man who could become world champion this weekend. The Brazilian driver for CRG, Gabriel Gomes. Since he made his debut in the FIA karting paddock back in 2020, this man has been a prolific front runner. He literally burst onto the scene with no experience of Europe at all, and ever since then, he has been one of the serene forces up at the sharp end of the field. And unlike a lot of the drivers in this field, he's not afraid to get his hands dirty either. He'll be one of the kind of drivers that will be there under the chassis, inside the engine, doing everything that you need to do to set it up exactly the right way. Other drivers will let their mechanics do all the work. No, he's very much the kind of man who will get his hands dirty and get it all done himself.
Absolutely, he's a determined driver on track and such a nice young guy to talk to and be around in the karting paddock. And it's always interesting to see the little drills, the little moments of the drivers before making their way onto the track. They agree sometimes. You could see that Gabriel Gomes was very much on his bubble, and you can see the stretch movements by Thomas Stolsemanis from Energy Corse. Watch out from the young Letton driver, who has been one of the most impressive young names that we've seen popping up at the forefront of the karting field for the past few seasons as well. He made it to P3 in this year's KZ2 European Championship. Can you imagine going from a single speed to a gearbox? And he was last year's 7th in the World Championship in Sano. So very impressive set of performances for Tomasz Stolsemanis, who has been climbing to the ranks of karting, and this year he was 4th in the European season, ready certainly to fight for the podium all the way through. So a couple of big names at the forefront, including Zoltán Vaničkul, of course, will be by the side of Stolsemanis. And Zoltán Vaničkul became last year's the first Thai driver since Alex Albon to pick up the FIA karting title, as he was crowned world champion in the junior class.
So René Lammers, Gabriel Gomez, Thomas Stochamanis and Enzo Tarvanitschkel, Joe Caranta, Lucas Samalisto, Joe Turney, a favourite for many, Mathieu Kolnagi, Marcus Saita, Enia Frey, Oscar Pedersen, Jimmy Chelias and Mikkel Costa from Nathan Ty and Dante Vinci, Jens Truer, Alexander Savinkov, Simon Rechenmacher, Petra Babičkova, the youngest of the three sisters, Ada Turpinen, Teresa Babičkova, Joel Bergström, Max Angelard, Tokiya Suzuki and Shuma Yamaoka, two of the new Japanese drivers in the mix. Alfredo Ibiapina, Eloy Gonzalez, Masi Alossa, Akili Mitsoni, Marty Rittinen, Gustav Wisniewski and Sofia Zanfari, the younger sister of Eurocup 3 racer and returning World Karting Championship driver, Suleiman Zanfari. Here we go, first corner, Lammers and Gomez very close together at the start. And they are closer together again as they bang wheels. And one of the drivers spinning off there, two karts going off there in the first lap of the race. And there's a proper shove from Lammers as he desperately tries to keep Thomas Stochamanis at bay.
Wow, what a start it was as two drivers going off into the first two sectors. But we saw a bit of a shaking as well. Two drivers into the wall. The 104, that is. Unfortunately, we've lost Tokiya Suzuki and Shuma Yamaoka, the two Japanese drivers from Drago Corse. As unfortunately for Tokiya Suzuki, this is Shuma Yamaoka, and those two actually won't be able to get back onto the track. Quite unfortunate as the two Japanese drivers coming together. And the 102 we've lost as well. Sofia Zanfari, unfortunately, we just mentioned her name, Sofia Zanfari, back into karting for the first time since 4 years. 4 years she's been out of a wheel, and Sofia Zanfari, the sister indeed of Suleiman, is back in karting 47 as well. She's nowhere to be seen, unfortunately, having to DNF in the opening lap of this race. So 3 drivers out already, and this is already only lap 1 completed.
There's going to be an interesting conversation at the end of this race between Lammers and Stochamanis after that first lap shenanigans. Stochamanis finds himself down in P6 now. Up the inside, there goes the move from Mathieu Kolnagi to get through on the Red Bull Junior, Enzo Tarvanitschkel. So he gets through to move up into 4th place. So Mathieu Kolnagi now trying to take on Joe Turney, going very deep into the apex of the corner to avoid the incident from Enzo Tarvanitschkel, and Thomas Stochamanis is right there too. Watch for the man in 3rd position now, Joe Turney. He's had a bit of a half and half season really, as Tarvanitschkel and Stochamanis both get their run on Kolnagi. Tarvanitschkel will get there, Stochamanis will not, and as a result, Stochamanis is going to be very careful he doesn't lose out to Enia Frey. The concertina effect lets Lucas Samalisto get through as well.
Yeah, Samalisto, one of the teammates of Tomas Stochamanis at the Energy Corse squad, going to make his bid as well. Massimiliano Alonso up in number 1 in flag 88, as we keep the focus on the battle for the win. As Gomez, René Lammers, this is once again a new chapter of the ongoing battle that we've seen in the European Championship, at the advantage of René Lammers at the end in Cremona. Gabriel Gomez more than willing to take revenge on the world stage. Stochamanis just in front of Lucas Samalisto, his teammate 6 and 7 respectively. 2/10 of a second between the two leaders. Joe Turney trying to get close as well, the British driver. Enzo Tarvanitschkel picking up the fastest lap of this race, just 4 tenths behind the Thai driver from Prema Racing. Then we have Mathieu Kolnagi, Stochamanis, Samalisto, Saito, Enia Frey, Joel Caranta picking up 10th place as he was 5th on the grid. Not the best of start for the Canal Racing driver. As Nathan Ty is P11 from Costa. Pedersen, another returning from Sano last year. Oscar Pedersen with World Racing, who was P3 at the end of the World Championship in this very class. Watch out as well for the battle between Gomez, Lammers and Turney. Tarvanitschkel on in P4. Well, at this moment, this is the sort of observatory part of the race. Keep observing each other, trying to shake off the order a little bit. But at this level in the auto class with some of the best contenders of the season, this is always easier said than done. Here's a replay of the start. Let's try to see what happened with Lammers and Gomez in the first few corners. We lost 2 drivers, as we said, coming together into the first braking zone with Shuma Yamaoka and Tokiya Suzuki, and having the best of time, unfortunately. Boom, into the wall pretty much. No harm done, but
it was 2 separate incidents actually.
Oh yeah, that's the result of that. They didn't come together indeed.
No, they didn't. So they both ran wide through turn 2. And that's why they ended up in the grass. So very unfortunate that both Japanese drivers that were starting alongside each other on the grid both ended up spat out to the scenery at the second corner in completely unrelated incidents. Now, Lammers is all over the back of Gomez, what has happened to Stoichmanis, but he's still there in P6, but he won't be happy with that at all because he had an opportunity there to go for second place on the opening lap, and I think he'll feel very aggrieved that Lammers was incredibly forceful in trying to keep him at bay on that opening tour. And I'd actually quite like to see that incident on the way out of turn 3 on the opening lap again, because it was very forceful from René Lammers to keep Thomas Stoichmanis behind him. But watch 10 Tavanichkul. He's now going to try and take on Joe Turney. He's coming from a long way back, and he'll dive out the inside. Nice move from the tie, but Joe Turney's going to get him straight back again on the exit. And I think Joe Turney has managed to retain his third position. He has indeed.
Yeah, and that could go the way of Mattia Conlaghi. Watch out for the Italian. He's now the chaser on Enzo Tavanichkul, who lost a bit of momentum. As for the back, Jules Carenta is battling along with Enea Frey. Yeah, well done for the French driver from Turner Racing, making his way up to Enea Frey for P8. We're back with the leaders as Gomez and Lammers split by 2/10 of a second. Joe Turney and Tavanichkul. This is the second battle as Lammers is responding to Gabriele Gomez. As we have in the first top 3 positions some of the winners of the European Championship, as Gabriele Gomez took the win this season in Trinec in Czech Republic. René Lammers won in Rugby in Denmark, and Joe Turney won at the opening round in Valencia. We're only missing Luigi Coluccio, who became for the first time a FIA Karting winner in Cremona. So it gives you a proper demonstration of the level of forces that we have in this particular heat, but who will finish ahead of the other? Can Gabriele Gomez hold to René Lammers until the end? Let's watch that back
Right,
shoulder.
now watch Lammers. He goes wheel to wheel with Gomez. Now watch him on Stoichmanis. Stoichmanis gets his run up the inside. Look at Lammers. Chops right across on Stoichmanis, and that is what holds Stoichmanis at bay. Now that is very forceful driving from René Lammers, and
Yeah,
that's a determined stance, isn't it?
Yeah, he won't be happy about that, definitely. Thomas Stoichmanis might be some heated comments at the end at the Parc Fermé, hopefully not too much. But we're back here with the leaders, still 2/10. René Lammers not quite able to shake off Gabriele Gomez just yet. He might be waiting for the later stages of this race. We've seen that in the past. Lammers has been really demonstrating a lot of consistency, while Gomez not always the most lucky of drivers in the course of the title this season. Let's hope that this worldwide event, of course, it will be. He will have all the luck that he needs.
Well, Gomez had so many near misses in OK Senior this year in multiple different categories, so it would be beautiful for him and for the people of Brazil back home if he gets a genuine shot at winning this year's World Championship. It would be the completion of a very tough story, because Gabriel Gomez, of course, coming out here to Europe, setting up shop, and pretty much on his own as well. The rest of the family is still out in Brazil watching his exploits, and he has really taken on the Italian lifestyle. He's made a lot of friends here. He doesn't really have any enemies here at all. They really appreciate his style of purist racing. He's got karting through to his bone marrow. He is so passionate about it, and it's great to see him at the front here in the World Championship. He has a great shot, Gabriel Gomez, of winning this title, and he would be the first, he would be the second Brazilian in as many years to win the title, having had a quarter of a century wait after Ruben Carapatoso in the 90s. How hilarious would that be? You know, you wait so long for a Brazilian world champion, and then 2 of them come along at once.
Yeah, I told him that out of a little joke, actually, earlier while we're doing interviews in the Parc Fermé. I told him, you know, the world crown is still in Brazil, thanks to Mateus last year. You know what to do to keep it there and bring the trophy back home for the 2nd year running. And yeah, he laughed at my joke, but
the thing is,
not wanting to have any pressure on his shoulders.
Well, the thing is, I don't think he thought that was so much as a joke, as a challenge. That's the thing.
That's very much a challenge, that's for sure, and a long one. And starting with the battle against René Lammers, but it's true that Brazil had to wait for a very long time before bringing back a World FIA Karting title home. The last time was back in 1997 or 98, I think it was. The last time we had the Brazilian Grand World
It was
champion.
97.
97 it was indeed. So could Gabriele Gomez write another chapter of that long history and do what legendary Ayrton Senna couldn't back in the 70s, becoming a world champion in the single speed category? That's another story, of course, and we still have a lot of races to go through to have answers to those questions. But now Gabriele Gomez entering the final lap is really doing everything that he can to keep René Lammers at bay. As we're here with Joe Turney and Enzo Tavanichkul. It's going to be interesting as well, battling for P3. Matteo Colnaghi still down in P5 from Thomas Trosimanis, Saito, Carenta, Nia Frey, and Nathan Ty making his way up to P10 from Oscar Pedersen. Natalia Biskova in P13. Seems that we've lost as well. Artemisa Biskova is down in P18 as well. As we're about to conclude this race, led with strong determination by Gabriele Gomez, unshaken so far by René Lammers.
That'll do for now as far as the two men are concerned. Gomez and Lammers can finish 1 and 2. Turney will be actually quite serene with that in third place as well. No major concerns for the British driver Joe Turney there, but certainly for Gabriel Gomez, that'll do nicely as far as he's concerned to put himself into the heat wins to join the likes of Ian Eichmans and Finn McLaughlin as senior winners so far in the process. An investigation flag pops up for a couple of drivers towards the end there. The 88 is under investigation after a warning flag, so that's interesting for Masia Losa, and also an investigation flag coming up in the bitter end there for two drivers. The 24, namely the very fast competitor from Sweden, Joel Bergström, and also, interestingly, the 83 is under investigation. That is the Brazilian Alfredo Ibiapina. So problems there for a couple of drivers right at the closing stages. But for this man up front, Gabriel Gomez, number 10, hoping that this week will be a perfect 10 if he can get to the top step of the podium and return the Brazilian flag to the top of the World Championship, something that even his hero, Ayrton Senna, never achieved.
Here's your classification in full as the drivers make their way back to the pit lane in Parc Fermé. Gabriel Gomez, winner in front of René Lammers for just a tiny tenth of a second on the line. Joe Turney taking third place as he was starting from 7th on the grid. The pace is definitely strong for Joe Turney after qualifying and in this first race. And Zoltan Vanishkul, 4th at the start, 4th at the finish from Mattia Colnaghi, Tomas Trosemanis, Marcus Sater, Jules Caranta, Enia Frey, and Nathan Tai running up the top 10. 11th place for Oscar Pedersen from Miguel Costa, Petra Babikova, Jimmy Elias, Alexander Savinkov, Dante Vinci, Joel Bergström, Teresa Babikova, Jens Streur, Alfredo Yabiapina. 21st position for Maximilian Hangelar from Simon Reckermarker, Gustav Wisniewski, Lucas Amaristo, Elo Gonzalez, Ada Turpeinen, Martti Ritonen, Akil Mizzoni, Massimiliano Aloza, and the three drivers that we lost in the opening lap of this race, Sofia Zanfari, Juma Yamaoka, and Tokia Suzuki. Here's Gabriele Gomez into the Parc Fermé. Still very much focused on the task at hand, of course. This is the first race, this is one win, but he has 5 more races to go through, only before the superheat of Sunday morning. So a big challenge for everybody in those two classes, the OK and the OK Junior class. And as we're going to switch our attention to the junior category in just a moment, let me remind you, of course, as always, that we also have 2 new classes this weekend, the OKN and the OKN Junior, that will come into play tomorrow on the way to Sunday. Here's a look back at the proceedings of the start as of course, René Lammers was able to take on the inside to Gabriele Gomez, a bit of a shaky start as well, as we said, for 2 of the drivers at the back, as we lost Shuna Yamaoka and Tukia Suzuki, caught in 2 separate incidents. We thought for a moment that they came together, but as you can see, it was one of the CRG driver that pushed a little bit the 103 of Tukia Suzuki, as Shuma Yamaoka was caught up in a different incidents, but double DNF for the 2 Japanese drivers. That's quite unfortunate. Just before going to battle. In the meantime, with a bit of a shaky start as well. Look at the move going left. René Lammers going defensive on Thomas Trosemanis, who was seeking for a way to get past on the inside of turn number 5. And that was the result, that was the start of a bit of momentum dropped by Thomas Trosemanis on the way to P6. Sofia Zanfari, the Moroccan driver, having to step down of a kart. In the meantime, it was the response from Enzo Vanishkul, taking Lucas Amaristo with him, getting past Mattia Colnaghi. A couple of battles as well through the fields as the energy drivers, Stolsemanis and Samaristo, showing some great pace. Run inside of the 44 of Enia Frey, the VDK driver, finishing in P9 at the end of this qualifying heat in front of Marcus Sater, who would end up to finish in P7. But in the lead, Gabriele Gomez was unshakable despite all the efforts of René Lammers, the 2 closest rivals that we've had this year in the battle for the European title, won by René Lammers and Gabriele Gomez, that was seeking revenge in this world event.
Well, now we get to go to the man who has put it in pole position for the OK Junior qualifying heats, A versus G, so the grid of the class that has already been out onto the circuit, the G group. And this man, the Spanish driver, Christian Costoya, who came through to put the kart from Parolin on pole position in the time qualifying group. His group was the fastest, he was the fastest driver. So Christian Costoya gets in pole position for every single heat he will start this weekend.
Christian Costoya, I only have 2 words for you. Pole position, mate. Congratulations at the World Championship.
Yeah, this is. I'm so nervous. I never mind that I'm going to make pole position in the World Championship. It's too close. Only just the last lap, I have wait just that's tenth, and that is can be you in pole position for the world. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, we were stressed as well because we have been through 5 qualifying practice series. We had to wait to the last one, your last lap, to have a definitive conclusion to that qualifying in the class. So well done to you, but what a lap that was.
Yeah, it's incredible lap. No mistakes, just do your best, and yeah, never mind this lap.
Now, with that in mind, you on pole position, I guess the confidence level must be skyrocketing at the moment, but still a long game, a lot of qualifying races to go through. So you're going to pace yourself, trying to nail every start and play for the long game.
Of course, a pole position, it led you a bit of more one pass for the wall. But yeah, still 7 hits, I think, and super hits. And of course, the final. That's going to be incredible.
Going to be incredible. You want to say something maybe for the people watching along from Spain and supporting you on track and at home?
Yeah, thank you all for my family. They support me, all my friends. Yeah, bye. Thank you, Spain.
Fantastic. Muchas gracias. Congratulations.
He's definitely growing in stature every time he comes out to race, isn't he, Christian Costoya? He seems to have this real knack of finding ways to improve and really adapting to the situations around him. Now, a second time of asking for Tibor Ramakas to give this a go. He really had a problem in the opening heat earlier today, getting spat out and off the road, unfortunately in a clash with his own teammate, Sebastian Mins. However, he's got a chance to redeem himself now, and knowing his determination and his sheer grit, he's definitely going to be one to fight his corner. Worth keeping an eye on the fact that in 6th position on the starting grid for this one is the opening race winner, Lewis Werrell, who's already taken a victory in junior so far, along with the likes of Scott Lindblom for Tony Kart and Dries van Langendonk, Lewis Werrell's teammate at Forza Racing. So there's still plenty of opportunities for those drivers to charge their way through. The A group, of course, has not yet had a race so far this week, but the others in the group for G have already taken to the start. There are the Orange Army, a fabulous group of volunteers, men and women, who are passionate about motor racing. Without them, we can't race at all, of course. You can't race at any level unless you have the correct judicial system and the correct policing and adjudication of the officials and the marshals. We are very indebted to them, the sport's true heroes, usually unsung, but not today. We will give them the credit that they absolutely deserve. Stepan Antonov, third on the starting grid for the Kart Republic Motorsport Factory team. Definitely one to watch out for. Many drivers and mechanics alike have said to him, watch this guy. When it all clicks, he is definitely one who is going to be unbeatable on his day. But Scott Marsh, for the Tony Kart Factory team, lining up alongside him on the grid, and he's already come out of the blocks fighting fit very quickly as well. So plenty of talent to gear us up, ready for the continuation. There is Scott Marsh, and getting himself ready for another exciting duel out on the course. He's already had a reasonable start to the day, decent strong finish to begin, but he'll want a little bit more than 4th position where he currently starts.
On the third row of the grid, we'll see as well a couple of contenders as well. Mika Pariala and Lewis Werrell will be starting from P6 on the grid. Don't forget that Lewis Werrell won the warm-up race not so long ago, 2 weeks ago here on this very track. One of the strongest drivers for Forza Racing this season, as he finished the European Championship in P4 with his strongest results in Czech Republic, in Trinec, where he took a beautiful 2nd place. Lewis Werrell. Of course, 2nd place won't suffice, certainly for him at the end of the weekend this year, to go for the big one, for the world title. And this will be a long way to go for all those drivers in the junior class. Here we go for the qualifying heat A versus J, as Christian Costoya, after his impeccable fastest lap in the qualifying, will be starting from pole position with Tibor Ramakas by his side. Stepan Antonov and Scott Marsh on row number 2, followed by Mike Pariala, Lewis Werrell, Jacopo Martinez, Aaron Krelling, Maka Savelin, Efim Derunov, Travis Taylor, Thomas Kinsey, Rocco Coronel, Tamas Gender, Zach German, Jim Rouget,
Then we have Luc Cordner, Ace Hoban, Kataf Heron, and Luna Flusha.
Alongside the South African Ethan Lennon on the grid, we have the Finn Alfons Miettinen, Georgi Sazov, and Elliot Kuczynski are next from Emilia Vezemiska and Oscar Repetto. Then Lorenzo Campos and Alex Chartier, Lucas Mora and Theo Salamao, Klara Kowalczyk and Victor Rad from Casper Bonda, Matthias Ovaska and Wojciech Woda, the very unfortunate Pole, who was not able to get any of the lap times from time qualifying to be valid. So unfortunately, he ended up down at the back of the grid. No, sorry, he had a bulk on his qualifying lap, which meant he wasn't able to get his lap times together. I'm thinking of another driver. However, it's going to be an interesting challenge as they charge their way forwards from the front of the grid. It will be a good start for Costoya. No, it's a false start on this occasion. So just a little bit too eager, Christian Costoya, as Timo Ramakas was not able to run parallel to him. And they hang back, so they will go around for an additional formation lap. And that always increases the tension. It's ironic, really, that on this occasion, we've seen so many of those front row starting grid positions where Tibor Ramakas has ended up forcing a false start. For my money, for once, that wasn't him. Now, I think that was Christian Costoya getting a little bit eager off the start.
Yeah, Costoya is the one as pole sitter who has to pace everybody down, so he needs to make sure to respect the advice and the gesturing of the officials on the side of the track, as with Pasquale Lupoli and Gonzalo Plante on track, helping out the race director for this event, Nigel Edwards, who's the race director giving the orders and giving the start, unleashing Young Beast once the light go out. But before that, we need the grid to be formed correctly at a good pace, not too fast, not too slow either, and everybody in the respective positions within the corridors, because putting the wheels outside of the corridors is worthy of second penalties. And if the formation of the grid is not deemed good enough, we go for an extra formation lap.
So Christian Costoya and Tibor Ramakas running on the front row of the starting grid as they come through. Stepan Antonov and Scott Marsh from Mike Pachiala and Lewis Werrell. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. And off we go to the first corner. Perfect start from Costoya, Antonov, Pachiala and Martinez. They will lead on the first couple of corners of the race, and a few drivers already trying to get themselves up to the inside on turn 2. But a good start from the leading quartet. Tibor Ramakas already starting to make his headway to the inside there, as drivers are trying to move forward. That was Makas Sefalev that he was trying to overtake to get into 5th position, but Sefalev is obviously giving him a very hard time, so Ramakas has to hang back in 6th position. So far, so good, though, for the race leader. Stepan Antonov has managed to work his way past Christian Costoya. He drifts a little bit wide off the turn, though, and so Costoya will get another crack at him, as meanwhile, Mark Pachiala has got problems trying to defend from Jacopo Martinez. Martinez trying to go the long way round and then tuck back in for the switcheroo at the hairpin, but so far, so good for Stepan Antonov.
And Martinez is not quite able to make his bid for pit 3. He's going to have to wait a little bit more. Watch out for the move coming to turn number 2. Double right-hander, and it stays like this, but watch out as Martinez is putting the pressure on Pachiala further back as well. Made a good start. Mike Pachiala, one of the teammates, of course, of previous pole sitter, who had to DNF in his previous race, unfortunately for him, Joel Pachola. But now the battle is raging for the lead and for P3, as Antonov and Costoya trying to shake off each other, as the Paralympic driver is trying to find a bit of space. Where can he get past the turn number 13, the hairpin, where we're gonna find ourselves in a minute. Right now, he's certainly one of the favorites of the drivers. We have a couple of overtaking spots on this track. Oh, the long dive from Tibor Ramakas on the inside of Pachiala, and was able to make it through. Not quite yet for the Belgian driver. Another difficult start for Tibor Ramakas, who has not been able, like we've seen in his previous race, to really take advantage of the outside line, which is, of course, a tricky challenge compared to the inside. And now he's trying to get back in the business.
Oh dear,
a couple of drivers coming together.
That's a big problems there. The 204 is one of them. That's Lewis Werrell. Lewis Werrell, championship contender, the man who won the opening heat. 2 of the Forza drivers are in there. Luke Korner is the other. Ethan Lennon is in the mix as well. But Lewis Werrell, the man who won the opening heat, just as we saw Tibor Ramakas bin it off in his first heat, now Lewis Werrell goes the same way.
Incredible, incredible.
What a world championship this is turning into.
Yeah, what a start. A drama for both drivers. After Thibaut, as you said, Lewis Werrell, once again, one of the drivers that you could put your money on for the battle for the title in the end. And after a DNF for the first, a DNF for the other one,
2 races apart. Wow, you couldn't actually come up with such a scenario so early in the start of a World Championship, but that's really a big blow for Lewis Werrell, coming together with one of his teammates and one of the drivers as well from South Africa, Lennon, who find himself at the back end, Ethan Lennon, and he had to retire as well, Ethan Lennon, unfortunately, along with Luc Conde as well. So 3 drivers lost in this race. Lap number 4 out of 10, and nothing is done yet between Stepan Antonov and Christian Costoia. The Spanish driver who's not rushing into things. He has a bit of a gap in front of Jacopo Martinez, with Mike Barriala just behind, Thibaut Ramakers, and we have Travis Theo. Round the inside, there he goes. Beautifully made by Christian Costoia, and no resistance whatsoever from Stepan Antonov. He knows that he still has a couple of laps on his hand to try to counter-attack. What he needs to do is to stay glued to Christian Costoia, make sure not to be caught again.
This is going to be one of those race weekends, isn't it? Ethan Lennon under investigation for his part in the incident with Lewis Werrell and Luc Conde. But I've got a feeling that with more big names tumbling by the wayside in one heat here or there, it's going to blow the World Championship fate and destiny wide open. Goodness knows who is going to be the last man standing, essentially, when the most consistent of the drivers will end up emerging from the qualifying heats from pole position for the for the super final, I should say, super heat. What an opportunity. Costoia, Antonov, Martinez, Barriala, Ramakers, Teo, Drummond, Marsh, Coronel, Krayling and Savalev. They came through even quicker than I could say it. And so Costoia, now the fastest man on track. 49.4 for him. Jacopo Martinez, fastest man in the 3rd sector. Barriala, also part of the Catala sports team, which of course is returning to the FIA world after quite a long leave of absence. I think the last time they were properly involved to this extent was Tuka Tarpanen's year back in 2019 when he made his debut. So it's great to see the Finnish team involved. Of course, they also used to run Juha Valtonen at various times. So Costoia, Stepan Antonov, Jacopo Martinez up at the front end of the field, and then Mike Barriala. But Thibaut Ramakers is there in 5th position. Watch for the move in the hairpin. He's not quite close enough to make it happen on this occasion, but he's definitely thinking about it as they come through to complete lap 6 out of 10. Still some big moves to come. Can Ramakers pull any of them off?
And look at the pace that Christian Costoia has been able to pull off in the meantime. His gap extended to almost half of a second, now decreased to 3. Despite the fastest lap, we still Stepan Antonov lapping slightly faster, slightly in the same lap, shall I say, having looked at my live timing. But now, pressure is still a little bit on the shoulders of the Spanish driver in the lead. Stepan Antonov doing everything he can to shake him off. As Jacopo Martinez is having similar ideas. Look at them 4 actually pretty much in the same picture. And in the last sector of the lap, coming to turn number 12, that is, coming down to the heavy braking point of the hairpin. Thibaut Ramakers just behind Barriala. Now one is moving, or at least trying to for now. As for the back, we had the move from Rocco Coronel on the 284 of Karl Finhan. It was for P11, and I think that Coronel just made it stick indeed. He's up to P10. Rocco Coronel climbing 4 positions and doing what he can after difficult qualifying for the son of Tom Coronel, the famous GT and touring car drivers over the years. The next generation with Rocco, trying to walk into his footsteps. Christian Costoia, 4/10 of a second on Stepan Antonov. Another fastest lap for Costoia, trying really to put as much distance as possible. And going his way, so to speak. Jacopo Martinez is putting the pressure on Antonov. And Barriala and Ramakers trying to stay close as well. So we could hand up with a 4-driver battle. Around the inside goes, oh, contact with Ramakers. What a dive that was from the Belgian. But he didn't expect actually to go touching his own teammate, Jacopo Martinez. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. Even though they're driving the same machine. One is from Car Republic, the other one is from VDK, but still with common interest. But it was a good move. Of course, that's what he had to do. Thibaut Ramakers going for the attack, diving through the inside. But it was a little bit late into the braking. Jacopo Martinez was on his way. Very, of course, unlike to his willing, as Ramakers is picking up a warning flag. That's very much logical after the action we've seen. We might need to work that back. But Martinez is still very much in his position. So no harm done as for now by the look of it, even though not even for the front fairings. But there was contact. Certainly not willing to do it for Thibaut Ramakers in his attack, but he lost momentum on Jacopo Martinez, still very much in contention for 2nd place on Stepan Antonov.
Tells you a lot, doesn't it, about the determination and the mindset of Thibaut Ramakers ever since that first DNF that we saw earlier on from him. He's absolutely resolute to get himself back into a competitive position. Christian Costoia still leads the way here from Stepan Antonov and Jacopo Martinez. And it is Ramakers from Travis Teo the Malaysian, doing a terrific job here up in P5, looking very strong indeed, at a time when Malaysian drivers are actually having a bit of a coup at the moment. I know that Alistair Young has been doing such a fantastic job in his sports car campaign in Italy, and he'll probably be watching this along, actually. His father, Alex, was, of course, the first ever Malaysian to race in Formula One, and now with Travis Teo starting to make waves, it looks like it's going to be another very competitive day of it at the moment. But out of the final turns, Christian Castoya looking very solid as he goes flat out through the left-hander onto the home straight, and a nice job from pole position for Christian Castoya. He may not have led every lap, but he certainly made sure he led the most important one of them, and that was lap 10. Antonov second from Martinez, Ramakers, and Travis Teo. A very good start indeed. Plenty of drivers making good progress. A few others definitely in the wars, particularly Scott Marsh and Lewis Werrell, two of the Brits that had big parts to play in this World Championship DNF at the early stages of this week.
And this is the worst case scenario when you find yourself within the circle of protagonists and favorites. Having a DNF at such an early point of the weekend is, of course, a lot of nightmares of many drivers, something you want to avoid as much as possible. 25 degrees in the air. There's been picking up ever since we've started the day here. It's hot, it's sunny and dry. Perfect conditions for perfect kart racing. Christian Castoya picking up his first win from pole position, and his pace truly impressive through the latest stages of that race, with a 1 full second built on Stefan Antonov under the pressure of Jacopo Martinez, it's fair to say, with Thibaut Ramakers finishing in P4 with a warning flag for the Belgian driver. So it remains to be seen if he's going to be able to keep that position, as the official classification, as always, available to you on FIAkarting.com. Christian Castoya, winner in front of Stefan Antonov, Jacopo Martinez, Thibaut Ramakers, Travis Teo in P5, Zach Drummond climbing 9 places, up to 6 from Mike Pahala, Arjen Kraling, Rocco Coronel, 4 places gained up to 9, with Kaha Finhan running up the top 10, 16 places gained for Lorenzo Campos, up to P11 from Maka Savalev, Mace Hoban, Tamas Gender, Efim Durov P15, Thomas Kinse, Elliot Kaczynski, Alphonse Metenen, Luca Murat, Ujie Jiang in P20, as you can see Christian Castoya in the Parc Fermé. 21st position for Luna Frusha from Georgi Sazov, Oscar Rupeto, Wojciech Woda, Victor Rad, Amelia Wisho-Mirska, followed by Theo Salomao, Clara Kowalczyk, Alexander Chartier, Kasper Bonder, Matias Ovaska. With a replay of starting proceedings and this race, with a good getaway from Christian Castoya, taking Stefan Antonov with him. It was a battle that would be raging for the totality of the race. The back was going pretty okay for most of the drivers into that first section. That you could see the moves from at least the attempts from both Thibaut Ramakers and Jacopo Martinez with the Cetula Car Republic machines. It was shaking a little bit further back as well, with some of the drivers, including one of them from Leclerc by Lennox, going sideways a little bit. And here's the moment when both Martinez and Ramakers, Martinez going through, Ramakers trying to as well on Mike Pachiala, having to wait a little bit further back as well. Good battling, and the 315 of Makar Savalev going sideways a little bit, being pushed a little bit on the exit of the curb. Then there was a move from Christian Castoya after chasing the 208 of Stefan Antonov. He made his bit on the inside, and from then on he was uncatchable, building up to 1 second on the way to the checkered flag. But there was more drama to come, as Thibaut Ramakers making his way around the inside of Mike Pachiala, and there was a slide and a contact with Jacopo Martinez. As a result, he lost a bit of momentum, came close actually to get overtaken by the 264 of Travis Teo, who would end up P5 behind the Belgian. But that was the moment and the reason why Thibaut Ramakers picked up a warning flag for that dive around the inside of the hairpin at 10-13. Then further back, the 206 as well, keeping a close watch. Zach Drummond climbing 9 places up to 6. And it was one of his teammates at Parolin, Christian Castoya, who ended up with the win. A lot of people around the Franciacorta karting track, and it's always good to see not only you guys watching along, but tuning in and showing up at the tracks. So make sure to be with us today and this weekend at Franciacorta.
Every now and then you get a bit of a superstar throw his hat into the ring, and Mark Dudnitsky of Estonia has absolutely shown us what he could be capable of here this weekend in the CRG. He was an absolute lightning bolt in qualifying. We caught up with him after his Magic Man lap.
Mark Dubnitsky, congratulations. This is pole position overall for the World Championship. Talk us through those feelings. You must certainly feel happy.
Thank you. Feels very good because very fantastic start of the weekend here in Franciacorta.
It's going to be one heck of a battle, of course, the long game to try to, of course, have as many good results as you might hope in the qualifying races on the way to the final. You up to the challenge in those conditions?
Yeah, hope everything will go good, and hope so.
Not only this is your first pole position in FIA karting races, I think this is the first as well for an Estonian driver. So how proud do you feel to represent your country?
I feel very proud because it feels good.
Feels good. This is a great challenge, of course, and the best of luck to you for the many races you're gonna have to go through. And let's try to keep it high and positive.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark Dubnitsky, our pole sitter in the hockey class of the World Championship.
Well, both Mark Dubnitsky and his mechanic, Andrei Honter, are two of the quietest men that you'll ever see in this paddock, but I tell you what, they are both lightning fast. What about this man, Nicolo Kuman? He is very much the Friday specialist, always very good in time qualifying, and for whatever reasons, the bad luck always seems to strike him when the heats begin. So far, so good, though, for Nicolo Kuman. He's there or thereabouts in the first heat. Hopefully, it's all going to go much better for him this time. So as the drivers head out onto the circuit, obviously the G Group drivers have already raced, the A Group drivers have not, so there's quite a few new faces to talk about. Mark Dubnitsky and Nicolo Kuman from Kia Nakamura Berta and David Walter. Emanuele Olivieri and Sebastiano Pavan, the brilliant Kai Rilliards, right up there in the fourth row of the grid alongside Luigi Coluccio. Len Nige and Nasha Tunion from Michael Lider and Alex Bogonovic, Sebastian Kolpeng and Peter Stella, Suleiman Zanfari and Emili Koivisto, Kasper Henriksen and Leo Nilsson, and we've had problems getting out of the pits. There's problems there for both Peter Stiller on the Pantano, and who is that that's gone out there with him? That's one of the VDK drivers, I do believe, tangling with him on the way out. Now, I would guess that is going to be...
That might be actually Leo Nilsson, if I'm not mistaken.
It could be Leo Nilsson, yeah. You're right.
The 68, but Peter Stiller is still stuck with the Pantano machine. That's quite unfortunate, as it was due to start from 14th on the grid. And as we wait for him, hopefully, to join us, the rest of the grid is Stefano Pedani and Elis Kababikova on round number 11. From Peter Agiv, Leo Brunner, Preston Lambert, Emmanuel Yudakis, Wang Sawe, Oleski Yaremi, Calvin Kunz, Thomas Mota, and Arthur Rosor. As we not only have 31 but 30 drivers onto that grid. And will he be allowed to start? I don't think so, unfortunately.
Well, they've got to push him quite a long way back. That's the problem. So they've just pushed him back as far as they possibly can to try and get him going. But it's not working. It's not happening. And if they push him beyond that white line, then it's all game over. Sorry, Peter. You get one chance to restart it. That was your chance. I'm afraid I think it's game over.
If you're wondering why the people around would not care to help them, is because the rule book says so. And the mechanic is the only one allowed to help the driver in that case. So on your own, pushing a machine of more than 100 kilo is no easy task at all. But unfortunately for Peter Stiller, the engine didn't seem to going on.
Yeah, it's not like Days of Thunder when you can be stuck in the pits and you can have every single member of the pit crew just shove him out and hope it's going to work. You do actually have restrictions on these things. Just one mechanic per driver is allowed to touch the kart, never mind to rescue the kart. So they're very strict on what they can and can't do. Mark Dubnitsky and Nicolo Kuman going to start this race from the front of the grid as the judge of fact, Gonzalo Planta, helps them to get gridded up. They come off the turn. Are we racing first time? We are. Nakamura Berta will try and get into second. He's done that already. There's a little bit of jockey for position and the tiniest bit of contact on the way through. And there's more as they continue on through. And there's 2-3 karts going off the road. Somehow they managed to get going again, though. So that's a fast recovery in the middle of the field there for one of the Sodis. That's got to be Preston Lambert, the American. And I think he tangled in there with Peter Agiv. So they managed to keep going again. I think it actually could be Sebastian Kolpeng.
We're not too sure. We might need to watch that back. But a couple of drivers involved in some early drama once again.
Bogonovic was certainly involved. So was Peter Agiv. And so was Leon Brunner, actually, the Italian. So everybody is trying to get out of the situation. But out in front, Kia Nakamura Berta has managed to get through past Mark Dubnitsky on the opening lap. And knowing the kind of speed that he's got, I think you'll find that if Kia Nakamura Berta has got the sort of pace we expect him to have, none of the other drivers in this field might see which way he went.
And we saw earlier that his teammate at Bremma Racing, Alex Powell, would only bring a P2 home in his first qualifying heat. Of course, he's going to keep a close watch on what Alex Power is doing. Of course, these are two of the strongest names on the grid.
That's the pole sitter under investigation.
Oh, that's interesting. We saw a bit of a tangle between some of the Tony Kant machines. I think there was might have been David Walter being involved with Kai Rilat or Sebastiano Pavan over there in the process of the start. Could it have something to do with a bit of a shake-up from Mark Dudinsky? Remains to be seen, but he's being warned by the officials. We might need to see that back later in the race, but as for now, Dudinsky is only thinking about one thing, getting past Kin Nakamura Berta, leading the way, the British-Japanese driver who runs this weekend with the Japanese flag, as well as on his crash helmet since the start of the season and for the past few years. Kin Nakamura Berta, of course, was no stranger to the FIA karting competition for the past few seasons. Crowned OK European champion last year. Here's a look back at the start. Dudinsky taking Kin Nakamura Berta, turn number 2 and 3. A bit of a shake-up for the back as well. And the Tony Kant machines coming together. And it's drivers that lost momentum, as we had indeed the, it might have been the 61 actually, Peter Hegiv, sorry, indeed, that was involved there with the Carlton Kuntz, who tumbled down the order as a result. But in the meantime, Kin Nakamura Berta on the right side of your picture is still very much leading the way into this qualifying heat. Mark Dudinsky, the Estonian, glued to him for a little bit more than 1/10 of a second. And we could have one third name actually involved in the body, with Len Naes and Kai Relatz, the two Belgian drivers, 3rd and 4th respectively. Len Naes, the 64, was starting only P9 on the grid, and already showing flashes of wins as he climbed 6 places in the course of less than 4 laps. Sebastiano Pavan in the meantime putting up the fastest lap in this race, as a couple of drivers investigated. The last one being the 1:16 of Thomas Mota, the Portuguese, all the way down to P25 in his recovery. Certainly 5 places gained already for Thomas Mota, but with a warning flag as a result, certainly after contact. Lap number 5 out of 12. Kin Nakamura Berta still very much holding the lead. As I was going to say, of course, he's no stranger to the FIA Karting Championships, having won the European title last year, the Junior World title 2 years ago in Campillos, and one of the strongest names that we've seen rising for the mini class over the past few years. This will be Kin Nakamura Berta. Oh,
3
coming together.
3 karts involved in that one. So that looks to me like Stefano Padani. Alex Sawyer is in that one in the Falcon, Emmanuel Liadakis and Roland Kuklana. So it's actually 4 karts that have been taken off in 2 different incidents. That is Stefano Padani. So Stefano Padani in the Ital Corsa machine, that's further round. So 3 drivers involved in one, that's Sawyer, Liadakis and Kuklana. So they walk away from the scene, and then Stefano Padani involved in a separate incident. So 4 drivers, 1 lap, and they are gone from the race. Very unfortunate. I was going to pick up on the fact after you were talking about Kin Nakamura Berta. I think there's going to be some... oh, that's a missing front Nassau. That's Is that one of the Falcons?
Yes, indeed. Not even a front fairing, but a Nassau.
Yeah, Nassau completely off the cart. I would say that looked to me like the 105. Was that Alexei Yaname? Oh, no, it's Emilio Koivisto. So Koivisto with a technical flag, and that is, of course, by virtue of the fact that he no longer has a front Nassau. He's out of the race already, so I think he's pulled off knowing that he's got a kart that is not going to function. Up the inside, big lunge from Kai Rilliarts. Rilliarts making his way forward. I was just about to pick up this story. The Belgians doing a terrific job here. Kai Rilliarts on his FIA karting debut, don't forget, in any category, not just in the OK Seniors, but he and Len Naes, who has been here for quite some time now, they are really making waves in this one. And here comes David Walter in the unfamiliar Tony Kart colours. We're used to seeing him in the black and red of Jan Koski's material. But I tell you what, David Walter is definitely going to give the Belgians a hard time.
And looking at his pace and performance in last year's World Championship is the one, of course, to keep an eye on for the big events. David Walter, after this European Championship, whose results didn't come his way all the time. He had a strong start to his season, David Walter, and a close start finish as well, close finish, shall I say, to in Cremona. Finished in P12 this season in the European Championship, David Walter. Certainly more than willing to improve that performance and finish on a high. Almost 4/10 of a second between Kin Nakamura and Mark Dudinsky. Still something to be done for the Estonian in 2nd place. Further back, Kai Rilliarts, as well as David Walter and Naes. The battle on your picture in 34. This is Nicola Coman, actually, who made his way past Len Naes, with 64 just in front of him. Just further back now. Nicola Coman the fastest in this race from the P6 it is, has lost 4 positions from the start of the race. Not particularly happy, certainly Nicola Coman. Trying to shake up the order a little bit. Len Nace could be his next victim. Watch out for the move coming out from the Forza Racing driver on the inside. Oh, there's not much space, but Nicola Coman brilliantly hold on to his line and takes a position from Len Nace. That was a close call. Len Nace had to do what needs to be done in that case, going defensive, but not too much. Oh,
who's in trouble? Is that David Walter? I don't believe it.
Yes, indeed, once again.
David Walter has had so much bad luck. He's clapping his hands in frustration. I think he feels that something more to meets the eye than that was a problem. Goodness me, he almost got tripped up there by one of the other drivers coming through. I think it was Casper Henriksen. But, well, David Walter, very unhappy with the way things have gone there. So, yet another big name in the World Championships falls by the wayside in a heat.
And that's the second DNF in a row, don't forget, for David Walter after his opening heat. And what a disaster. He got tangled in an incident in his opening race, and now we might need to look that back. But could it have been mechanical? Could it have been the result of another contact? But that's another DNF for David Walter, 2 in a row. At this stage, this is pretty much unforgiven, unfortunately, for the very friendly driver from Tony Clark.
But he's not going to get the chance, really, now with 2 DNFs, and you've got 6 heats each to try and make that back. Let's have a look at what happened. So David Walter, look, the kart is already slowing. He's got damage to it, but it's interesting that when he stops, he gives a round of applause to somebody unknown. Now, this is, yeah, look at it. He's not happy with the way that this has gone. He gets out of the kart and applauds somebody in the air, so he's clearly frustrated about something. So there's more to this story than meets the eye for David Walter, and he's very lucky, actually. He trudges across the road, and he suddenly realises, wait a minute, there's another kart coming through. So frustration bubbling over for David Walter.
Yeah, we can easily understand that mechanical trouble by the look of it for David Walter, who had a bit of a word with Pasquale Lupoli, one of the race directors and clerk of the course this weekend, who was certainly not happy about David Walter crossing the track before having to wait for everybody to come through.
Yeah, I think it was very much Pasquale Lupoli telling David Walter, do you know how to look to see if something is coming? Because that was a very dangerous moment, not just for David Walter, but for the driver that was coming towards him, of course. So fortunately, nothing happens, and we get away with that one. But Kia Nakamura-Berta still leading Mark Dubnitsky by 0.3 of a second, and for me, so far from this group of drivers, it's Kai Reliarts who's my star, because not only has he been able to get himself into 3rd position by working his way through from P7, but he's sustained it. He's managed to sustain it against a lot of drivers who are in those Tony karts, who probably have a better reason to be higher up the grid than him, such as David Walter, such as Luigi Coluccio, such as Sebastiano Pavan. And Kai Reliarts has actually been the leader of all of them.
Yeah, absolutely impressive performance from the Belgian, who's a familiar name to many karting fans out there, I'm sure, having competed in numerous different categories over the years in Belgium and on the international level for his debut in FIA karting. And what better race than the World Championship to make your debut? Well, this is going his way so far for Kai Reliarts, on his way to a splendid P3 finish. Checkered flag is waving for Kia Nakamura-Berta, taking his first win of the weekend. Mark Dubnitsky, who showed some great resistance from 2nd place. He only actually conceded 0.2 of a second, not even on the line. Michael Larsen P4 from Nicola Coman, Pavan, Nace, Emmanuel Olivieri, Luigi Coluccio, Nacho Tinon, and Suleiman Zanfari picking up another P10 finish with a 5-place gain for Suleiman Zanfari. Good to see him back at the Moroccan driver, as we got a chance to have a bit of a chat in the paddock, as always, as we do. And the last time I remember seeing, of course, Suleiman was back in 2019. Here's what happened with David Walter. Look at, actually, he's watching over his shoulder. It's just before actually
he knows it's coming.
Race came to an end.
He knows it's coming,
yeah,
you see.
You could feel certainly something going wrong with his kart.
Yeah, so he's definitely not happy about it. There's going to be a little bit more to that story, I think, to unfold. We'll have to see if we can catch up with him a little bit later on in the weekend. However, a very solid start to proceedings. Kia Nakamura-Berta opens his account with his first race. We knew he was going to be a threat this week, and he's certainly a threat for the World Championship title. He takes the win from Mark Dubnitsky and the brilliant Kai Reliarts in 3rd position. Nicola Coman, Sebastiano Pavan and Len Nace from Emanuele Oliviero, Luigi Coluccio, Nacho Tunion and Suleiman Zanfari. Again, charging his way through. Sebastian Kalping and Max Popov from Makalidair, Alexander Begunovic and Eliska Babichkova.
Then we have in P16 Leo Brunner from Leo Nelson, Preston Lambert, Peter Aviv, Oleski Yaremni, Thomas Mota, Calvin Kunz, as well as Kasper Eriksson. A couple of good recoveries in that second part of the classification, and many drivers that we've lost in total. 8 DNF into this race. A lot of drama ever since we started the qualifying heat this Friday afternoon. Peter Stiller was the first one to admit defeat. He was followed by Juan Coclain, Emanuele Oudakis, Wang Sauer, Stefano Pedani, Emily Covisto, Arthur Ronzor, and unfortunate David Walter for his second DNF in a row. Here's Ken Nakamura after going through the scale of the scrutiny ring. The Japanese-British driver picking up his first qualifying heat of the day and of the weekend. Ken Nakamura, like his teammate from Prima Racing Alex Powell, has been tasting gearbox racing this season in the KC2 European Championship, and he was with us in Varkersdorf, showing some immense pace for his first attempt at this new category.
Oh, looks how close it gets in the middle of the gaggle there. I wonder if that's the start of the problems even for David Walter, and he was really struggling with the car ever since then. There's the incident between Peter de Gieve and Preston Lambert. They both recover relatively quickly, which is very impressive. And then we got that big dive forward from the Tony Kart of Kai Rilliarts, who manages to go around the outside of Len Nyes to secure his 4th position behind the Belgian. Then Stefano Padani, one of the many drivers dropping out of the race. Alex Sawyer, Emmanuel Leodakis and Roland Kuklana involved in another incident. We lost Emilio Convisto to damage to the kart. And we also had problems as well for Arthur Valsord, the Belgian. But here's David Walter doing his best when the kart was operational. Unfortunately, it wasn't operational for anywhere near long enough for his liking. Nicola Kuman getting that dive up the inside of Kai Rilliarts, which would be an ongoing battle between the two of them. Oh, sorry, that was his move on Len Nyes, I should say, as Kai Rilliarts is currently in the Tony Kart. There's David Walter dropping out of the race, and as far as I'm concerned, that pretty much puts the kibosh on him having a decent starting position in any capacity for the superheat on Sunday morning. That's really going to be an impossible task to come back from.
Yeah, certainly there's going to be an interesting debrief for David Walter back in the tent, and this is the moment where he was trying to come across the track with the marshals waiting for the last driver to get past turn number 2 and 3, and Pasquale Lupoli wasn't particularly happy about that sequence. In the meantime, Ken Nakamura taking the win in front of a very impressive Mark Dudinsky, consistent lap after lap, and conceding less than 0.2 of a second on the line. And against someone like Ken Nakamura, this is worth pointing out.
Well, a fabulous run so far then from Ken Nakamura. He started off in Feinfeld. That means that everybody has now had at least one performance from the qualifying session then, and has had at least one good run. Joel Pocula will start on pole position, but the man who starts alongside him is the Maltese talent, Jakub Mikulev, for the Ward Racing team, who has been very strong since he made the switch to the Tony Kart chassis and the Ward Racing team. They're good at developing drivers and building character. This performance to get him on the front row of the starting grid, and at the time fastest in his group, was obviously a very solid start.
Jakub Mikulev, well done to you. This is a pretty good start to the World Championship in the opening group of qualifying practice. How do you feel about that performance?
I am super emotional, as I wasn't expecting this at all. But also I'm very happy that I will start at a very good position.
Very good position that will be for sure, even though the high level of competition will be some sort of a challenge for you.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge for me because I never started in pole, but you know, I'll try my best and we see from there.
Fantastic, good luck.
Of course, he ends up starting on the front row of the grid rather than the actual pole position for a lot of his heats. He will start on pole position for a fair few of them, though, as the E group leader. So every time he's racing against F and G, on those two occasions, he will be the man on pole position. There is Joel Pocula, having been incredibly fast over the course of the weekend, but also unbelievably unlucky, who have lost his earlier race performance after a DNF. So it's going to be much harder now for Joel Pocula to come through and continue that fine performance. But all he has to do essentially is create something special out of those 5 heats that are remaining to him. And he can have a really solid run for it. The new hotel building that has been added to the Franciacorta start line, that's going to grow apparently and expand so that the drivers and the mechanics can have an opportunity to stay close to the circuit rather than frequenting one of the hotels nearby. There is Henry Domain, the British driver for the Energy Course team, having had a very positive start so far to his World Championship week. There's still more to do, of course, and he would be the first to admit that, but he's definitely in a good team of a fantastic group of people around him who are definitely trying to push him even further forward. And it's fascinating to note that we've got a Gillard, a Tony Kart, an Energy, a Lando Norris kart, a Kart Republic, and a Birolart in the top 6 positions of the starting grid here. It's a very even and competitive format that we have. There is Filippo Sala, the Italian, with his very unique helmet design. It's very cool to spot him from a distance, the sort of golden tortoise shell.
I love that.
It's very unique, isn't it? You know it's Filippo Sala, that's for sure. And the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver from Italy, definitely starting to make headway with this team. He had to switch to them mid-season, having originally been on the Sodi Kart factory operation. But he switched to Ricky Flynn, and he seems to be a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and certainly a beautiful helmet like that will help him certainly in his quest to shine at the forefront of the junior field. B versus E. This is the qualifying heat upcoming as we're getting into the second part of this afternoon's schedule, ladies and gents. In the junior category so far, we've had a couple of different winners, obviously, in the process, as Lewis Warrell, Scott Lindblom, Dries van Langendonk, and Christian Constoya all picked up their first respective victories. Lewis Warrell, keep in mind, had not only a victory, but a DNF as well. Same conclusion as well, some drama conclusion for Thibaut Ramakers, who is still yet to pick up a win.
Can we just point out the photographer in the foreground there? You may or may not recognize him in the Black Big, the number 6. That is actually Formula Regional European racing driver Ivan Klimenko, who has been racing here in the FIA karting paddock for quite some time. But his hobby and his passion, as well as racing, is actually photography. So he's actually doing his day job to pay for his racing. Good lad. Joel Pokula and Jakob Mikulev on the front row of the grid there from Henry Domain and Filippo Sala, with Chris Elfagali and Noah Wolf, and Davide Bottaro and Jared Clark. Mats Van Rooyen and Andy Consani, then Dan Kelleher and Alpo Timonen, Sun Xiao Yu and Alpak Soy from Gedison Skudanov, Vivek Kanthan, Morero Rocca and Tiziano Monza.
Then we have Sebastiano Letimaki, Maël Le Marchand, Alfie Slater, Boris Linzen, followed by Kian Fardin, Kirill Litsiev, followed as well by Otto Verneri Sakala, Enzo Nikotter, Maximilian Rafalik, Louis Castellini, Augustin Sepulveda, Kit Belowski, Ludovico Busso, Joseph Smith, Augusto Tognolo, Morgan Knudsen, and Luca Obruchnik. A total of 35 drivers, and I think that 34 because we seem to be missing Otto Verneri Sakala. Unfortunately, the Finnish driver won't be taking part into this race, and we go around for one extra formation lap. Yes, indeed, the yellow light is on. So our race director, Mr. Nigel Edwards, wasn't satisfied about the formation of that grid. It may be down to some of the drivers outside of the corridors, or the pole sitter accelerating way too soon before the yellow light, and of course any overtaking maneuver is forbidden just before going across this yellow light and the light going off. So we're going to go for an extra attempt, and let's see if Johan Pohola this time around from Kotela Sport will be able to translate that pole position into winning results, as he has a DNF, unfortunately, Johan Pohola in his previous race. Here's Gonzalo Planter, one of the click of the course, of course, on track, and is the one having to tell the drivers to pace themselves down. Johan Pohola, who finds himself in that position for the first time in a World Championship event. That must be impressive. That's a lot of pressure on your young shoulders, but he has to pace everybody and make sure that we can go through the starting proceedings in order. Always easier said than done, of course, for the young pole sitter. Any young pole sitter in that position with the pressure and the temptation of getting onto the accelerating pedal way too soon. And here we go again. This is another attempt. Yeah, attempt number 2. Another formation lap decided by the officials. So it seems to me that the drivers don't keep that line quite good enough to the liking of the officials. And we go for an extra attempt. Let me tell you, if we have another one after that, then we might have a provisional stopping to the race. We're not there yet. Johan Pohola, Jakob Mikulev sharing the front row of the grid, Henry Domain and Filippo Sala for the back, and Christopher Figali, Noah Wolf, David Bottaro, Jared Clark, and Mats Rooyen, as well as Andy Consani. That's for your top 10. Here we go for another attempt, as this extra laps, of course, is not always what you like. It puts even more pressure on your shoulders, it puts pressure on your tires, on the engines as well. You keep on going very who keep on progressing into heat. So watch out not to heat them up just too much. You can see the drivers waving around to try to keep as much temperature as possible into the tires. MG tires for the seniors, Vega tires for the junior category this weekend, as it has been the case this past season. Now, seems to be much better this time around. Joel Pahola, Jakub Mikalev, your front row, one from Finland, the other one from Malta. New names, new faces. Here we go. Yes, we're racing. Green light on the way to turn number 1, 2, and 3. The double right-hander. Watch out for any contact, any wheel banging out there. It's going pretty well for most of the drivers into that field. 1 lap out of 10, and a good start from Johan Pahola, who was able to keep that position alive in front of Henry Domain. Actually, another strong start from Domain, taking advantage of the third position on the inside line, going to turn 2 and 3. Good start from Domain, and he just cut himself in front of Jakub Mikalev, dropping to P3, and unfortunately, I fear that it might happen. Investigation flag for pole sitter Johan Pahola. Has 2 extra attempts of a start, and not to the liking of the officials. He's trying to protect his first position to his chasers, but Henry Domain having other ideas in mind, and the Energy Corsi driver was keen on getting past at the end of the opening lap. He's going to have to wait a little bit more. Lap 1 completed. Pahola, Domain, Mikalev. Then we have Christopher Alfagali. P4 from Filippo Sala, Noah Wolf, Davide Bottaro, Joel Clark, Andy Consani, and Mats van Rooyen. Watch out for the move on the inside. Chris Alfagali taking the third place out of Mikalev. Beautifully done. Oh, a bit of a defensive driving from Mikalev, trying to prevent Noah Wolf to get past. That was a close call, but Noah Wolf with the Leclerc machine going for close contact. There was a bit of a wheel banging and touch it of the front fairings over there. No harm done, but this is only the first laps, guys. We need to make it through, and Noah Wolf is being shaken up at the moment, is losing a bit of momentum as a result.
There's always an extra determination, though, and an extra bit of sheer grit that comes with racing in a World Championship. You know you've got to make your stars align, and running wide, that's Jakub Mikalev. Mikalev has got onto the grass, and that's seen him tumble down the order. So Mikalev now crosses the line in 12th place, is into the lead. Once again goes Chris Elfagali, the Lebanese driver, getting through on Joel Pahola for the second time today. And for the second race in a row, he'll take the lead, but he runs wide, he makes the mistake. And so Joel Pahola will get through, and so too will the Italian, Filippo Sala. First real error there we saw from Chris Elfagali. All fair in love and war in the earlier heat, but having taken the lead, he missed his braking point ever so slightly. And that's enough for Joel Pahola and Filippo Sala to slip through and take advantage. So good runs from them. Bottaro looking comfortable in 4th position with Henry Domain and Noah Wolf, I should say. That's the 2 British drivers joined up now. Jarrett Clark in 7th position. There is Noah Wolf getting the move, ironically enough, on the 230 of Davide Bottaro. And behind him, well, it's Henry Domain in the Panigada Run Energy course. Dan Kelleher going very well, 8th position behind Jarrett Clark. Then Genizem Skudinov, Andy Consani, Xin Zhao Yu, and Jakub Mikalev.
You know, my dear Jake, we have enough drivers to deal with on track that
without getting them mistaken,
extra names.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that, though. But oh, beautiful move around the inside. The battle is raging between Sala and Elfagali. This is for the up. My apologies.
Sala Pahola.
Yes, indeed. Yes, Pahola and Sala for the win. Potentially, at least, as Elfagali is keeping observing that from a distance, having to resist from Noah Wolf and Bottaro for the back as well. We're going to have pretty much everybody under the same picture on the inside of the number 13, and he takes back the lead. Federico Sala.
3 wide.
Going a bit wide indeed. Can he hold on together on the outside? Yes, Sala in the lead, but at what cost? It's going to be a close battle on the way. Clipping the curb. What a move that was, at least an attempt.
And now Wolf is going for the lead on the inside of Filippo Sala. Wow. This is turning into one of the best OK Junior heats we've seen in 2023. Now Sala will dive back for the inside of Wolf. Wolf will go as late on the brakes as he dares, holds the lead, and now that's enough for Elfagali and Pahola to get through on the inside of Filippo Sala in the momentum switch. That is absolutely stunning stuff from Noah Wolf to take the lead when everything settles down, but also to leave the brakes rolled off and then just to hold it around the outside to make sure that there's no retaliation from his opponents. That is a very neat piece of driving indeed there from Noah Wolf. As up the inside, here comes the move from Pahola. Sala will create that gap as well. Chris Elfagali down from 2nd to 4th in an instant. There's some dust kicked up, so clearly not everybody is finding the racetrack they want to. But Noah Wolf is now 8/10 clear as a result of the duel.
Yeah, good piece of driving. We'd like to see that back at some point, but Noah Wolf, nowhere to be seen again.
Oh, I think we've got a collision between Louis Castellini and Kirill Ditiev. They've dropped to the back of the grid now.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Oh, look at the battle as well. The 258 in trouble with the 270 as well, making his way through. It's happening a little bit further back with Chun as well as Daniel Kelleher battling for P8 at the moment. Plenty into that very heated field of the junior class halfway through that qualifying heat. As Noah Wolf, he sees his gap actually coming from 8 to half a second now. As around the inside goes Salah on Poloha in turn number 13, coming across and crossing the line, beautifully made. As around the outside goes Chris Alfagali, and what a move that is from the Lebanese driver, who makes his bid again and puts Salah into trouble because Botaro is just right on his tail with Clark, Domain, Sons, Kulanov and Kelleher pretty much all in the same pack. There's gonna be some eat-it last lap of that race. Around the inside goes the 276 of Clark on Botaro, losing momentum, the 267 of Energy Corse, and I think he dropped 2 places in the process to Chun and Henry Domain as well, making his bids. But what a race that is actually between those two groups, B versus E. This is only the first of 3 days of racing, and feels like a super heat already.
Really stunning battle from everybody. Noah Wolf out in front of Joel Pocchiola, who's now got that gap down again to half a second. Here comes Chris Alfagali. Has to think about it to the inside line to get into second, doesn't go for it. Salah and Botaro not far away from each other as they come off the turn. Filippo Sala on the Lando Norris chassis, of course, in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car. Here comes the move from Alfagali. Gets back through on Joel Pocchiola, and that puts him up into second position. So it looks like once more we're going to have yet another different heat winner, with Noah Wolf out in front by half a second to Chris Alfagali. But even if Alfagali got through to take the lead away from Noah Wolf, it would still be different winners. Even if Joel Pocchiola got through, if Filippo Sala got through, if Botaro got through, if Clark got through, it would still be completely different winners compared to what we've seen earlier on. Not just because of the shuffle of the deck of the different races that we've had so far, but also because there are so many contenders who are able to go for the win in this very close OK Junior group.
Yeah, kart racing at its best. Round the inside goes the Tony Machida with 230. Daniel Botaro on Federico Sala. Beautifully made by Botaro up into P4. Certainly one of the best overtaking spots that we have in Franciacorta. Watch out, Filippo Sala has to stay behind. That could go the way of Jared Clark. 276 from Sodi Kart. Jay Clark, remind you of anyone actually in the history books of Formula 1?
Yeah.
But Jared Clark doing a great job from P6, trying to shake off a little bit Federico Sala and Botaro just in front. As we have a close call as well with Alfagali and Pajola. It looks to be that Chris Alfagali not quite able to keep up with the pace of Noah Wolf, having to go defensive against Pajola just behind. Good to see Joel Pajola back in contention. He had a DNF in his previous race after struggling to keep up with the pace. And now he seemed to have find his confidence back, ready to go for battle. Has so many drivers behind as well. Noah Wolf watching over his shoulder, trying to gain a bit of advantage in top speed, but still half of a second. That could be enough for Noah Wolf if he stays focused. But Alfagali sees an opportunity.
But Jarrett Clark in 5th position, the British driver on the Sodi, is very much playing the Nathan Tye role, isn't he? He's stayed loyal to the Sodi brand over the course of this season. When many of his teammates jumped ship to go elsewhere, Jarrett Clark has been a Sodi staunch loyalist, and he is now right up there in the top 5. He's got a good kart underneath him, he's got good pace, and just like the last driver that you saw with the initial J and the surname Clark, he is starting to provide himself a lot of fast speed. I knew exactly who you were referring to. I actually visited the Jim Clark Museum on my birthday this year, so great opportunities for him to continue that sort of legacy. Noah Wolf, though, will come through and take the checkered flag. Great performance from Noah Wolf ahead of Chris Alfagali, Joel Pocchiola, Davide Botaro and Jarrett Clark. No relation to the 2-time world champion and Indy 500 winner, but certainly channeling his inner Jay Clark out there on the course. And Noah Wolf opening up the can of worms and showcasing that he now has just as much chance to win this world championship as anybody.
Yeah, great performance from Noah Wolf with the Leclerc machine by Lennox Racing, taking his first win. The British driver becoming the 5th different winner out of 5 races so far. This was the second group for the second race for the E group, should I say. And after Scotland Blum taking the win in D versus E, it's down to Noah Wolf taking the win in B versus E. We have 2 more races in the junior class to go through, C versus D and A versus B for today, and as well a couple of more in the OK class, 3 more actually in the OK class, before 4 more, shall I say, in the OK category, before we say goodbye for now, because the schedule on this weekend will be as busy as ever, with a total of 56 races so far in total, including OKN and OKN Junior. Is your classification in full, with Noah Wolf picking up his first win, Christopher Fegali, his best result so far from Joel Pohola, Davide Bottaro, Jair Clark, Filippo Sala, Josem Skulanov climbing 8 places to P7 from Chu Jiaung. And we have Daniel Kelleher, Al Ekshoy, Henry Domain P11 from Sebastian Lettimaki, Tiziano Manza, Andy Kansani P14, P15 is Vivek Kanhan.
Murillo Rocca in front of Jacob Mikilev, who really struggled in that one. Kian Fardin, Luda Busso, Apo Timonen, Boris Leisen and Alfie Slater. Augusto Toniolo in front of Max Rafalik, Augustin Sepulveda, Morgan Knudsen, Lukas Obrunchnik. Kipolowski struggling a little in that one from Kirill Ditiev and Mats van Rooyen. Joe Smith, Enzo Ninkota, Louis Castellini and Marla Marchand. Just the one non-starter in that race, and that was Otto Veneri Sakala. Not quite sure what happened to him, because he was certainly out in the race a little earlier on. But at the moment, if you are in the Wolf household, you'd quite like to take a picture of the timing screen, because not only has Noah Wolf taken the race victory, but he's also, for the time being, provisionally topped the standings. Stopped the count as far as Noah Wolf and the team are concerned, because at the moment he has 80 points to Filippo Sala's 75 and Davide Bottaro's 74. That's a good start for Noah Wolf and the crew at Declare by Lennox. But a great start as they all continue their work. There are lots of near misses in that initial start. That was the biggest one. Kian Fardin actually taking to the air and somehow managing to land it on all 4 wheels. That was one of the better races in terms of the raft of racecraft, but it was Noah Wolf who really took the full advantage of it. Watch the yellow helmet and the Charles Leclerc chassis of his. He's always very good at putting himself in the right place at the right time. He's not pushing himself too hard, just keeping himself nice and tidy. Salah gets the move there on the inside of the energy course of Henry Domain. Noah Wolf is able to get alongside him and make the same bid, but he leaves enough space. That's the thing. He drops back into position, but he leaves enough space to let his opposition still play with him. Alpha Ghali makes his bid on Joel Pocula. For the 2nd race in a row, he takes the lead for Lebanon. And I'm fairly sure that 2nd place finish of his means he is the highest finishing Lebanese driver in FIA karting history in any race of any kind. He signals to Joel Pocula, and then unbelievably, he just makes the mistake on the following corner. So Pocula gets through, Filippo Sala gets through, and that was the moment that the race really started to open up, because so many other drivers had a crack at the win.
Yeah, great racing that we've seen so far from start to finish in that race. One of the most epic so far in the junior category. Around the inside, Noah Wolf, what a move that was on Joel Pohola. And then keeps on battling in turn number 13. Filippo Sala around the inside, a bit of a contact with Pohola as well, allowing through Christopher Fegali. And look at that battle, so many drivers involved on the way to the start-finish straight at the advantage of Filippo Sala with Pohola for the back. There was a moment when Noah Wolf chose to make his bid around the inside, and look at that slide on the inside of turn number 2 and 3. That was another angle, and he picked up his racing line perfectly, and it was the right moment for Noah Wolf, not only to take advantage, but to really build enough of a gap for him to see the checkered flag at ease, letting the other drivers and his rivals battling along further back into that heated field of the junior category. That's what we like to see. Further back, the 209 of DPK making his bid as well, as around the inside. Good recovery as well from the 318 there, trying to make his bid at the upper class for Christopher Fegali, picking up his best result in the P3 finish behind Pohola. And our winner, Noah.
Well, incredibly, we're going to head straight out onto the circuit now. René Lammers and Louis Iglesias on the front row of the grid for this next race, from Thomas Stochemanis and Arthur Poulain, Gilles Caranta and Kirill Kutskov on the 3rd row of the grid. And then we have Joe Turney and Aaron Garcia, Marcus Sater and Anatoly Kavalkin, Oscar Pedersen and Vasi Michailidis, Miguel Costa, Liverway Sam Budler, Dante Vinci, Guillaume Bouzard.
Then we have Alexander Savinkov as well as Marka Stelic, Petra Bebikova and Matilda Paz, followed by Teresa Bebikova and Carolina Vanchikova, Maximilian Angola, as well as Eduardo Dominguez. And the 49 of Forza Racing is nowhere to be seen anymore. Valisilov Michailidis, unfortunately, the Greek driver having to step down, and that's quite unfortunate for Vasileios. He was 12 on the grid, As further back, we have Tuna Yamaoka and Nico Latanali, Eloy Gonzalez, Riccardo Cirelli, Achille Mizzoni, and Guy Albag, Gustav Wisniewski, and Leonardo Cesaretti. 31 drivers since we lost, unfortunately, Vasilov Michailidis. Mechanical problem for the Greek driver.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Vasil Michailidis. It's game over for him in the Forza Racing X Sprint. Are we racing for everybody else? Yes, we are. Lammers, Stolchemanis, Caranta. They've all managed to get the jump on the other side of the grid. Louis Iglesias already down. A bit of a wobble from Joe Turney. 3 carts spat out to the sidelines already. One of them, a Birolart, managing to recover. But 2 more have gone from the scene. And now Caranta trying to dive up the inside of Lammers. Stolchemanis having already done so. Clearly, Thomas Stolchemanis won't accept defeat in the 2nd race in a row. And that's game over for both Liverway Sam Budler for the 2nd time and Petra Babičkova in the Forza.
Quite important for Petra Babičkova and Luis Samdula. A 2nd DNF in a row coming together into that opening lap. The number 2 and 3 were tragically putting an end to the race of Petra Babičkova.
You got to feel for Petra Babičkova, 17 years of age, the youngest of the 3 sisters. Sister Eliska, 19, and older sister Teresa, 21. All here racing in the same team and in the same category. Up the inside, Joe Turney making his launch on Jules Caranta. René Lammers will go with him, and so too, potentially, well, Arthur Poulain, but Lammers is going to have a harder task of getting past Jules Caranta, who really is now making heavy work of this for René Lammers. It took Jules Caranta about 12 months then to find the pace, really, in OK Senior. He was lightning in OK Junior, we know that from last year. But now Jules Caranta has found the pace in OK Senior. He's up in the top 5. And even the European champion, René Lammers, is struggling to cope with him.
Yeah, let's see where Jules Caranta and the Tony Kart machine will end up in this race. Within the newly named Sintelok Racing by Sintelok by Jana Racing, shall I say, with the new partnership. And is dropping momentum, unfortunately, Jules Caranta. As Kurt Kutsov, Louis Iglesias just went through. Here's a look, Caranta down in P5, that is, with Lammers and Poulain, 3rd and 4th respectively. And it goes as Iglesias further back from P7 on the, he was P2nd on the grid, P7 at the moment. Again, the first laps and dropping another position, I'm afraid, to Marcos Sater. And the door is open to Miguel Costa as well. So both Sater and Costa is 7 and 8 now, making their way through Louis Iglesias. I was going to say that for the young Frenchman, still very much a new face of the hockey class. The start and the first few laps of each race are still very much of a big task for him, as he's been brilliant in qualifying ever since Cremona. Once again here, he was among the fastest in qualifying, but yet again, he needs really to keep on working on those starting procedures, but always easier said than done, of course, at this young age, with the experience that he has, which is still limited in this field of the OK Senior category. This is a lot of hard work, of course, against stronger position. As you can see, the carbureting machines over there into the field. Back here with the DPKs at the pursuit of Jules Caranta is Kurt Kutzkov and Marcus Sater, 6 and 7. They might want to help each other to try to climb the field on the way to potentially a top 2 finish.
That's the thing about this OK Senior field, isn't it? The second you show what you can do, the second you throw your cat amongst the pigeons, as it were, you know, the rest of the field gang up on you. They try and make sure that you're not going to be so much of a threat next time. The onslaught is always a little bit more intense. René Lammers going to make the big dive on the inside of Joe Turney, and he's through. 2nd position. René Lammers absolutely determined to get past Joe Turney there. Stolchemanis, I think, is long gone. He's away with the fairies. But Lammers absolutely not going to come in 2nd place to Joe Turney on this one. So he makes the bid. Arthur Poulain is not going to be too far away. This is a tricky one for Joe Turney, isn't he? He's had a bit of a mission of a season. Half the year spent in Europe, the other half of the year spent in the United States of America. Made himself a bit of a superstar over there. Has won pretty much everything except the raffle. And the only reason he didn't win that is because they didn't have one. So Joe Turney definitely putting on a show here behind René Lammers. 4th position, Arthur Poulain, now on the Antonelli colours of his car. Obviously, the AKM Antonelli Motorsport team that has a squad in the Italian GT Championship. And of course, it's the same Antonelli family that spawned Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who currently leads the Formula Regional European Championship and, of course, was a 2-time FIA Karting European champion.
And on his way to a big jump to Formula 2 next season into 2024.
Is that the world's worst kept secret, is it?
Yes, it is. And sorry to give it out once again, but as a run inside, beautifully made by the number 32, Anatoly Kavalkin on Miguel Costa for P7. As Tommaso Semanes in the meantime, 8/10 of a second from René Lammers, Joe Turney, Arthur Poulain, Caranta in P5. As I was briefly mentioning, the General Racing, the French driver, having signed a deal with Sinteloc Racing, very well known in GT racing as well, and partnering for the first time in karting. Around the inside, there he goes, the number 60 of Marco Seito, Miguel Costa. One of the best looking crash helmets on the grid, Miguel Costa, that's for sure, with flashes of tribute to Ayrton Senna on his helmet. So many different liveries and so many good designs that we have here, both classes. As Luis Iglesias on your picture, trying to shake up Marcus Seito as well. It's a battle for P8. As Ronnie Lammers, 47.7, is trying to shake up as well. Tomás Trosemanes, still 7/10 of a second to try to catch up on the Latvian driver. There's no way to be seen, and that's going to be no easy task at all for Ronnie Lammers.
Yeah, lovely to pick up on Miguel Costa's passionate support of Ayrton Senna. I think it was the Brazilian racing driver Adriano Medeiros who told me a few years ago, if you're Brazilian and you don't revere Ayrton Senna as the greatest of all time, you're not Brazilian anymore, I think is what he said. So fabulous, fabulous to see Miguel Costa doing his own very special tribute. Here they come. That is Anatoly Kivalkin, under severe threat now from Kirill Kutskov, two drivers that have met each other many times before in the world of racing. And they're going to have a little bit of pressure here from the number 60 of Marcus Seito, the Norwegian who has joined the DPK racing team of late, was originally at the Ward racing team, has now of course moved over to DPK with their Cup Republic chassis in the Fernando Alonso racing colours. He still has a great passion for karting, does the Aston Martin racing driver. So great to see that the Alonso colours of Oviedo. Oh! Just as we say that, one of them has dropped out of the race, just as we talk about the DPK.
That's Matilda Pats,
it is Matilda Pats, and I think she's gone off the road there with the 36 of Gustav Wisniewski on the Forza. So, yeah, she comes over. What was going on there? What have you got in terms of an explanation? And Wisniewski doesn't offer her one. So, two drivers seeing a very different point of view, but one of them wanting answers.
Yeah, quite unfortunate as they both have to DNF into this race. As we're back here with the leaders, that's going to be an interesting one, since Ronnie Lammers is picking up on Tomás Trosemanes, and the two still explaining each other, Gustav Wisniewski and Matilda Pats. A bit of a debrief about what happened, even though might not be too much in the mood for long talks. But look at the pace of Ronnie Lammers. He finished second to Gabriele Gomez earlier in his previous race, and let's see what he's going to be able to do against Tomás Trosemanes. 0.3 of a second. With George Ernie, nowhere to be seen. 1.2 seconds. The British driver still having to shake off a little bit after Pune. Only 0.4 of a second between those two. But the battle for the win is still raging.
Don't forget, this is Stolchemanis versus Lammers, the rematch after their little contretemps earlier on in the day, when they ended up tripping over each other on the opening lap. Now Stolchemanis was absolutely determined on the first lap of this one. No, Rene, I'm going to beat you this time. And so Ronnie Lammers has now got to throw everything he can at the fantastic Latvian up in front. I've got a feeling these two are actually going to come to blows. Not because either of them is a bad driver, not the least. It's actually to do with the fact that you've got two fired up and motivated racing drivers, both the pride of their nation in FIA karting this year, Latvia and the Netherlands respectfully, both the captains of their team to a certain extent as well, Energy Course and Paralin, and both fired up, motivated, ruthless, efficient racers, neither of which is going to give any room to the other. If anybody's going to end up clattering into each other in their determined and very, very ruthless stance to get into the victory position, I think it's going to be these two. Not because they're malicious at all, and not because they're dirty drivers, because you wouldn't say that about either of them, really. But what you would say is that neither driver gives best, neither of them yields, and neither of them surrenders.
Yeah, that's the beauty of racing at this level, and we are lucky to witness that in Franciacorta for the World Championship. We're about to enter the final lap of this qualifying heat under the pressure of Ronnie Lammers. Tomás Trosemanes, a quick look above his shoulder as the Dutchman very, very close outside of turn number 2 and 3, putting everything that he has, asking everything possible from his powering machine, going to shake up the energy drive in front of him. Britain is still in third in front of Arthur Poulin. At this point, of course, Lammers won't do anything unwise, and a second place, starting the World Championship, 2 second place in a row is, of course, more than enough to have a good night of sleep, waiting for the 4 more races going to have tomorrow, as those groups will be once again on track. My apologies. So it's going to be 3 races today, 3 races tomorrow, and 1 more on Sunday morning. But this won't be enough for René Lammers. Maybe 1 or 2 extra laps could have made a difference. But in the end, it was Thomas Tolsimanis who ends up with the win, his first of the weekend for the Energy Corse driver. In front of Lammers, Giordani, Arthur Poulain, Jules Caranta in P5. But what a good piece of driving it was. And Thomas Tolsimanis taking the win. René Lammers taking the fastest lap in this race, 47.6 in the end, as Karolina Franciacorta is picking up a warning flag in that race, where we lost a total of 5 drivers in the process of that race. The win for Thomas Tolsimanis, René Lammers, Giordani, Arthur Poulain, Jules Caranta, Anatoly Kavalkin, as well as Kirill Kutzkov, Marcus Seter, Luis Iglesias, and Miguel Costa for your top 10. And
these guys are very
teasing each other still.
They're very nearly racing and riling each other up on the slowing down lap. That's what comes out in the World Championships. These two are literally psyching each other up. This is all mind games between the two drivers, and that's what you get at this level of competition. It's absolutely fascinating to observe from our position. So Thomas Tolsimanis beats René Lammers, Joe Turney third from Arthur Poulain, Jules Caranta and Anatoly Kavalkin, Kirill Kutzkov, Marcus Seter, Luis Iglesias in front of Miguel Costa, Alexander Savinkov and Oscar Pedersen from Eloy Gonzalez, Aaron Garcia and Teresa Babachkova.
P16, we have Guillaume Bouzard, who have suffered a DNF earlier, made it to P16 this time around. From Dante Vinci, Mark Castellic, Kael Bag, Riccardo Cirelli, from Maximilian Angelar, Shuma Yamoka, who made it to finish after a DNF previously. Eduardo Dominguez Espinosa, P23rd, from Nico Nalatti, Carolina Francikova, Leonardo Cesarelli, and Achille Mizzoni. Drivers that we lost: Matilda Paz, Gustav Szydlewski, Vasilov Michelis, Louis Samdula, and Petra Bikova, unfortunately. As here's your winner, Thomas Tolsimanis. What an incredible season he's had with a P3 in the European Championship of the KZ2 class. This was P4 in the OK category, and showing flashes of brilliance in the Wackersdorf for the World Championship. Here's a look back at how things played out into this qualifying heat, with a good start from our pole sitter into that race. René Lammers, not so much for Luis Iglesias. A couple of drivers coming together. This is where we lost Petra Babikova, as well as Luis Samdula. Unfortunately, he's another angle with those two drivers leaving the track as a result of a contact. Fortunately, the 187 was able to keep going. The 117 was Achille Mizzoni, who would see the checkered flag in last position, as the drivers keep explaining each other into the opening laps, with Jules Caranta making his bit around the inside of the 25 over there, as the number 4 was responding as well in the process. Joe Turney making his bit around the inside of Jules Caranta, taking René Lammers with him, as well as Arthur Poulain. Keep on battling as well into number 13. That's what we like to see, with the number 23 of Kirill Kutzkov getting involved into that big tussle with so many drivers involved. And that went the way of Thomas Tolsimanis, obviously, before René Lammers made his move on Joe Turney, and that was the launch of his attack, at least trying to get caught up with Thomas Tolsimanis, as the Paranin drivers were battling on as well. We had Miguel Costa and Anatoly Kavalkin. Kavalkin would finish in P6, and Miguel Costa in P10 in the end. That's around the inside. Good move over there from the number 32 of Anatoly Kavalkin, last year's junior European champion. We lost, unfortunately, one of the DPK drivers, Gustav Szydlewski, explaining each other with Matilda Paz, as those two were having to watch the rest of the race from the sidelines. But in the end, there was no catching up for René Lammers and Thomas Tolsimanis, split by only 0.2 of a second, and teasing each other just a tiny bit, going for the mind games, as we like to see it, on the way back to the Parc Fermé.
And they've got 4 more races to go against each other. I have a feeling this is just the beginning of their little duel. So we've still got some races to go today. Junior and OK about to get underway again, 4.5 minutes away from now. The OK qualifying heat for C&D just after that. Some very talented competitors to go up against now in the raft of things. We didn't get to hear, unfortunately, from Luis Iglesias. I'm sure we'll pick that up a little bit later on in the weekend. We can still talk to him tomorrow, as it were. We've still got time to do that. We might even be able to squeeze. Now, we don't have any time in our schedule, unfortunately, to squeeze him in later today, but we'll certainly try to tomorrow. But as you can see, the qualifying heat's going all the way through till 6:36 local time here in Franciacorta in Italy, just not far away from the city of Milan. And at the end of that race, we will take our pause in proceedings. There'll be a social gathering for all of the drivers and teams here in the FIA Karting awning, which of course is promoted and hosted by RGMMC. But the man who starts from pole position for this one is the very talented German in the Sauber Academy, Team Soleil, the one driver within the Sauber Academy branding this year. He's had a brilliant performance over the course of the last few races. He really is starting to threaten the established guard now. Last year, he was a bit of a young pretender to the crown. This year, he's a genuine chance to become junior world champion. We caught up with him after his lap this morning.
Team Soleil, the qualifying practice in karting is always a tricky exercise, especially with the pressure of the World Championship, I can imagine, but you nailed it. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure, but it feels good to be back in front again. It's awesome.
Being back in qualifying and on the grid is one thing, but you guys have a lot of races, so a bit more pressure on your shoulders because you're going to have to nail your starts as well.
Yeah, I got to get good starts, good races. I got to manage it well, but we see what will happen.
It's always difficult to say. This is a long game, isn't it, with this weekend in Franciacorta, but confidence is there with your machine as well and the team around you?
Yeah, confidence is there. I would like to thank the team, my coach, and my mechanic.
Good words. Thank you very much. Good luck.
A very likeable young man, Team Soleil, always has a very good work ethic, always adopt, adapt and improve as he moves his way further forward, continues to make good inroads into things. So he has the Formula One connection on the pole position linked to the Sauber Academy. The Formula One connection alongside him on the front row of the grid, of course, is the man who took a win earlier today, Noah Montero, putting in a fabulous performance. He got the pole position in his time group. Of course, his father was the man who finished third in the American Grand Prix 2005 and obviously competed in multiple categories after that point. But Noah Montero is definitely building a name for himself here, and he's doing a fantastic job of that. Running a very solid race weekend. He's had a lot of bad luck this year, actually, the Portuguese driver, but now it finally seems to be coming good, and he's putting himself in the best possible position to go for the top spot. Meanwhile, third position on the starting grid is the talented Belgian ace, Dries van Langendonk. He really has come out of the blocks and been spectacular, hasn't he? It was about 12 months ago that we first heard of Dries van Langendonk in the FIA karting scene. He made his debut at Sarno, and a lot of people were very surprised when this young Belgian lad in the energy course at that particular time suddenly found himself in the top 5 of qualifying heats. Where has Dries van Langendonk come from? He was actually 7th in the final last year and comes straight into Forza. And Jamie Croxford and the team really seem to have unlocked a lot of his potential. He could win the world title. I genuinely feel he's got a chance.
Yeah, we got a chance to talk about this with Jamie Croxford, the team manager of Forza Racing. We'll get to hear more from Jamie tomorrow through the live stream as well. But indeed, along with Lewis Werrell, Dries van Langendonk in the junior class is certainly one of the strongest chances of victory for Forza Racing. But talking about chances of victory on the other side of the row number 2, David Cosma Christopher, of course, with already a strong result for him, a second place for David Cosma Christopher, more than willing to emulate that. And look at that beautiful painting on his crash helmet. Once again, those very lovely designs that we get to see and discover as we go through those grids. But Team Soleil and Noah Montero will be sharing the front row of the grid. And it's good to see a name like Sauber still involved in the world of karting. And do remember, as you do certainly about there, Jake, a couple of years back in 2018, 2019, when we saw all those brands related to Formula One coming to karting again. We had the likes of the Rosberg Racing Academy, Sauber, of course, and now we have chassis brands under the names of a couple of famous F1 drivers. Charles Leclerc joining the party, Lando Norris joining the likes of Kubica, Ricciardo, and so on and so on. So strong connection as always between the world of karting and the world of Formula One and motorsport.
Always has been. You know, you can't have Formula One these days without karting, and it's very important to note the hard work that these drivers and teams are doing. So the starting grid for this one, Team Soleil and Noah Montero from Dries van Langendonk and David Cosma, Endo Arata and Scott Lindblom from Oliver Rasmussen and Roman Kamya, Mario Giamonanito and Jack Eilif from Matthias Orjuela and Jean Carras, Vladimir Ivanikov, Neto Beldes, Matt Corby, Louis Cochet, Kimi Tani and David Gorchicha.
They're followed by Kara Batig and Alexander Bandarev, by Walter Schultz and Ansel Son. Then we have Elko Marti and Luca Auten, Marco Gartz and Gerhard Pretoria. Row number 14, we will see Marcel Kotutsky and Mark Brovkov, as well as Marcus Silkunas, Santino Panetta, Angelo D'Ortenzio, Elia Weiss, Nikita Nikishov, Dominic Simek, Arno Vuta, and Niklas Schaffler having to give the performance of his life after a disastrous qualifying effort for the DPK driver. Is trying to, as much as he can, to climb through the field. Let's see if Time Saleh and Noah Montero will be able to keep everybody down before the lights go out.
So now the drivers will psych each other out on the line. Saleh versus Montero, green, and off we go. Great start from Time Saleh. Montero trying to hold on to third position as much as possible. Second might even be possible around the outside if he can get there in front of Dries van Langendonk. The rest of the juniors work their way through. Well, Van Langendonk held second, Montoya in third. And there's contact from two of the carts further back. That's one of the forces that's gone. It's the 282, I think, in the middle of the gaggle. So that is a big problem for Luca Horton and Mark Brovko. So the Ukrainian Mark Brovko, along with the Bahraini driver Luca Horton, having problems there on the first lap, and they are out of it by the look of it. Not sure if either of them managed to get pushed started again, but certainly out in front, it is Time Saleh from Dries van Langendonk, a very unhappy Mark Brovko. Not sure if he is joined there at the scene by Luca Horton. Yes, he is. So Luca has clearly tried to restart, not been able to. So he's out of this one as well. Time Saleh, your race leader in front. No, he's not. Dries van Langendonk has taken the lead. Saleh trying to come back round the outside at turn 2. He's still got his cart there. They're going to squeeze him out. And so Montero comes through in a second position. But now, Time Saleh having to be very defensive from Endo Arata of Japan, who storms through in a third place. The leaders, Montero and Van Langendonk, side by side. Van Langendonk still trying to get up to the inside line. Montero going right round the outside to hold on to the lead. Now back on the inside, Dries van Langendonk. Absolutely terrific. Time Saleh gets back into third place. And he's joined by David Kozma. This race is electrifying.
And what a move that was from Noah Montero, who held on to his racing line on the outside. He needed actually 2 corners to make his move. On the inside goes Time Saleh on Dries van Langendonk. The door is open. And look at David Kozma, who takes them too and goes up from P4 to P2. What a move from David Kozma. We didn't see that coming, and them as well.
2 for the price of 1, and that mistake from Saleh trying to get back past Kozma has now allowed Van Langendonk to get through. He's got to be careful. Endo Arata is going to try and come back at him. Scott Lindblom lining up behind Roman Kamyab. Watch out for Kimi Tani, who drifts wide. Very unfortunate for the Finn. So Kimi Tani struggling to get going again. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught by somebody on the way round, because he's out of position and out of the kilter of speed. So behind Kamyab in 6th, we've got Lindblom 7th, Eilif in 8th, Nito in 9th, and Bondarev. I genuinely run out of superlatives. Seriously, 9 places made up in 2 laps. Do not tell Alexander Bondarev that this is game over, because he will prove you wrong every time.
Yeah, I'd like to bet money on him as well for the conclusion of the weekend, because at the pace he's been showing ever since the start of the weekend, despite some trouble into qualifying, Alexander Bondarev is up, of course, to his reputation as the new European champion in the class. And, of course, still very much hope alive to climb through those fields. David Kozma, Christopher, the fastest in this race, a 2:01 on your picture. Alexander Bondarev, as we just mentioned. Oh, look at that move on the inside. A bit of a wheel banging by the look of it from the 2:25. Or Scott Lindblom of Neto just further back. 20 car machines, but 2 different teams. As on the inside goes Roman Kamyab by the look of it. Yes, indeed. The 2, no, Roman Kamyab is still further back. Yeah, that was Marianito. My apologies. It's Roman Kamyab from Ricky Flynn is still further back. Around the inside, it keeps on going. On the way to turn number 13. Should make his bid as, look at Roman Kamyab actually taking advantage of that open door to make his overtaking maneuver. Let's have a look at the gaps as Arata up to P6. Kamyab, Neto, Bondarev, Eilif, Rasmussen just outside of the top 10. It's not over yet, and still plenty of things to play with. As run inside goes David Kozma on the Noah Montero. This is a beautiful move for P1, that is. We have a new leader. David Kozma, Christopher in the lead of Noah Montero. Where is Dries van Langendonk? He just lost a bit of contact to the leading duet. He's still observing very, very close about what might happen between those two. Not getting himself involved just as soon. We're only halfway through that qualifying heat. And now he let actually Noah Montero and David Kozma do the job, do the hard work, and waiting for the good opportunity to dive in.
There's still plenty of time to get that back again. Noah Montero has not given up his designs on the win either. Dries van Langendonk is just watching these two to keep the watching brief and see if the overtaking move is going to appear again. Kozma and Montero at the line, 0.2 of a second in it. Kozma is actually going to take the lead in the interim rankings if it stays like this. Montero second, Van Langendonk third. Van Langendonk would dearly like to find a way past Noah Montero to improve his score. Lindblom is the fastest man on track at the moment, from Thames Soleil in 4th place. Lindblom 5th, Kamyab in 6th, then it's Arata, Eilif, Bondarev and Marian Nito in front of Matthias Orduela, Oliver Rasmussen and Vladimir Ivanikov. So Montero still trying to keep in touch with the race leader David Kozma, whilst also trying to get away from Dries van Langendonk. But it's still very tough indeed between these 3 drivers up front. Kozma, Montero, van Langendonk. Look back and you see Scott Lindblom, the Swedish driver, on the Tony kart. 4th position ahead of Thames Soleil. Roman Kamyab still holding on to his position in 6th place ahead of Arata, Eilif, Nito and Bondarev. And actually, Bondarev struggling to keep his position this time, down in 10th position, having originally been as high as 9th. Here comes the move from Van Langendonk, dives into Montero, there's barely any room! And Montero finds the grass!
Oh my God, this is the worst that could have happened between those two. We felt that maybe a move was coming, there's opportunity, he went for it, and is dropping momentum and place after places. Another driver that we have lost as well.
That's Nikishov, I think.
Yes, indeed, and Nikita Nikishov, unfortunately having to step down out of his car, but a couple of dust as well onto the grass, onto the track as well. The 260 of David Kozma running away for Dries van Langendonk. I'm not too sure that the officials might appreciate what just happened between the Belgian and Noah Montero, but we might need to see that again. Montero had no way to go, but onto the grass, and as a result, is no way to be seen. Is all the way down to P13 as we're here with 225. Scott Lindblom, we see his chance to shake up a little bit the order as Van Langendonk is good defensive. Watch out for Thames Soleil. Thames Soleil is back in contention for a good result in here as the Sauber Driver Academy sees the opportunity.
Lovely.
Lindblom first. Watch out for any second move on Van Langendonk. He has the pace if he can keep the momentum on the way to the hairpin. Van Langendonk is having none of it, shaking and shutting all the doors. And Van Lindblom thought he could have a go at Van Langendonk, but this is the other way around. Maybe his response will come into the hairpin, and all those 3 coming defensive as well into the hairpin, and no one is moving at this point.
Well, Thames Soleil able to split them because they were so busy paying attention to each other that they didn't spot Thames Soleil until it was too late. Soleil trying to go the long way round. He's actually opened the door up to Scott Lindblom, so Lindblom gets back through. Maybe Thames Soleil taking 1 step back to go 2 steps forward in the hope these 2 are going to get it on again. Because at the moment, Lindblom is nudging Dries van Langendonk. Watch for Thames Soleil. Gets back on their back bumper again. Maybe this time it's going to get a little bit rougher. Lindblom forcing the issue on Van Langendonk. And again, Thames Soleil pulls off the same move, but there's a little bit of a connection. And that's enough for Kamyab and Eilif to get up the inside line and make their own bids to get through into position. And they do so. And that's held up everybody. So Arata and Bondarev have now joined the queue. So this is getting pretty spicy out there as they continue to put in an excellent display. Arnaud Vuitard has now got a warning flag, diving up the inside. That's Eilif. He gets into 3rd place past Kamyab. Soleil goes with him. Bondarev dueling away with Scott Lindblom. He hasn't been able to get through yet, but he's certainly got pressure on him. Final lap.
Final lap that is. David Kozma, no way to be seen. Watch out the battle with the 225. Scott Lindblom, Alexander Bondarev, we see an opportunity to maybe grab 1 or maybe more positions. And he goes for the win. Look at the time of Bondarev, who just went to take the position, but it opens the door as well to Arata, who keeps fighting for P6. Watch out for that battle as well. David Kozma, Christopher. In the meantime as well, 260. We are here with the 207 as some dust was kicked in on the track in the meantime as well. As we are here with one of the Vilicky drivers in the lead. Actually, it was going to be in the way.
Do you know what that is? Nikita Nikishov, who is about to be lapped, actually.
That's right. That's the reason why.
So we saw Marcel Kasprzycki retiring earlier on. There's your winner, though. David Kozma wins the race at an absolute sprint. No problems at all there. Van Langendonk in 2nd, Eilif in 3rd. From Soleil, Kamyab and Bondarev. I'm sorry, I do not know how he keeps finding these gaps. He's gone from 19th on the grid to 6th twice now. He is definitely in the hunt for this World Championship, even with the poor qualifying.
He was even P20 on that race, so 14 places gained in the course of 10 laps.
You run out of adjectives, do you? You run out of superlatives.
Yeah, at some point we're going to have to calculate actually the amount of places that he's going to be able to climb. But on your picture is indeed the Vilicky driver that got lapped in the end of the race. Nikita Nikishov, 281, as David Kozma. Christopher has been the one crossing the checkered flag in 1st place. David Kozma, Christopher in front of Dries van Langendonk for 2.1 seconds. Nowhere to be seen, the Czech Republic driver in the lead. Dries van Langendonk, who struggled a bit to get back into pace in the later stages of that race. You see that he found himself in more than one occasion under intense pressure from his pursuers and not quite able to shake that off as much as he would have liked. Here's the classification in pole. David Kosma, Christopher, Dries van Langendonk, from Jake Highliff, Tim Saleh, Roman Kamiab, Alexander Bondarev, followed by Endo Arata, Scott Lindblom, Maria Germanonetto, Vladimir Ivanikov, Mathias Orwella, Louis Cochet, Matt Corby, Niklas Schauffele. What a move, what a recovery from Niklas Schauffele, 22 positions. This is another award, certainly, of recovery for Niklas Schauffele, who was dead last onto the grid and managed himself within the P15, and Oliver Rasmussen taking 15th place.
I did say to Niklas Schauffele after qualifying, yeah, there's nothing left to lose now, mate. You may as well just charge through like the dark missile in the Mario Kart games, and he seemingly is doing that. Absolutely terrific. David Kosma, that's a first win, I think, in a qualifying heat in FIA karting for David Kosma. That's the first time he's ever pulled one off, and totally deserving as well. Once he got the lead, he's really hammered home the rhythm, and the Romanian able to come through in a fantastic situation. So an excellent situation then for the contender. So a really strong battle from David Kosma in the opening phases of the race. So a fabulous situation then for everybody. But what a terrific race battle to see them all as they duel away for position. Really exciting to see how it all continues. We saw on that opening lap, there's the conflagration, and there's where we saw, again, two separate incidents, essentially. One driver having the off, that was Luca Horton, and then Mark Brovko spinning off, trying to avoid it, essentially. So two separate incidents there. But look at the battle that we saw earlier on between Dries van Langendonk and Tim Saleh. At this point, you would never have thought that they would be completely hoodwinked by a guy 4 places back from them. Look, there's David Kosma, 5th position at this point. He's just watching this all play out. He's not really making any silly moves at this point, is he? He's just keeping himself sat in position. These two duel away. Endo Arata very nearly took the lead there as a result of those two dueling. Montero genuinely thought he had the lead one there from Van Langendonk.
That was a good move.
That was a very nice move from Noah Montero. Really, really fancy driving from Noah Montero. Unfortunate that he ended up getting squeezed wide and onto the grass. In fact, he actually ended up retiring on the final lap of the race, did Noah Montero, in an incident with Jean Carras. So bitter disappointment for Noah Montero.
And that's a moment that we've seen that allowed actually David Kosma Christopher to make his way through from P4 to P2 in a fantastic fashion outside of turn number 13 and 14. And from then on, he was untouchable from the rest of the pack as drivers keep explaining each other further back as well with the Tonical machine from World Racing and Tony's as well. Further back as well with the likes of Alexander Bondarev coming through in the meantime. The 260 on your picture, David Kosma Christopher, and the 237 battling along as well. And then drama happened between Van Langendonk and Noah Montero, and I think that the officials might want to look into that as Montero dropped all the way down in this race. As he finished, actually, I cannot pick him up. He was all the way down.
He didn't finish.
He didn't finish, indeed. That's
having
why
the collision on the final lap.
Yeah, indeed. So he had to DNF of this race after that contact with Dries van Langendonk. The Belgian driver who struggled in the later stages of the race to keep up the pace. But look at Alexander Bondarev with the Prema machine making his way through, climbing 14 places from 20 on the grid up to P6. And in the end, there was no catching up for David Kosma Christopher, who would take on his first win of the weekend from Dries van Langendonk, Jake Highliff in P3, and Tim Saleh and Roman Kamiab, the drivers that we lost in the process of that race. Not only Mark Brovkov and Luca Houghton in the opening lap, but also Marcel Kaprisky, Jan Carras, and Noah Montero. Those two coming together indeed not so long before the checkered flag. And of course, award for best recovery going to the incredible Niklas Schauffele, 22 places gained up to P14.
So now we get ourselves ready for the next encounter out on the circuit. Tim Saleh having gone from pole position to finish in the top 5, but it's the man himself once again, the man who prays to the gods for an amazing race ahead, and usually he gets the answer. And this weekend, Gabriel Gomez is bidding to become the second Brazilian in as many years to be crowned world champion.
Gabriel Gomez, the first step of World Championship is done, qualifying, and what a beautiful lap that was. Very, very close to overall pole, but still putting you in a very strong position.
Well, was a really good lap. I do my maximum with our package, and I think we are in a good position now to start the hits. Unfortunately, 0.02 is almost nothing from the overall pole, but I think this result is really good. The important is starting front row every hit, and then we will see what happened during the hits.
Coming to this event, you are the Vice European champion in the class, so that puts you as well for the drivers in the position of strength, I imagine. Does that come to your mind, or you try not to think about it?
No, for me, I try to think like it's only a normal race, because we work too much for that. Like me with the team, with the engine tunnel, I think we do an amazing job from last year. We started developing everything from this year, and I think we are doing a really good job, and we deserve this. We need to work a little bit more to find the 0.2, and then we will see what we can do this week.
And I'm sure you're going to have a lot of support here and back home in the country.
Yes, this week is impressive. At the start of the week, everyone sending messages for me, good luck, we are with you, and I'm so happy with that. Now is time to go to work and get the focus for the race.
Thank you very much. Obrigado, Gabriel Gomes.
Time to go to work indeed. Gabriel Gomes and Finn McLaughlin on the front row of the grid from Enzo Tarvanichkil and Alex Powell. Lucas Samalista and Francisco Macedo. Then Matej Kolnagi and Jakob Kamenik from Enea Frey and Jan Paszkowski, Jimmy Helias and Maxon Verbruge. Nathan Tai, Zoe Vladescu, Jens Truer and Packen Weisenberger.
Then we have Simon Reckenmacher and Vili Akana, followed by Hada Turpenin and Pascal van Halmen, Joel Bergström and Mitrio Muracic on row number 11, followed by Tokia Suzuki and Ruben Moya, Alfredo Ibiapina and William Go, Massimiliano Alossa and Samuel Shaw, Martti Ritonen, Gustavo Cavao, Sofia Sanfari, and Chen Inkai on row number 16. 32 drivers in total in this race. And we do have everybody on track. As you can see, the drivers coming across the red line. This is here that they have to decrease their pace under the leadership of Gabriel Gomes as pole sitter, showing the good example to everybody and making their way onto the grid. Rolling start, as always, for the single speed categories in the World Championship. Gomez on the left, Phil McLaughlin with one win as well on the right, who will go for a second victory in those qualifying hits so far. Ian Hickman's another one who has won in the senior category.
Oh, we've had an off on the start. Look at that. 2 or 3 carts actually getting spat off there towards the tail end of the field. And we've had another one going off there on the far side.
That's one of the victory lanes.
It is that the 99? Yes, it is. So that's a big problem already for Packen Weisenberger, the Frenchman, as the rest of the field works its way through. Start battles, everybody getting themselves close to each other, and up the inside, that's Finn McLaughlin returning the favour on Enzo Tarvanichkil as they try and close up on Gomez, and there's more wars. It's all gone very wrong indeed there for Macialossa, along with Alfredo Ibiapina. So Ibiapina and Macialossa, 2 drivers then retiring as they clatter into each other on the opening lap. Meanwhile, up front, it's all starting to settle down into a bit of a rhythm and pace. Gomez, McLaughlin, Tarvanichkil, still waiting to see how it all settles out once they come over the line behind them. 4th position, that looks like Samalisto, it is indeed, from Kolnagi, and Alex Powell, who finds himself down in P6 for the moment. There's still a long way to go in this qualifying heat.
Yeah, quite unusual to see Powell dropping places in the opening stages. He was 4th, he's finding himself in 6th, trying to shake up a little bit Matthias Kolnagi in front of him. If he has a good exit outside of turn number 5 and 6, and watch out because Enea Frey is searching for a place to get past as well. Back with the leaders, we have a bit of a...
Oh, big move there from Finn McLaughlin. Yeah. Absolutely terrific, and that's for the lead of the race, don't forget.
And don't pay attention to Jens Truer. All right, this is the problem of transponder that has been resolved.
Well, there's been another incident. I think we've lost 2 more, because we had Ibiapina and Alossa going off the road, and I think we've had 2 more come off the road as well, unless they are the original 2, which I think they could be, actually. But Finn McLaughlin has made that cheeky move on Gabriel Gomez, and now we've got Samalisto and Tarvanichkil lining up the bid themselves. So, yeah, it was Alfredo and Massi clearing the scene of the incident and getting over to the marshal post where they have to watch from. But McLaughlin getting that cheeky move on Gabriel Gomez for the lead. I really want to see that one again, because that was Finn McLaughlin in pure bravery mode.
Yeah, the battle is on as Phil McLaughlin, once again, the Irish driver, taking the overall lead of the classification around the inside. There he goes, Enzo Tarvanichkil, last year's junior world champion. And watch out for the response from Lucas Samalisto. Those 2 battling along, and Samalisto having to defend against Matthias Kolnagi. Colnaghi having to stay behind, but there was a bit of a push on the cone alongside the track coming to turn number 13. Whew. Not quite sure actually that the officials will like that as well, as Alex Powell trying to make his bid on Colnaghi in turn number 2 on the inside. Goes as well on the Tony Cards by Bijan Pierzowski and Jimmy Elias for the back for P8 and 9. Alex Powell on the inside of Mattia Colnaghi. The door is open as well for Pierzowski to get through. So Powell up into P5, Pierzowski P6, Colnaghi down to P7. As Jimmy Elias, one of the Tony Cards from World Racing, shall I say, is putting out the fastest lap in this race. But what a cheeky move that was as well. It was very aggressive driving that we've seen there. We might need to see that again.
I think we will. How ruthless do you want to be in the battle for position as Petrovsky has a look up the inside of Alex Powell? Oh my goodness! They are absolutely relentless in this World Championship race. And Powell hangs on just. That is as close as it gets to being a collision that puts two drivers out of the race. Now Petrovsky fights his way through on the inside of Alex Powell. I couldn't care squat who you are. I'm getting through. And he makes the bid. Mattia Colnaghi now trying to repeat the feat on Alex Powell, who definitely seems to be struggling for one lap pace. Look at the concertina effect as they all pile up behind him.
And we have record marker, the 41 as well, Jones himself into the party behind an airfreight. There's going to be a good one as Phil McLaughlin is trying to shake up the order.
Right, here's the move for the lead. Watch this on McLaughlin getting the beautiful overtaking move on Gomez.
Clipping the curb as we like it.
But there's another incident. Watch this. This is Samalisto squeezing. Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't realise you were there. Yes, you did.
Yeah, for Colnaghi, certainly must be furious under the helmet over there because he lost momentum and it could have been dangerous with the cone being thrown, flowing into the air on the outside of the track over there. As a record marker and the 62 of Jimmy Elias battling along. This is for P8 with the CRG machine and the driver from World Racing. And McLaughlin picking up another fastest lap, 47.9 at the moment, with half of a second. He's being able to build for himself on Gabriel Gomez. Gomez has been lapping 48.1, 2/10 down, on 1/10 down, shall I say, on McLaughlin in terms of respective lap times. Tal Van Ishkol down in P3. 1 second on Sam Alisto, so the top 3, top 4 pretty much as for now, and shaken. And then Pierzowski follows in P5 from Alex Powell, Colnaghi, record marker, Jimmy Elias, here's your leader, trying to extend this gap, and so he does. You can see the evolution of each of the drivers with the places gained and lost. And here's the move of the 62, Jimmy Elias on record marker for P8. Those two are going to go for Colnaghi, just in front. Of meters still having to catch up for those two as Enia Frey from P10, the VDK College is trying to catch up as well. Stay in contact with the German driver, Simon Rickenmacher. He's been climbing 8 places from P17 on the grid, can you imagine?
This is just fantastic stuff, and you can see already that Friday evening and the ruthless demands of this World Championship fight, the drivers have got telescopic elbows in these particular races because they are just making sure that nobody can even get close to a move on the inside line, and if they can, they're going to have to wrestle their way through, which is pretty much what we've been seeing so far. Finn McLaughlin leading, Gabriel Gomez by half a second, then Tarvin Edgekull, Samalisto, Petrovsky, Powell, Colnaghi, Elias, Enia Frey and Francisco Macedo in front of Simon Reckenmacher, Maxon for Bruges and Joel Bergstrom. Nathan Tye really struggling this weekend, isn't he? The Sodi Kart captain really having a difficult one there in 15th place in behind Jens Truer. Weisenberger, William Go, Ruben Moya leading the Pantano charge, and then the Japanese driver Tokiya Suzuki, who is at least having a longer heat than he had earlier on.
Picking up on what you said about Sodicard, it's true that we haven't seen much of the French factory drivers so far into this World Championship. Still very early into the event, so things can always change and go more like their way. But compared to Markersdorf and the Gearbox World Championship, this is a totally different challenge. Also, drivers with Sodicard machine. Now, we'll get back to that. 4/10 of a second between Phil McLaughlin and Gabriel Gomez, your two leader on your screen, being chased by Enzo Van Ishkol.
But look at the gap as it continues to come down. It was 0.466. As it updates in a moment, you'll see that it's now 0.444, and there's only 0.5 back from Gomez to Tarvin Edgekull. So it's really starting to tighten up now as Tarvin Edgekull closes on Gomez. Gomez is closing up on McLaughlin. So by the time we get to lap 10, this thing is going to get very much closer again. We're about to start lap 10. And by the time we get to the final lap, I think we could well have 3 drivers battling away for position. Tarvin Edgekull still fancies his chances of taking the win. He's going to have to close up a little bit more on Gomez to even have an attempt at that. But if Gomez gets his bid on McLaughlin and McLaughlin doesn't make it easy for him, then the chance might come back again. There's Nathan Tye dueling away with the Swede Joel Bergström on the Birolard. And there is Gabriel Gomez trying to keep up with Finn McLaughlin. Two very determined racing drivers here, and it's great to see the Irish driver Finn McLaughlin finally getting the results he deserves.
Those two have one win each so far this weekend. For McLaughlin, he defeated René Lammers himself earlier. Would well go for another win. And McLaughlin is trying to hold on to Gabriel Gomez as they make their way for the final lap. From McLaughlin, Gabriel Gomez, watch out for the battle into that very last lap out of 12. As McLaughlin trying to shake up the order, as has been not the easiest of tasks for him. As from McLaughlin beat actually Alex Powell in his previous race. My apologies. The correction for myself. 3/10 of a second between the two leaders. That might be enough. Will it be enough? This is the penultimate lap of the race here for Phil McLaughlin. Oh, and the 102 is out, unfortunately.
That is Sofia Zanfari. So the
another DNF, unfortunately, second in a row.
Younger sister of Suleiman, who of course is here, racing as well. It all came about when Sofia Zanfari decided she wanted to step up and go for the World Championship title, and when Suleiman overheard the conversation from the next room, he said, oh, can I come back as well? So the two of them are doing it, and unfortunately for Sofia Zanfari, it's turning into a bit of a nightmare already. 2 DNFs for her, and it's looking very tough indeed. Hopefully she can come back tomorrow and be a lot stronger. But they're going to have to do some homework overnight to work on the setup for sure. Now, Gomez got the gap down to 0.2 of a second initially, but Finn McLaughlin has been on a qualifying lap pace again to try and drive away from the Brazilian. It's a brilliant run so far from Finn McLaughlin. You go through the upper echelons of the drivers that have fought for the title over the years, and so far we have yet to see a driver from the Republic of Ireland become karting world champion. This man might just do it. He gets the job done in this heat for sure, in front of Gabriel Gomez. Finn McLaughlin doing a terrific job ahead of Gomez. Tyrone Van Itchkel in third from Petrovski, Samalisto and Alex Powell. Matti Kolnagi in P7 in front of Jimmy Helias, and then Francisco Macedo ahead of Maxence Verbruge. But this boy genuinely has what it takes here. He has the most beautiful, exquisite helmet design, which very much shows off his proud Irish heritage. But Finn McLaughlin genuinely starting to look now like he could become the first ever Irish karting world champion. That would be quite an astonishing feat, and certainly everybody back home in Phoenix Park and all of these fantastic places in Ireland where motor racing is still a very big deal, but there's still a growing nation. This would be such a big change for them, and it would showcase some amazing talents to come forward, none the least of whom is Finn McLaughlin. What if he gets this done? He could make history. He's certainly made it 2 out of 2 for the time being, and at this point he is the only driver in senior OK to get the maximum 100 points at this point. Gabriel Gomez second, Enzo Tarvanitschko third, from Jan Petrovski, Lucas Samalisto, Alex Powell, Mattia Kolnagi, Jimmy Helias, Francisco Macedo, Maxence Verbruge, Enea Frey, Nathan Tye and Simon Rechenmacher, Paco Weisenberger and Joel Bergström fighting through to 15th place, making up 6 places in the process. William Go climbing up to 16th. Vili Hakula in front of Marty Rittinen. Then Samuel Shaw 19th in front of Tokiya Suzuki. Ruben Moya in 21st place in front of Zoe Florescu. Dimitri Moravcik, Jacob Kamenik, Arda Teppanen, Jens Trua, Pascal von Almen, Gustavo Galvo, and then Chen Yinkai with the 3 retirements from earlier on. Sofia Zanfari, Alfredo Ibiapina and Massi Alossa, the latter two clattering into each other on the very first lap. Finn McLaughlin again just calm, cool, collected. 2 race wins out of 2 so far. Everybody back home must probably be thinking, do you know what? This might be on. This might be happening. And if it does, that's a really exciting piece of history for the Republic of Ireland. They've had their heroes in motorsport over the years. Never a karting world champion. But then there's a first time for everything. The wreckage is cleared up now for Massi Alossa and Alfredo Ibiapina. And we look back over the highlights of the race to see how it all fared out. Look at that. Very scary moment off the start, as several karts almost went flying on the original start. Fortunately, everybody able to get away with it and still point in the right direction until we got around the first couple of corners, and then things started to get a little bit messy. Look how close it came to a very nasty incident indeed. Finn McLaughlin, right from the outset, able to get up alongside Enzo Tarvanichkul and put on a bit of a showcase. But it was always going to be a long battle to get up to that point. Zoe Florescu not being pushed around, but once doing a little bit of the pushing herself just to keep her position in the mix with Sam Shaw. But there's the incident. Alossa and Ibiapina spat out to the scenery. They both get nudged aside. And there's the move. What a move it was too from Finn McLaughlin, catching Gabriel Gomez completely unawares. And there wasn't really a lot the Brazilian could do. Samalisto on Konagi, just a little bit more cheeky. Not sure how that one's going to be assessed later. But certainly a couple of drivers getting a little bit of a warning flag for that one. Samalisto certainly under investigation for his part in that, I do believe. Or at least will be when they review the footage. But there's the bid from Piotrowski. How close do you want to get to hitting your opponent and then causing an accident? That was well defended by Alex Powell. Piotrowski trying every trick in the book to get by. And Alex Powell, an immovable force field. Not going to get through. Bit of a mistake there from the CRG of the 44, rather sadly, of Enea Frey. Sofia Zanfari retiring from the race at the latter stages of the proceedings. But Finn McLaughlin cruising to the victory out front, ahead of Gabriel Gomez and Enzo Tarvanichkul. The sky's the limit for the Irishman. He could be their first ever world champion. Certainly the maximum score so far, 2 wins out of 2 as the sun starts to set here at Franciacorta, just outside the city of Castrozzato. But what a fabulous opportunity this is now for Finn McLaughlin. He must be thinking this is more than just a pipe dream now. He genuinely has a chance. Down in the holding area, we have our man on the spot, Guillaume Alvarez.
So I'm here with Enzo Tarvanichkul. Enzo, good to see you as always, strong as ever for the World Championship. P3 into this race. Pace is looking good?
Yeah, I think everything's going quite well at the moment. We just have to conserve the tyres because it's long, many heats, many laps to do. So I think we have to find ourselves in a good position after the start of every race, and then afterwards should be fine.
We've seen quite a bit of drama coming to the first few corners of the opening lap, especially starting from the outside. So that's going to be one of the key things to keep in mind for you.
I think starting within the first 3 rows eliminates that a little bit. It gives you a little bit more, let's say, safety. But yeah, I think we just have to keep calm, not make any big mistakes, and always finish within the top 5, because obviously, like we saw last year, you may win one heat, and then if you go out the next, then it's a bit pointless.
Yeah, it was a bit of going through all sorts of emotions in Sarno in 2022. We all remember that. It was a good day for you. One more year for you in terms of experience, different class also. With that in mind, you're feeling more confident than ever?
I think it all depends more on like how you feel from the start of the weekend, and I think this week with the track and everything, I feel quite okay. We might miss a little bit of pace compared to the super fast people, but I think we're fast enough to contend for the win, and obviously it's a long way to go, so I think we just have to focus on what's at hand at the moment and then do that as best as we can.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Enzo Tarvanichkul, as we'll find you back on track in the OK class. Last year's junior world champion in Sarno, as we went. And he went as well through all sorts of emotions, as we said, with a DNF in the superheat coming to the final that you won in the end. So that's part of what we like in the FIA Karting World Championship, as winning the heats is one thing, but making it to the final is something totally different sometimes. And on numerous occasions, we've seen drivers being absolutely brilliant on Friday and Saturday and not quite able to emulate that as much as we would have liked on Sunday. So that's part of the game, and that's a very long one.
Certainly is. You've got to keep it going all the way through till Sunday morning. And if you are still there in the final 36, ready for the final, then and only then can you start really thinking about, can I be world champion in 2023? It is the toughest weekend in the world. Think about this. You always want to prove that you're the best, that you're the top dog, that you're the best racing driver in the world. But ask any racing driver worth their salt, what's the toughest race to win? Most of them will include the Karting World Championship in that list. If not, name it the hardest race in the world to win. Just get this list of names. Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel, Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, all world champions with over 25 titles between them in Formula One. Not one of them became karting world champion. That is quite a statistic. They may have won other titles, they may have won a European crown, they may have won a World Cup. They never won the world championship. It is such a tough accolade to win. I tell you who did though, Max Verstappen, who in a few short hours' time, he's bidding to become a 3-time Formula One world champion. 10 years ago, almost to the weekend, he was battling for this world championship title. Christian Castoya and Joao Bocchiola are now facing the same fate in the junior category. The Spaniard and the Finn are there together on the front row of the starting grid for this particular heat. And it's going to be the next two heats pretty intense because we've got qualifying heat for groups A versus B. The two fastest groups in the entire qualifying practice rotation will now meet each other on track for the next two heats. The first in junior, the second in senior. It's going to be a tough one. Christian Castoya versus Joao Bocchiola on the front row of the starting grid. The Spaniard versus the Finn. Then we'll have Stepan Antonov alongside the British driver Henry Domain. Then we will have Mike Bacchiala in the Gillard from the Kotala sports team. Christopher El Faghali, the highest ranking Lebanese driver ever in FIA karting. Then Jacopo Martinezzi, Davide Bazzaro, Makar Sakbelev, Mats Van Rooyen, Travis Teo, Daniel Kelleher, Rocco Coronel, Sun Zhao Yu, Zach Drummond, Gerazim Skudanov, Luke Korda, Muraro Rocca, Karafi Hand, Sebastian Litimaki, Ethan Lennon, Alfie Slater, Georgi Zazov, Kian Fardin, Amelia Lucas Mora, Augustin Sepulveda, Clara Kowalczyk, Ludo Busso, Kasper Bonda, Augusto Toniolo, Wojciech Woda and Lucas Obruchnik. 36 drivers all going to battle. And it shows you just how intense it is in OK Junior, the fact that we've got 7 groups. And even in the qualifying heats, we have the maximum capacity of 36 drivers on the starting grid for these qualifying heats. It is truly insane how busy this World Championship race meeting it is. The most we have ever seen in a World Championship meeting in FIA karting, and certainly the most oversubscribed direct drive meeting in the sport's history. Absolutely sensational. And with 57 nations, another new record. It's just record after record after record broken this weekend. And what about the racing? Well, you'll have to wait another lap. They're going round again.
And here we go. Time for you to catch your breath, my dear Jake.
Certainly need to.
So you can see the yellow light is on. That means that Nigel Edwards decided that no, not good enough. Here we go again for one extra attempt to that starting procedure. Good to talk to Enzo Talvanishkul, of course, the young Thai driver from Prema Racing, on his way to Formulas, as he's not the only one leaving karting at the end of this season, along the likes of Alex Powell, as well as Kim Nakuma Alberta.
I was just going to say, he's not the only Prema leaving karting at the end of this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Each of them with the backing of some junior F1 program. So
I have to say I'm a little disappointed that we're not going to get to see what Enzo Tarvanichkul can do in Gearbox next year. I'd have liked him to have a go at KZ2. I think he would have had the tenacity for it in the same sort of way that we saw from Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura Berta. But obviously Red Bull want to take him up the ladder. They want to see what he can do in F4. So clearly that'll be his prime target next year.
That's always a question, isn't it? As for ourselves,
yeah, when do you do it?
Fans, you know, what about Gearbox? You know, what about one more season like Max and Leclerc and the others?
Well, that's it. Verstappen and Leclerc both did Gearbox for one extra year before they switched to karts. And look at them. They're now the leading drivers at Red Bull and Ferrari. It does pay dividends. Here we go. We're under starters orders. Castoya, Antonov, Bacchiala, Martinezzi. They get the 1, 2, 3, 4 positions. In fact, Martinezzi's got the jump on Bacchiala on the way through. Oh, it's always going to get a bit of a cluster when 1 or 2 cars stopped in the middle. That could have been so much worse than it was, but there are 5 drivers out of it. Rocco Coronel is one of them. Zach Drummond is another. He's having a miserable 2023, isn't he? The Scotsman, he's had no luck at all this year. 271 is in the mix there as well. That is the DBK of Augustin Sepulveda. We've had problems too for Sebastian Litimaki, Kian Fardin and Max Rafalik. So 6 drivers in total not coming through at the end of the first sector. So all of them out on the spot, but very unfortunate indeed, in particular for the 2 drivers caught up in the middle of that one, Rocco Coronel and Zach Drummond.
And run inside, goes a 203, beautifully made by Jacopo Martinezzi, who had a cracking start in opening lap, actually. Martinezzi from 7th on his way to P2 at the end of the opening lap, just in front of Stepan Antonov. Watch out, because Martinez is hungry for success, and he's going to go full chase on Christian Costoia, the pole sitter for Paulin. 1 win under his name already. Jacopo Martinez more than willing to join the circles of winners in the junior category. But he's going to have to shake off and trying to get away as much as possible from Stepan Antonov. Then we have Pajola, Henry Domain, Alfegali up into P6 in front of Pajola, Theo, Botaro, Shen running up the top 10. The battle for the lead is only but getting started between Jacopo Martinez, who certainly is going to give a hard time to his opponent. On the way to the hairpin on the inside, there's nothing that Christian Costoia can do, and it opens the door to Stepan Antonov side by side. But a good momentum that was carried out by Christian Costoia on the exit. He was able to keep that second position alive. Watch out for Stepan Antonov. Here's the response of Costoia on the outside of turn number 2. The door is 1 second open, but this time Martinez hold on to his second place once again. Maybe a response all the way to turn number 5 already. No, Martinez has to stay behind.
Well, Martinez getting frustrated with Christian Costoia. Why are you defending? It's only lap 3. We've got plenty of race still to go. But clearly Costoia feels he's got no more pace than the drivers behind him. He just wants to back the field up and then hope that there's 1 or 2 big overtaking moves, then he can just clear off and disappear. So he clearly feels that that's the better tactic. There are 2 major strategies, essentially, when you take the lead of a race in OK, particularly in junior level. The first one is back the pack up, defend, make sure that the 3rd or 4th place guy goes for the move, wait till there's a gap and then just gung-ho and pull away. Or just hope that you've got the pace to run away at the front. And clearly, it's the former for Christian Costoia rather than the latter. So he's desperately trying to back the pack up, hope that Antonov is going to make the move on Martinez before Martinez gets the move on him. And here comes the bid from Pajola. You can see them snaking under braking. That backs them up, but it's too much to hope for the fact that Martinez isn't going to get through on Costoia, because that's exactly what the Italian manages to do around the outside up at turn 7. Absolutely terrific.
Yeah, terrific move, and there's great racing as we like to see. Jacopo Martinez. Now it's down to Christian Costoia to try to give his money back. Maybe switch a position on the way to the hairpin at turn number 13. Not quite yet, as further back we see, I think, a move from Pajola on Stepan Antonov, or was it Antonov on Christopher Galli? Let's have a look as they come across once again. It was Pajola on Domain, and Stepan Antonov actually losing 2 places in the process, down to P7 at the moment. So battles are plenty in the upper part of that field. And watch out for Mike Pajola and Christian Costoia as well. Pajola, who was overtaken in the process as well by Chris Alfegali. Up into P3, the Lebanese driver, gesturing to Pajola, stay with me, let's keep it together, let's try to work and maximize our respective lap times, because the more we attack each other, the slower we will be, and the more contact we'll lose to both Martinez and Costoia. Wojciech Woda putting out the fastest lap, the Polish driver. He made a sensation of himself at Cremona for the final round of the Academy Trophy that he won back in July. And Woda at the moment is all the way down to P24th. Not the best of results so far, but 10 places up for Woda, who's very much discovering the World Championship at this level, as Jacopo Martinez has just taken the lead back on Christian Costoia, as we've seen, trying to put as much as a gap as possible, and Christopher Alfegali has no intention to let them to get away. He's putting out the fastest lap from P3.
You've got to remember that Wojciech Woda had his problems in qualifying. He couldn't string a fast lap together, so he ended up down at the back, but he's clearly got the pace to charge his way forward through the field again. That's exactly what he's deeming to do. Costoia still trying to close up on Jacopo Martinez. Still got time to do it. He's clearly conceded where he didn't want to. A bit of a run wide from Martinez. Got to be careful. Don't want to let Christian Costoia have even a whiff of a gap. Up to the inside line. Chris Alfegali is going to be there in 3rd, ready to pounce if it gets a little bit too close for comfort between these two. Mike Pajola in 4th position. Antonov, Pajola, Domain, Shun, Botaro, Kelleher, and Gilazem Skudanov in front of Lennon, Kornda, and Travis Teo. He was up in the top 10. I think he's ended up getting into an incident with somebody somewhere, and that's cost him several positions. But the Malaysian is definitely worth a watch, because he's very quick today and certainly on the move around this Franciacorta circuit. Watch for Costoia, watch for him. Starting to really heighten up the drama here behind Martinez, and Alfegali is closing in all the time as well.
And that's going to be an interesting tussle with 4 drivers in the picture at the closer of lap number 7. There's no one trying, at least for now, outside of the hairpin. Martinez under intense pressure for the Italian driver. went on to finish third overall in the European Championship. No win of his own yet so far this season for Jacopo Martinez, but that could be such a great story for him to finish on a high and maybe lay the crown at the end of the weekend. It's not there yet. What he needs to do is to hold on to his position, trying to shake off his opponent as much as we can. The Christian Costoia trying to really give him a hard time. The pressure is on the shoulder of Martinez. Costoia is close enough outside of turn number 12. On the way down, on the inside, there he goes! Even though before the last turn, beautifully made from Christian Costoia, who takes back the lead on lap number 8. And now he's actually giving opportunity for Jacopo Martinez to shake it back and maybe respond on the way to the hairpin. There's no room whatsoever. The door was shut, sorry. And actually it gets Jacopo Martinez back into the closer of Alfegali, but he responds in turn number 1, opening the door and taking the lead back. And look at who was there to shake that advantage as well. Alfegali taking second position, with Costoia protecting his third. The battle is far from over. This is the penultimate lap of that race. And we have Pahala and Costoia as well, battling along with the help of Stepan Antonov. Antonov as well and Henri Domain could both take advantage of that situation.
Costoia genuinely thought he had that on Jacopo Martinez, and I was about to say you could set your Rolex by him. It was perfect timing. But unfortunately for him, Martinez had a move up his sleeve to get back through on the inside line, and putting Costoia just slightly offline at that point. Good enough to give Chris Alfegali a go. Martinez getting defensive. This is dangerous. A very dangerous game for Martinez to play with 1 lap to go, going into the fastest part of the course. If Alfegali's even got a whisker of a half gap, he's going to try and go right round the outside. Surely he can't get that turn in. He can't, but Costoia's going to open up the door. This is the chance for Martinez now. Alfegali will try again. A big snake under braking, diving up the inside. There goes Antonov. Dives in on Costoia. And it's a proper shuffle of the deck as Domain goes all the way down to 5th behind Pacciala, Shun and Bataro. But this is not done. Alfegali still thinks he can get past Jacopo Martinez. All he got to do is be close enough into that final hairpin, catch him off guard, and maybe the overtaking move can happen. But if you get it wrong, Antonov and Costoia are right there, hungry to take it. Down the back straight, 180 meters this particular section of the course. Down to the braking zone, hold the inside radius. Perfect for Martinez. Don't think he's going to lose that now. Well timed, well held. Jacopo Martinez will take the victory. Beautifully done. A great run from the Italian there in front of the Lebanese driver, Chris Alfegali. And Stepan Antonov in front of Christian Costoia. And then Mike Pacciala and Xun Zhaoyu. A brilliant start for everybody in that top 6, to be fair. They all had a great racecraft battle there. And that's just a bit of a warm-up, really. That's just to scratch the elbow, really, and get yourself warmed up for the battles that we're going to get tomorrow. Jacopo Martinez, the Italian, though, excellent work. He's been threatening to be a real fierce contender for both the European and the World Championships all season. And now he's here at Franciacorta on home soil, don't forget. He would dearly love to become the latest Italian world champion. If Formula One is based in the United Kingdom, if NASCAR is based in the United States, if motorcycles are based in Spain, karting is very much home in Italy. And so for Jacopo Martinez to win the World Championship in the sport where Italy very much dominates on home soil, that would just be extra special. Not many people get to do that. Jacopo Martinez in front of Chris Alfegali and Stepan Antonov, Christian Costoia, Mike Pacciala, Xun Zhaoyu and Davide Battaro, Gerasim Skudinov in front of Joel Pocchiala, Dan Kelleher ahead of Henri Domain, and then Ethan Lennon lining up in front of Luke Cornder at the flag, ahead of the Malaysian Travis Teo and the Brazilian Morello Roca. 16th across the line, Lorenzo Campos, who of course not only represents Portugal but also represents the African nation of Angola. Ludovico Busso, Kara Fiahand of Indonesia, Alfie Slater in front of Makar Savelev, Mats van Rooyen ahead of Lucas Mora, and then Otto Vaneri Sakala from Wojciech Woda, Augusto Toniolo, Georgi Zazov, Lucas Abruchnik, Klara Kowalczyk, Kasper Bonda and Sebastian Letemaki, who had that problem on the opening lap, dropping him to the back. A very determined and very fired up Jacopo Martinez. Already looks like he could be a KZ2 and KZ champion of the future, doesn't he? Rocco Coronel, Zach Drummond, Kian Fardin, Emilia Wyzimierska, Max Rafalik and Augustin Sepulveda all out on the opening lap. Here's how it happened, as we had one little conflagration in the middle about now. You can see that there. Coronel gets tangled up with Zach Drummond, and it's just a case of, can you avoid it? If you can't, game over. So it was all done for Rocco Coronel, Zach Drummond, Kian Fardin, Emilia Wyzimierska, Max Rafalik and Augustin Sepulveda. All 6 of them, the Dutchman, the Brit, the Swiss, the Poles and the Chilean, all retiring from the race at the same point. But Jacopo Martinez kicking up a storm as he duelled away several times with Christian Castoya. Really good to see Martinez again getting his elbows out and making sure that he was not going to be pushed around by anybody. Some great moves. And genuinely, I'm starting to consider Jacopo Martinez as a genuine World Championship winning contender. He's in the Kart Republic, which, as many people will argue, is one of the top chassis, if not the top chassis in 2023 to be on. Not that Christian Castoya will let you hear that and get away with it, as the Paralin driver has pulled off just as many moves on his machine. Mike Pachiala putting the Gillard right up at the front end of an OK field for the first time in forever. I don't mean to sound like a character from a Disney Frozen movie. However, it is pretty much the first time in forever that we've had a bit of an issue that puts the Gillard up at the sharp end of the field. Travis Teo squeezed there on the exit of the first couple of corners. Castoya genuinely thought he'd nailed the move there on Jacopo Martinez. But just a few corners later, Martinez decided, no, I'm going to get through on the first turn. I'm going to be brave. I've got the move, I've got the momentum, and I've got the Kart Republic chassis. See you later, Christian. And that was job done. Fabulous effort from Jacopo Martinez. He had to defend really, really toughly in the closing stages to keep Chris Elfagali and Christian Castoya off his back. That was enough to give Stepan Antonov the ammunition he needed to get through into third place. This is a big dive on the last lap with a lot at stake. And so it's Kart Republic's 1, 2, 3 at the flag. But it's the Cetelar colours of Jacopo Martinez that does drive and take the checkered flag. He is a genuine contender for this World Championship title. Incredibly, the consistency of the heats we've had so far means that at this point, Lebanon can go bananas because Christopher Elfagali is currently the leader of the interim rankings at this stage. 115 points to Davide Batara on 106, Gerazim Skudanov on 100, and Sun Zhao Yu on 98. If you're from Lebanon, time to take a picture of that because that is pretty exciting. Down in the holding area once again, we have our man on the spot, Guillaume Alvarez.
Yes, indeed, Jake. We're here with Jacopo Martinez. Jacopo, first win for you. Beautiful performance out there with a chassis working perfectly by the look of it. Talk us through that race because it was a bit mayhem out there.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the hardest heats. Almost every heat is the hardest because we've got a really hard group always with Castoya, some other really fast drivers. But we knew already from this morning, from the qualifying, from the free practice, we had a really nice pace. Of course, to get P1, I had to be a little bit under risk, but it worked. So, I mean, it was good. The chassis worked perfectly this heat. Also, all the preparation we did in the free practice, it worked. I'm happy right now because this first place in this heat gives us a lot of confidence. And we will see what is going to happen in the next few heats tomorrow.
Good stuff. That's all we have time for, unfortunately, Jacopo. Thank you very much for your feedback and good luck for the next races. Thank you very much. Jacopo Martinez taking his first heat win and hopefully the first for him, the first of many, hopefully for him in the process of the World Championship.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, and grazie mille tutti to Jacopo Martinez. Knit two together, qualifying heat A versus B. Here's the grid very quickly. Mark Dubnitsky and René Lammers, Kia Nakamura Berta and Thomas Stolchemanis, Emanuele Oliveri and Gilles Caranta, Kai Reliertz and Joe Turney from Nenage and Marcus Sater, Michael Lider, Oscar Pedersen, Sebastian Kalping, Miguel Costa, Suleiman Zadfari, Dan Da Vinci, Kasper Henriksen, Alexander Savinkov, Max Popov, Petra Babachkova, Stefano Padani, Teresa Babachkova, Petra Agiv. Oh, thank goodness, they threw a false start. I wasn't quite going to get through the grid in time. So thank goodness they actually had to throw a false start. I can do it properly now. Mark Dubnitsky and René Lammers, Kia Nakamura Berta and Thomas Stolchemanis on the second row of the grid. Then Emanuele Olivieri and Gilles Caranta Kai Reliarts of Belgium alongside Joe Turney. Then Len Nige and Marcus Seita from Michael Eder and Oscar Pedersen. Sebastian Kolpeng and Miguel Costa of Brazil. Then Suleiman Zanfari from 15th on the grid alongside the Australian Dante Vinci. Kasper Henriksen and Alexander Savinkov. And then Max Popov alongside Petra Babičkova. Stefano Padani alongside Teresa Babičkova. And then Petr Agiv, Max Angelard, Preston Lambert, Shuma Yamaoka, Alex Sawyer from Vietnam, and Eloy Gonzalez from Spain. Calvin Kunz and Akil Mitsoni. And then we have Artur Valsort and Gustav Wisniewski to round out the field. Thank you, boys and girls. It was nice to get through the grid properly this time. So great that you allowed me to do so by throwing a false start. Well done, everybody. Now we can actually go racing properly and catch up with the action as it happens. They come off the turn, and I think these guys are going to throw another false start because there's several guys at the back. Yeah, it's going to be a second consecutive false start because there's a lot of drivers at the back that were not even close to formed up. And this is, I guess, a sign of the inexperience of this procedure from Mark Dubnitsky in pole position. He's never been in pole position before, but this is definitely a pretty tricky scenario for him, obviously trying to back up the pack.
I have to be honest with you, my dear Jake. Before I came back in, actually, I had a bit of a word with Mark Dubnitsky, and I told him, since I'll be out and doing some interviews, could you give me some more time and a little bit of brief as well? So that might be the reason why he allowed me to get back into the box, joining you and be ready for the proper racing. So thank you, Mark, for that. Of course not. But, yeah,
it's a nice story, and it's the one you're sticking with.
Yeah, that's it. And Gonzalo Plante, of course, is getting quite annoyed, and you don't want to get our friend Gonzalo, of course, in such a mood. And this is a second attempt. We've had that before through the course of those first qualifying heats. Let's see if now Mark Dubnitsky this time around will be able to lead the pack the right way, and he has pressure of so many great names behind with Kin Nakamura Berta, Storce Manis and René Lammers by his side.
There we go, the marshals have backed them up. Hopefully this time we're going to get started. Is that more like it? Yes, it is. Off we go. Dubnitsky leads into the first corner in front of Kin Nakamura Berta. They fight their way to the first corner. Already a little bit of hesitation as the driver's trying to get their way through. Nakamura Berta having to hustle and now getting side by side with Lammers. Nakamura Berta will take the lead. Brilliant racing from the Japanese driver. So Nakamura Berta hits the front. Lammers is right behind him now in second place, and two of the biggest names in this field. Oh my goodness! 4 karts involved in that one.
Jules Caranta is one of them, the 76.
Kolpeng is in there. So too is Vinci.
Maximilian Popov, Alexander Savinko.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Dante Vinci indeed, as
that's
you said.
That's 5 karts actually, not 4. So that's a proper mess going out of the turn 5 hairpin. It is an overtaking point, but clearly all 5 of them didn't get the chance to do that on that occasion. They're all trying to restart. It's all uphill, and I don't think any of them are going to get going again, to be perfectly honest with you. It's not the easiest situation there. Look at the gap back from the top 5. Zanfari finds himself in 6th position as a result of all of that. Suleiman Zanfari, the Moroccan, got through. And let's not forget that Suleiman Zanfari is returning to the world of karting, whilst also competing in Euro Cup 3 this year in the single-seaters. So great to see him back in there in the top 6 as he continues to bid for another title. He's the busiest man in Morocco as well. He has about 4,000 businesses, doesn't he, Suleiman Zanfari at the moment, but good to see him here. Big dive on the inside from Kai Reliarts, the Belgian, on his debut in senior in FIA karting, is putting off just as sensational a performance on his debut as Luis Iglesias did back at Cremona. This is terrific from Kai Reliarts, straight in at Tony Kart, straight in the senior, and he looks like he's been doing it for years.
He took a P3 in his previous race, and more than willing to emulate that, or even more so, as Kin Nakamura Berta is still up for grab, 0.4 of a second in front of René Lammers. Run inside. There he goes, Len Nace on Mark Dubnitsky, beautifully made on the 22, as the CRG driver is not quite able to keep up with the pace of the leaders in front of him, despite starting from pole position. With Kin Nakamura Berta already could feel the experience of those big events from Kin Nakamura Berta, who still need to pick up a win in those races so far. Kin Nakamura, René Lammers, Kai Reliarts, that's for your top 3 at the moment.
Well, Lammers is definitely still not going to give up the ghost on Kin Nakamura Berta up front. Nakamura Berta running a very famous number in the world of motorsport, number 31. Plenty of success for junior single-seater racers and karting drivers alike. Kin Nakamura Berta coming into this one with the number 31 on his Prema. Trying to work their way through at turn 5 and 6. Going to be a very interesting one as they continue the charge forward. Who is going to come through? at this phase of the proceedings. Nakama Roberta is not dropping René Lammers at all. Really arts and nice. Two Belgians just can't stay away from each other, and they're really giving a proper strong bid here. This time they get to race against Lammers and Nakama Roberta. Once again, Stolchamanis getting the rough end of the draw in his duel with René Lammers at the start. So clearly from Lammers' point of view, that's 2-1 to me. And Nakama Roberta managed to squeeze through past them both. And Nakama Roberta and Lammers will only get to race each other today. They won't get to race each other tomorrow. And they'll only meet again until they get to the superheats, where they may or may not meet each other in that race. But if they're both competitive to the end of the weekend, they'll definitely meet again in the final.
And I went too fast when saying that Nakama Roberta had no win. He had one already, so that's on course for a second victory in the qualifying heat so far for the Japanese-British driver. But René Lammers is the one without a win so far.
And of course, that would mean that Nakama Roberta would be unbeaten at this point, because he's already had a win and he's going to take another one if he stays where he is. That'll put him alongside Finn McLaughlin on the maximum score of 100 points after 2 races. Now, some of the drivers in this field, in Group B in particular, are obviously on their 3rd heat now. So once it all shakes out again, everybody will be even on points. Thomas Stolchamanis under investigation.
Well, in
That's
P7
interesting.
is one win also, the driver from Energy. And he's putting in the fastest lap as a response, in a way of saying to the officials, I don't mind, I will still keep pushing and trying to shake off the order. And you will have a lot of work to do, because the gap on Mike Gudinski is currently of 1.6 seconds at the moment for Tomas Stolchamanis.
Well, he's finally got his way past the Moroccan Suleiman Zanfari,
Yep.
so he's worked his way through there up into P6. Then it is Kasper Henriksen who's made his way up into 8th place. I'm very impressed, actually, with Henriksen. He's there or thereabouts. He's taken good advantage of the opportunity that's afforded him with that mass exodus that we had on the opening lap of Karanta, Kalping, Vinci, Savinkov and Popov. But very good work indeed to get the position and keep himself in the mix. And 8th position looking good for him. Michael Adair in the CRG behind them, and Peter Aguiv on the Leclerc is in 10th place.
And who is putting the fastest lap? George Turney himself, ladies and gentlemen. And only P21st, 13 places lost for George Turney as a result, certainly, of the mayhem that we had in the opening lap. But he had been able in the past, of course, after what had been a decent qualifying for him, which is a change compared to some of the other races that we had to fight his way through throughout the weekend. After qualifying, the pace was good, but that's a bit of a blow for George Turney, unfortunately, because despite the pace still being there with the fastest lap, he's going to have to work a lot and hopefully try to pick up the pieces left.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need to see the replay of that start in the highlights package later on, because Joe Turney suddenly going from, what was it, on the grid? He was 8th on the grid and now finds himself all the way down in 20th, so clearly something's not gone well. But Kia Nakama Roberta out in front is doing what he does best, opening up the taps and steering ahead of the rest of the field. This is the way that the Japanese driver wants to bow out. He has already, of course, won a European title without taking a win in the final. And, of course, he's one of the few drivers in history to have won a Junior World Championship final without taking a win in the final, because, of course, it was Freddie Slater that crossed the line ahead of him with that faulty front fairing position. And it was Kia Nakama Roberta who inherited the title and the World Junior Championship on that particular day. So from Nakama Roberta's point of view, if he's going to have a last karting meeting, this is the one to win, the World Championship in senior.
Yeah, what a memory that was in the reign of Campias 2021. Many of you might remember that as well, certainly. Oh, and we've lost one of the Falcon drivers.
Yeah, that is a Falcon. That's Alex Sawyer. So the Vietnamese driver, Alex Sawyer, who, when this weekend is over, he'll be preparing to make his kart racing debut in India next month, of all places. He'll be heading out to the Indian F4 Championship. But very disappointing indeed for Alex Sawyer, the young man from Vietnam, ending his race on that particular occasion. He's not out of the weekend, of course. There's still plenty more to do. But that definitely impedes his progress so far this weekend. Nakama Roberta ahead of Lammers and Kai Rilliards. I tell you what, he is so far in OK Senior the standout star, isn't he? 3rd position, up amongst... Look at the drivers he's got behind him. He's got Nice, he's got Dubnitsky, he's got Stolchamanis, he's got Joe Turney, he's got the Babichkova sisters, Ella Gonzalez, Miguel Costa, some big names. This is only his 1st appearance in senior, in a Tony kart, in OK, in the FIA Karting World Championship, and he's in the top 3. That is just astonishing.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a practice before, but not so much to be able already to put himself at this level, but impressive set of skills and demonstration certainly by the Belgian driver. As we're here further back with one of the CRG's, Mark Ruditsky, trying to get close to Len Nace. This is the battle for P4 at the moment between the 64 and the 22. The back Tomas Rosimanis, of course, will try to see the checker flying in 6th place because he won't get a chance to do anything more into that race. Looking at the gap that separates him with Dudnitsky, Zanfari, Pedersen, Eider, Eriksson, Oscar Pedersen, back to the World Championship. 4 places gained to P8. Pedersen, who stepped on the podium in last year's World event in Sano. 3rd place. We have Mateusz Morgato and Tukat Tapanen, making his way Tapanen to formulas this season. This season indeed. As for now, Dudnitsky, where can he actually initiate a move? Turn number 13, the hairpin. Going a little bit down. We have about 5 meters of elevation change from the lowest to the highest point of the track. Not the bumpiest of all tracks we've been to in Franciacorta. Package draw, for instance, was quite flat, but still, for the naked eye, with a live streaming perspective, sometimes you could be surprised about how bumpy and hilly some of the karting tracks are.
Oh, it's the chance!
There we go! Oh, there was a bit of a contact, I'm afraid. That was a very, very heated attempt. I don't think there was much space for him to go through.
I think Dudnitsky thought he had a chance there to get through on the inside of Len Nace, and Len almost asleep at the wheel there, trying to let him go. But Kia Nakamura will come through to get the victory. Excellent result for the Japanese driver, and a really exciting moment for him as he will come through to make it 2 wins out of 2. René Lammers, 2nd position, currently 132 points scored out of 150 potential. Kai Williarts in 3rd place though. That for me is the drive of the day so far. Right up there in the mix with drivers who have a lot more experience, a lot more in terms of track time than he has had coming up to this. But what a star. Kai Williarts right up there in the top 5. Len Nace and Mark Dudnitsky in the top 5 as well, almost tripping over each other on the final lap. But there could be another celebration in Japan. If Kia Nakamura gets it together this time and wins it going away, he'll become the first ever Japanese world champion in senior. That would be quite an exciting performance, especially considering he was the first ever Japanese world champion in junior. In fact, at the time, he was the first ever Asian to win a world title of any kind in FIA karting. In World Championship terms, I should say. There have been World Cup winners. Alex Albon springs to mind. But certainly in the World Championship, it had only been Kia Nakamura up to that point. And then, of course, Enzo Tarvanichkul got the job done for Thailand last year. René Lammers 2nd. Kai Williarts 3rd from Len Nace and Mark Dudnitsky, Thomas Dolcimanis and Suleiman Zadfari. Oscar Pedersen, Emanuele Olivieri, Michael Idea, and then Marcus Scheiter in front of Petar Agiv, Kasper Henriksen, Gustav Wisniewski, and Teresa Babichkova, the former W Series racer. Petra Babichkova came home a position behind her. Joe Turney ending up in 17th place in front of Miguel Costa. And then Artur Valsort in front of Stefano Padani, Eloy Gonzalez, the American driver Preston Lambert. And then it is Akil Mitsoni in front of Max Angelard, Calvin Kunz, and Shuma Yamaoka. Retirements for Alex Sawyer, Gilles Caranta, Sebastian Kolping, Dante Vinci, Alexander Savinkov, and Max Popov. The latter 5 all on the first lap. But Kia Nakamura, the Japanese driver, doing a sensational job up to this point, and it really is great to see just how hard he has had to work. The fans in the stands really enjoying the battles around the course, and if you think this is only Friday evening, imagine how busy it's going to be here at the track on Sunday. And I can tell you I've already seen a few familiar faces, the likes of Brazilian drivers and former FIA karting competitors. Matheus Ferreira I've already seen in the pits, as well as seeing Matheus Ferreira in position. I also managed to get to see Rafael Camara, who have popped in to have a look. There's the first lap conflagration. Several competitors dropping out of the race on that one. And there is Alex Sawyer doing likewise. This is a very cheeky last-minute moment. We almost saw some badinage there between Mark Dudnitsky and Len Nace. Otherwise, it was pretty neat and tidy, pretty calm and collected, as Kia Nakamura would cruise home to get his 2nd win of the day. There is Nigel Edwards, our race director, who's keeping an eye on things. as all of the contenders are battling away. The drivers there, not just driving, but also watching. They love racing, but they can also pick up a few tips from their rivals if they get the opportunity to sit there in position. So quite important to take note of what is happening out on the course. 2 races to go today, 1 junior, 1 senior, Groups D versus F in both qualifying heats. So obviously very important to make sure you're in the best position to move up and take advantage. Down in the holding area, we have Guillaume Alvarez.
Jake, I find myself here with one of the heroes of the start of the World Championship, Kai Rilas from Belgium. Good to see you, Kai. This is your first ever attempt at the World Championship in the OK class, and 2 P3 results so far with Tony Kart. The pace is incredible, and you find yourself certainly in a very good spot for the next few days.
Yeah, for sure. The first 2 heats went really well. Twice P3, came from P7, so speed was looking good after the tires, and see what we can do tomorrow. 4 more to go.
So this is a pretty new partnership for you to be with the Tony Kart factory. Can you talk us through that new experience of yours and how you have adapted to this new environment?
Yeah, for sure it was hard in the beginning because I come from Rotax, a different class, to this is really hard to swap and everything. But Tony Kart helped me a lot with this, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. So yeah. And
results apart, how does it feel like representing Belgium at the world stage on Franciacorta with the best in the world?
Yeah, for sure good. As a little kid I always dreamed to stay here, and now I'm actually here. So, and for sure in Tony Kart it's also one of the best teams in my opinion, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 days.
A dream coming true and the results that come with it. Thank you very much. Hartelijk bedankt, Kai Rilas, and good luck for the next few races and for the weekend. It's going to be a long game, but best of luck to you. Kai Rilas, twice in P3 for his first attempt in the World Championship with Tony Kart, and certainly the first of many more good results for him this weekend.
It's the perfect start for the Belgian talent to be up in the top 5 twice, especially when you've got this incredible group of drivers to go racing against. He is asserting himself beautifully. Right, OK Junior, the last qualifying heat of Friday evening, Noah Monteiro of Portugal versus Luis Francis of Australia. This will be fascinating, isn't it? You're going to get the 2 teammates for Kart Republic going at each other's throats into the first corner. But they'll also have some pressure from David Cosma in the Cetelar Racing colours in 3rd place, and Sebastian Mins, the British driver in the VDK kart that will run there, also a Kart Republic chassis, of course, in 4th position on the grid. In fact, the only driver that is not on a Kart Republic chassis in the top 6 is the Swedish talent for Tony Kart, Scott Lindblom, who is there getting themselves into position and battling away. Well, that's going to be a very exciting charge forward from the 3 rows of the grid. But Scott Lindblom, having already taken a very strong performance earlier on in the day, will definitely be one to watch coming into this one. A shame that some of the qualifying performances that we saw earlier haven't really materialized into anything particularly spectacular of late. It's not the same with every driver, but there's certain drivers that I would have liked to have seen continue to maintain the pace. There's been a lot of bad luck so far for the Estonian Merel Peldes, who's definitely looked to be one of the stronger Richard Mille Talent Academy drivers of the last couple of years. Luca Horton has had yet more bad luck, and Santino Panetta has not really been able to transfer anything from his position on the grid yet. Jagrat Troja has done very good, the Indian driver, not in qualifying, but certainly since then and prior to then. Nicolas Schaufler having to charge his way through from dead last. He really is channeling his inner Mario Kart as he runs into position. And of course, this is going to be the 3rd and final attack from the Ukrainian, Alexander Bondarev. He's gone from 19th to 6th. He's gone from 20th to 6th. This time he'll start 19th. What do we reckon? P6? It's a very good chance of it, isn't it? After 2 strong races, he's certainly looking pretty competitive. If he gets himself into the top 6, of course, in all 6 of the heats, then all he needs is a relatively decent starting position in the superheat, and he's right in there. He has the chance still to be world champion. He may have been 67th in time qualifying out of the 125 drivers to give this a go, but he's not giving up.
I mean, that's the spirit, isn't it? And with the consistency and the set of skills that has been demonstrated for the past few years, especially this season claiming the European crown, I mean, that's the least we expect from a driver of his caliber, you know? And you can see some drivers not competing, fooling around a little bit between themselves on the grandstands, watching some of their rivals and friends, of course,
enjoying themselves on track, and that's good camaraderie that we like to see.
Yeah, it's interesting you were talking about Alexander Bondarev. I actually got to spend the Sunday after the warm-up race to this with him. We went to Monza together to watch the Formula 4, and it was so funny hearing from him. You know, he had just lost the race and the title in that one fell swoop, and he was so disappointed with himself. And I had to remind him, he was like, Bondi, come on, you won the European Championship a few weeks ago. Yeah, but I lost this time. I didn't really get what I wanted out of it. It's amazing how quickly racing drivers move on, you know, from one accolade to the next. And they're like, no, it's all about this race. I've got to win this race. I've got to win this one. So the determination for every driver in this field to win the World Championship is higher than it's been for any other event in their careers up to this point. So the intensity and the demand mentally on the drivers is absolutely sky high at this level. It's really tricky to know how they cope with it, to be brutally honest with you. And I know there's a certain few drivers that always really struggled under pressure situations. Look at the world champion in junior a few years back, Thomas ten Brinker, who was one of the most talented racers we've ever seen in karting, won the world title in brilliant fashion in junior at a dominant canter at Alaharma in Finland. And only about 2 or 3 seasons later in single-seaters, he just felt he didn't really want to deal with the pressure anymore, wasn't enjoying it, and he retired from the sport. Very sad.
He's not the only one who was having that sort of late realization about, you know, maybe other plans, or maybe under the switch of profession, or maybe series, and at some point in life. I have a good example back home in Belgium with Kobe Powell, who was second to the Academy Trophy not so long ago, and this, you know, he had his fair share of try in on circuits and car racing, but at some point he decided that going rallying and rally crossing was much fun than he thought actually a circuit would be.
Yeah, I remember that test he had in Formula 4, actually. He came up to me afterwards. I said, come on, how good was it? He went, no, I didn't like it. It was boring. I didn't like being in F4 at all. So I said, what are you going to do? He said, oh, I'm going to do rallycross. And it was clearly something that he had fun. But he's had one of the most diverse careers of anybody coming out of FIA karting. I mean, look what he's
doing GT now.
Exactly. Look what he's done in the last few years. He's done rallycross, he's done rallying, he's done TCR, and now here he is in GT. Yeah. He got his debut at the Nürburgring in Fanatec GT3 a few weeks ago, and he was absolutely on the pace.
And picking up on that, we had a bit of a chat that you'll get to hear with Suleiman Zanfari tomorrow, who's back in karting, back in the World Championship, of course, after 4 years hiatus doing formulas and competing in Euro Cup 3. And he said to me, actually, that compared to the driving he's been used to for the past few seasons in formulas, coming back to karting, this is one heck of a different challenge, much harder, actually, while in formulas, you have to drive within the limits of the cars and learn to pace yourself a little bit and not to push like you would do in karting at all time. And as you see as well on the picture, the Orange Army, and it's worth mentioning about the dedication and passion of all the people, men and women involved in doing, of course, what they do on tracks, not in here only, but all over the world. And we thank them once again. But to finish on that note, you know, you often get to hear drivers saying that, yeah, in karting, it was on and off at all time. The pressure was on, but we could actually, you know, get ourselves to a level that sometimes when you get to car racing, you have to learn to actually pace it down a little bit.
Yeah, you have to learn to calm it down. Noah Montero and Luis Francis, front row of the grid. David Cosma and Sebastian Mins. Scott Lindblom and Augustus Toniolo. Then Roman Kamiab and Jensen Burnett. Jack Eilif and Tobias Chizenyi. Then Jean Carras and Oliver Kinmark. Merel Peldes and Jindro Peschel from Louis Cochet and Salim Hana. David Gorchicha and Vasi Apostolidis.
Then we have Alexander Bondarev and Chao Jion, Ansel Sun, as well as Lev Duhalov, followed by Luca Alton, Philip Carras, Jakob Detroya, Rodek Vavra, Mark Brovko, Simeone Ketola, Santino Panetta, Alois Girardet, Elias Weiss, Miguel Blasco, Dominic Simek, Tom Pappenberg, and Niklas Schaffler. Watch out for some of the best recoveries we've had so far. Niklas Schaffler in his last race climbed 22 places from the last row of the grid. And of course, you mentioned him, Alexander Bondarev, a 14th-place recovery in his last attempt. And another try for the Ukrainian driver to shine here in Franciacorta after what had been a difficult qualifying, but not the sort of, not the sort of bad result that could temper his hopes.
This could be a little bit messy off the start. Are we going around again? Yes, we are. And it was because the last few rows were not quite in position again. Noah Montero and Luis Francis not terribly familiar with running from the front row of the starting grid and backing up the pack. So obviously just not quite backing it up enough for the liking of the race director, Nigel Edwards, with the big help of his assistant, Pasquale Lupoli, and the judge of fact, Gonzalo Planta, who are out there on the circuit with them. So it'll be fascinating to see how this race does get going when it does. top 6 on the grid. All of them are in a Kart Republic except for Scott Lindblom, who lines up 5th on the starting grid. So clearly the pressure is on the Swede to try and break through that huge Chiesa-flavoured wall up at the front end of the karting fraternity here. So Montero, Francis, Cosma, Mins, Lindblom and Toniolo, and then Kamyab and Jensen Burnett. I have to say, the progress made by Ricky Flynn Motorsport and the two boys there, Roman Kamyab and Jensen Burnett, very encouraging to see. And also from Filippo Sala, who's not on the grid for this one, but certainly is watching along. Much better to see these guys really starting to knock on the door now. Alfie Slater, of course, has been paying the dividends of that particular team's fortunes coming back up again as well. Well, we'll see more of them tomorrow. Now, the hand is in the air for Lewis Francis. He wants to get another start together, and so it is. It's a false start again. So Lewis Francis, he had his hand in the air for quite a long time there out of the final turn. He clearly wasn't ready. If they go around a third time, well, then we're going to be stopping this one, and Nigel Edwards is going to be having a chat with the drivers on the grid.
And this is the third time that we have to go 2 extra formation laps. And as always, you can feel a bit of the pressure rising on the shoulders of not only the young drivers, but the machinery as well, and the tires. And looking down at some of the tires of the drivers back at the Parc Fermé, you can see the state of some of them. Quite impressive. And this is only the first day of racing. Of course, these tires are made to last and to be efficient on the long term, on the long run. But still, you know, the amount of pressure that those tires apply to those rubber is quite impressive.
Well, this isn't endurance racing, is it? It's sprint racing, so you've still got to go hell for leather, whilst also figuring out. Look at Gonzalo Planta, making it very clear to the drivers, what are you doing? Focus, control the pace. And that is to both Noah Montero and Lewis Francis. Your job at the front end of the grid is to make sure these guys are in formation. It's your job. It's not mine. Focus. And that's very clear from Gonzalo Planta. As Noah Montero and Lewis Francis back up the path. That's more like it. That's looking like 2 tram lines to me. They'll come off the final turn. They'll go in the tram lines, and we'll go racing this time. Yes, we will. Off we go, and it's a great start, potentially. I thought there David Cosma was going to go for broke into turn 1 on Noah Montero. He bails out of it. The rest of the field works their way through. A little bit of curb hopping, but everyone's through. Just about. Looks like it's going to be pretty hectic as they go through. A little bit of nudging and shoving down to the first couple of corners. Lindblom up to 4th position. Noah Montero running out wide again as Cosma gets through into the lead. Francis has to hang 10 on the far side. Lindblom through into 3rd place as off the road we got 2 karts, a Ward Racing and a CRG. Oh, and a big damage to the front nacelle there at the 294. That's Simeon Catola. So problems there for him, but out in front as a result of that great start, Noah Montero has already got problems for Scott Lindblom, running in right behind him. Lindblom up to 2nd, and of course they're behind David Cosma, who has just disappeared out in front.
And here we go, lap 1 completed, and look at the gap in lead built by the David Cosma Christopher in the lead, as Montero is seems to be blocking a little bit Scott Lindblom. The car driver is trying to make his way through, but not quite able just yet. There's still some sand onto the track. Watch out for the move on turn number 5. He's not quite able to do so, but Lewis Francis and Roman Kamyab as well. Kamyab going around the inside and getting the move done on Lewis Francis, who's having no way to go but to back off a little bit. And now Kamyab is up in a position.
This will be enraging Scott Lindblom, something chronic, because obviously Noah Montero has had a DNF, so he needs a 1st or a 2nd place finish. He knows he can't get a win, so now he's got to have a 2nd. Lindblom's going to commit up the inside. Thank you very much. I'll get 2nd position, and Montero getting very frustrated with Lindblom in front, but now he's having to play defensive round the outside. Who is that making the bid? That is Sebastian Mins, who also needs a very decent finishing position in this one to work his way back forward, but the defensive tactics of Noah Montero have now put the field 1.7 seconds back from David Cosma. This is great news for the Romanian, who is looking at a score of, get this, 144 out of 150. That is very dramatic at this stage. Here's the replay of the start. And look at that, Cosma almost taking the lead from Montero into turn 1, but actually assisted there by a very forceful Lindblom through to the start, as everybody just about mixed their way through. That's what a clean start looks like. Down to the hairpin. We're about to see one kart coming off, are we? We're about to see a couple of karts going off the road. Whoops! Oh. How close did we get to a big accident? Goodness
incident,
me! That was a wayward CRG going up in the air there. I think that might have been Mark Brovko, who got very airborne indeed on that one, almost flipped the car.
There was a scary one. Here's another angle.
Whoa,
look at him go to 311.
Look at that.
Wow.
That was actually Alois Girardet. I have never seen a kart go that far over on two wheels without rolling.
Yeah, that could become a meme, actually. But good for him that he got out of this incident unhurt, but that will mean, unfortunately, I was going to say DNF is still very much with us, as Simon Ketola still have very much a technical flag for 294, and he keeps on going, actually, Simon Ketola, by the look of it. We'll get back to that. Around the inside of the 220 is Lewis Francis on Jake Highliff, the American driver, dropping to P7. Watch out, because this is going to be the response for the Paralin driver, clipping a little bit the rear bumper of the Car Republic driver, Lewis Francis. That opens the door as well to Toniolo. Toniolo might actually want to go for his bit as well. This is lap number 5, halfway through. Only halfway through, so much thing happening. As look at that beautiful ballet of kart driving here outside of turn number 2. Those three drivers, Lewis Francis, Jack Highliff, and Toniolo as well, battling along at the advantage of Francis at the moment. Watch out, around the inside goes Toniolo. He picks up a place into P7, but he's on the outside of the racing line. No way to go for him. Watch out for Jack Highliff, trying still to fight back. There was a bit of wood banging over there, but Highliff has to actually lose 2 positions, has to make do with that place for now, and finds himself under the pressure of Jensen Burnett by the look of it. No, this is Salim Hanna, my apologies, up into P9 from Pezel, Burnett and Cochet.
That was some gutsy racecraft from Lewis Francis. Get Mark Webber on the phone. You two need to have a chat. This is absolutely brilliant stuff from Lewis Francis. Great stuff there in P6 in front of Toniolo, who looks like he may have an issue with the front fairing there. That might have been out of position, actually. As meanwhile, there comes Alexander Bondarev. He's found another move. That puts him up to 13th on Tobias Cisenyi. He's finding it a little bit tougher to go through the field than normal, but he's still nowhere near as low as he started. That's another move that he's made up there on Louis Cochet, I think, to get through up another position. So he's still there or thereabouts. Williams decals on the Prema kart, denoting that that's the academy that he's driving with, and still putting on a great show. Salim Hanna is his new teammate in front of him there in the Prema operation, looked after by the 2-time Indy 500 winner and Monaco Grand Prix winner, Juan Pablo Montoya, who is here this weekend, as he usually is, looking after Salim Hanna out of the final turn. And all of a sudden, Cosma's massive lead over Scott Lindblom is extinguished. It's only 0.4 of a second with 4 laps to go. So this could still change hands.
David Cosma actually lapped in a 50.1 to a 49.7 to Scott Lindblom. So qualifying performance in the hand of Scott Lindblom as for now. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep up that pace, as Niklas Schaffler is putting up the fastest lap. Where does he stand at the moment? Schaffler, one of the kings of the recovers, 15 indeed,
15th position.
20 places gained.
Oh, and that's a retirement. That's one of the Pragas. That is Radek Vavra. So the Czech driver, Radek Vavra, unfortunately his race is over. He joins Simeon Ketola and Jagrat Troja on the sidelines.
He was in P25, fortunately for him. But let's see how far Niklas Schaffler will be able to go. As
look at that gap.
Bondarev. The gap is down to 0.2 of a second between Scott Lindblom and David Cosma. Another good lap for Scott Lindblom, who actually is trying to get away from Juan Montero, Sebastian Mins and Roman Kanyab. With Mins from VDK very close on Montero. We could find ourselves with 4 drivers battling for a potential win. With Cosma Christopher, like his teammate from before, Jacopo Martinez. We've seen battling along and taking the win in the Hockey class just before, but with Cosma Christopher is going to have a hard time against the Tony Kart driver. Lindblom very much on his tail after putting fastest lap after fastest lap. Of course, he won't make do with the second place. He wants to go for the move on the outside of turn number 13. This is the open door. He dives through, and David Cosma is not able to actually switch position by coming across the racing line. He's going to have one or a couple of more attempts. This is the penultimate lap of that race. Scott Lindblom has made the first step. Now he's having to go defensive.
See, the thing is, Cosma is thinking long game here. He knows he can lose a qualifying heat, but still finish right on the bumper of Scott Lindblom and be a few points ahead of him. In fact, he'll be 6 points ahead of him at this stage. So what's the point of moving over to the dirty side of the circuit, wearing out the tyres a little bit faster, putting yourself under more pressure to outbrake yourself, and falling into the clutches of the drivers behind? Just let him go. If he wants to win more than you do, he'll exert his tyres more and his brakes more by getting up the inside of you. This is a smart move from David Cosma. If he wants the win, just let him go. He's still going to finish ahead of him on the points rankings, but Cosma will have the better tyres and brakes on the long run.
Yeah, still he doesn't need to fall asleep, because now Montero might see the opportunity to get close and give him a hard time in the last lap. So he was watching over his shoulder. Actually, David Cosma still very much in second place, but focuses on until the end. Scott Lindblom is still up for grab, even though he might not take too many risks, as you mentioned, on the way to turn number 5. Montero Mins in the same picture as well. It's still only day 1 out of 3
That's
of the
crazy,
World
isn't it?
Championship. So would it be about time to go calculate as well, or to become, go strategic about that kind of thing? Maybe so, but not so much as at the end of the qualifying heat run that we're going to have tomorrow or by the end of the afternoon, That at this point, what matters is collecting the results, the point, and having a good night of state on that. And as you said, David Cosma Christopher has come to the conclusion that a second place will be worth it, certainly more than the risk taken to get back to the win.
Very comfortable for Scott Lindblom in the end. Cosma able to hang on a second in front of Noah Montero and Sebastian Mins. But that was all about calculated tactics and strategy for David Cosma. Let Lindblom go. Don't fight him. Look after the tyres, look after the brakes, look after the engine. This is still a very long way to go. And at the intermediate classification at the end of junior day 1 of 3, David Cosma has 138 points provisionally to Scott Lindblom on 132. Chris Alfagali has 115. Roman Kamyab has 112. So fascinating scenario for the drivers as they continue to give us plenty of excitement. Alexander Bondarev not quite as spectacular this time as in the previous 2 races. Still 11th place, making up 8 places from the start. This is not over yet, especially considering that a lot of his rivals, including Lewis Werrell and Tibor Ramakas, have managed to have 2 DNFs. In fact, looking at where Bondarev is at the moment, he is 9th in the overall rankings at this point. He was 67th at lunchtime. He's now 9th. This is not done. This is not over. If anything, this World Championship fight is just getting started. What a backdrop here at Franciacorta. Scott Lindblom in front of David Cosma, Noah Montero and Sebastian Mins. From Roman Kamyab in 5th, Lewis Francis in 6th, then Augustus Toniolo, Jack Ilev, Salim Hanna, Jindro Peschel and Alexander Bondarev. Louis Cochet 12th in front of Nicolas Schaufler, 13th position. Another 22 places made up for the Austrian. He's getting himself back into the fight as well. Then Tobias Ceseni and Jensen Burnett. Santino Panetta up 13, Lev Krutulov up 5. Oliver Kinmark and Luca Horton in front of Jean Caras, Vasilij Apostolidis and Michael Blaskos, who made up 10 places. Zhao Zhijun, Philippe Caras, Shunan Ji, Merel Peldez, Alois Girardet, David Gorchicha, Dominic Šimek, Mark Brovko in front of Elia Weiss and Tom Pappenberg. And then the 3 retirements from the race: Radek Vavra, Simeon Kotola and Jagrat Troja of India. They're only just about going to have enough daylight to run the last race of the day. Such is how busy today's schedule is. Scott Lindblom, though, the Swedish driver, get this, 132 points out of a possible 150. This time, Scott Lindblom has good reason to smile at the end of today. 3 heats and a very strong performance so far from Scott Lindblom. 2 wins and a very solid effort from the Swede. This is very much a chance for him to add his list to the Swedish World Champions. There are not many. Johnny Mistievich and Noah Milell, along with Victor Gustafsson, both of which were in gearbox, of course, in the direct drive category. Well, you've got to go quite a long way back in direct drive to find a Swedish World Champion in the direct drive category. 1996, Johnny Mistievich at Lonato when he beat Takao Matsuya and Alessandro Menetti. And the only other Swedish driver to win a World Championship in the direct drive category is Thomas Nilsson, who did the job at the 3-venue series of Hodgston, Jesolo and Vevey back in 1968. So there are not many Swedish champions in direct drive, just 2, in fact, Thomas Nilsson and Johnny Mistievich. The first of those, the most recent of those, was back in 1996. No pressure, Scott. And of course, it would be the Junior World Championship crown as opposed to the direct drive crown. But it would certainly be a big accolade for him to move forward and fight for a junior title. In fact, the last junior world title winner to win from Sweden was Deep Carlson, all the way back on home soil in Kalmar in 1969. So that is quite an amazing accolade to try and replicate, and certainly what's going to be on Scott Lindblom's radar going into tonight. So a fabulous challenge then from our contenders, and certainly from Scott Lindblom, who's looking very comfortable at the sharp end of the dais. He's not quite at the top spot yet, but he's not far away from it. Some great performances in that race. Good racecraft as well from Lewis Francis, going wheel to wheel here with his teammate Augustus Toniolo and making sure that he would only pick up a place or 2 rather than lose several in one go. Good performance from Scott Lindblom, though. David Cosmo just going with the strategy. Do you know what? Let him have it. He got onto the dirty side of the road. He used his tyres up more than me. I'm only going to lose a few points to him. I've still got enough to go into tomorrow as the interim points leader. Calculated from David Cosmo. A strategy that should serve him well. So the drivers are out there on the course getting ready for the warm-up lap here of qualifying heat D versus F already. So sadly we cannot hear from Guillaume Alvarez downstairs. Finn McLaughlin, Olin Gali, Alex Powell, Simone Bianco, Francisco Macedo, Ian Eichmans, Jakub Kamenik and Dimitri Matveev from Jan Petrowski and Andrea Dube, Maxon Verbruge and Jacob Rashki from Zoe Florescu and Dado Albanese, Bacom Weisenberger, Matteo Giacardi, Vidi Hakala, Xavier Avramides, Pascal Van Almen, Matthias Morgato, Dimitri Muravchik, Dino Storescu, Ruben Moya, Gazi Motlakar, William Go and Clement Outram, then Sam Shaw, Ivo Besterda, Gustavo Galvo, Kyoho Lee, Chen Yinkai, and Sofia Kotala. So the final qualifying heat of the day. The red lights are on the starting gantry. If they go out straight away, then we will have a fairly quick end to the day's racing, and it does. Off we go. Good start from Finn McLaughlin. Can he make it 3 wins out of 3? He gets a good start on Alex Powell. Powell drops into 3rd position behind Olin Gali. So already a fairly frenetic and quick start. As the drivers went through, big spin in the middle. Oh, and a big problem as several drivers try and avoid it. It's the CRG that goes off first. We'll definitely need to see that replay again, but it's game over for 2 men that clattered into the side, namely Maxon Verbruge and Dino Storescu. So big problems then. I think it was Verbruge that spun initially, and then Muravchik and Storescu who have got damaged karts. But that was a big moment. What a shame. As the 2 karts recover, or at least one of them does, that's the 82 of Dino Storescu. Surely that kart is not going to be able to finish the race. But Dmitro Muravchik is out on the spot, and somehow the 24 of Maxon Verbruge is able to keep going.
And in what state? I do wonder, because there was a big chance between the couple of drivers here in this lap number 2. Got McLaughlin leading away for 6/10 of a second now. On the Gali, he's got overtaken by Alex Powell. Simone Bianco on his teammate from CRG, trying to do the same as well. A bit of a big exit from Simone Bianco. Watch out for any move overtaking coming up our way as Ian Eichmans from P5. There he goes on the inside. Simone Bianco. That was a clean one. Wasn't much space into the left end of turn 11. That could actually give an opportunity to Ian Eichmans. He has a good momentum with his Leclerc machine around the inside, and the door was wide open for Ian Eichmans to make his bid. Olin Gali going from 3rd to 5th. To come across in front of us, Dimitri Matveev running P7 from Pirezowski, Kamenik Dupe, Danilo Albanese outside of the top 10. Paco Musenberger trying to make his bid as well from P15. So for the DNF earlier in one of his previous races. But Finn McLaughlin, certainly one of the biggest demonstrations since the start of this weekend. Let's watch again what happened at the start.
This is a good move from McLaughlin to chop across Gali and Powell, but it's in the middle of the field. I think it's the CRG of Maxon Verbruge that gets on the curb. Watch in the middle, wait for it, wait for it. There, look, Verbruge has lost it before he even gets to the curb, hops over it, and everybody else has just got to guess. Bang, there's the first contact. Bang, there's the second contact. How did everybody else avoid them? That is amazing.
Yeah, there was a big one, and hopefully Maxence is not too shaken up after this, but you can see him, clipping the curb, going sideways. As you said, he lost control before actually making his way into turn number 3 out there.
Yeah, a very big moment lost there from Maxon Verbruge. Lost the back end completely. A very rare sort of mistake there from Verbruge. He's normally quite a calculated kart, but the problem is when you're battling away with drivers and you're dealing with wheel spin, you're dealing with trying to look after the tyres, you can easily slip away if you're not careful. So a big moment there. But Finn McLaughlin leads Alex Powell. Simone Bianco 3rd from Eichmans, Macedo, Matveev, Gali, who's down to 7th place now, from Bystrovsky, Dube, Albanese, Kamenik and Rashki, with William Go there in 13th position. Looking good at the moment, but this battle could well reignite between Finn McLaughlin and Alex Powell, as the drivers that were involved in that earlier incident, Dino Storescu and Dmitro Muravchik, have now both retired. No surprises there.
And this is the 8th race of the OK class, and still no win for Alex Powell. Not just yet, as the Jamaican driver who we've been used to see collect the wins for the past few races now. This is a long game, as we said. He might actually get his chance, his biggest chance to go potentially win here in this last qualifying heat of the day in the OK class. at this point in the senior category. We have Phil McLaughlin, if he stays where he is, he would finish Friday as the provisional leader of the classification at 150 points. From René Lammers with Alex Powell climbing to third, from Thomas Trossemanis and Joe Turney for your top five from Kinda Alberta. In terms of respective results, at this point, Phil McLaughlin has two wins as well for Kinda Alberta. One win for Ian Aikmans and one win for Gabriel Gomez as well as Thomas Trossemanis. Alex Powell more than willing to hang himself to the circle of winners. As Francesco Macedo is picking up the fastest lap in this race, the Portuguese driver who's at the moment further back into the classification, number 38 from CRG. As we keep a warning flag as we feared for Maxence Verbruge, that we saw going sideways at turn number 4, losing control of his CRG machine, and as a pile-up, of course, that resulted of that incident. There we go, once again, 0.2 of a second as the gap keeps on decreasing between Phil McLaughlin and Alex Powell. The gap is open, and that's surely quite enough for the Jamaican driver to make his bet. Alex Powell takes the lead at the end of this Friday of racing, 16th and last qualifying race of the day, before a lot more on schedule tomorrow on the way to the superheat. But no resistance whatsoever. Of course, there's no need to go aggressive at this point of the weekend for Phil McLaughlin. Certainly not more than happy to lose the leadership of that race, but it's shown in the past, in the last two races, that consistency and pace have been certainly in the DK drivers catalogue. As round the inside goes Ian Aikmans and Simone Bianco. Bianco responding, the Italian driver back in third place, yes indeed, for the CRG, and that gets Aikmans into the close of Francesco Macedo. He's not quite able to make his maneuver into turn number 3 and 4. Having to wait, and great defensive on Dimitri Matveev as well with the cargo-brick machine. Matveev diving to his inside in turn number 5. And you could see a small gesture from Francesco Macedo saying to Matveev, okay, you can go on. After you. Andrea Drupe, the fastest lap in this race from P8 from Daniel Albanese and Oningali. Oningali, the driver starting from the front row of the grid, nowhere to be seen. P10 for the CRG representative. Not quite we do not know yet what just happened to him, maybe the result of the Sol in the opening lap, but certainly a big drop of pace for Oningali, the Brazilian. Another lap completed. This is lap number 9 out of 12 for Alex Powell, 0.2 of a second, trying to shake off Phil McLaughlin as much as possible, but the gap hasn't been extended just for now. 48.0 both the leader driver as Ian Aikmans with that brand new crash helmet of his. He's trying to get close to Simone Bianco. There's a top 3 finish up for grab for Ian Aikmans. He joined this season at Violent Racing. Matveev as well, trying to catch up with the Belgian driver, just 0.3 of a second behind. If Aikmans doesn't go for the move, he might actually be eaten alive by Dimitri Matveev. He might want to take advantage of that opportunity. And after being warned, Maxence Verbruge, unfortunately for him, is being investigated by the officials, and it's rarely a good sign when it comes to decision being taken post-race by some of the officials of the FIA Karting Federation. Remains to be seen. We might actually see the full incident once again in the highlights post-race. But now, Alex Powell still very much in control of that race, but something he cannot control is the pace of Phil McLaughlin, and the Irish driver has been absolutely impressive ever since the start of Friday. Each of these races has been consistent, has been focused, and 2 wins out of 2, maybe 3. Watch out for Aikmans, is very close this time around, and the door is open, and this is the moment he chooses to get himself ahead of Bianco. But once again, the Italian might actually be able to switch positions on the outside of turn number 14. Watch out for the CRG. Aikmans is doing his bit this time. He just made it successful and stays ahead, and Bianco unable to switch position this time around.
I tell you what, they need to finish this race quickly because we're running out of daylight here. Up the inside comes Matveev, dives through on Simone Bianco. Bianco tries again, and there was a little bit of a love tap there on the back bumper of Dimitri Matveev's Kart Republic. So that got very close for comfort between the two of them. Bianco has to settle for 5th position for the time being, but he wants to have another go at Matveev. Further back, Jan Petrowski will dive in on Bianco instead. He took too long to have another crack at Matveev for Petrowski's liking. Now, Finn McLaughlin is going to try one more trick on Alex Powell. He's got another lap to go for it. Finn McLaughlin is in such an unenviable position here in second place. Do you risk going for the move on Alex Powell, or do you just sit there in second place and let him do the work? Because again, he's going to be on 144 points out of 150 if he stays behind Powell. Just look after the tyres. Look, Powell is defending. He's going to be making the tyres dirtier. Don't push too hard. Let Alex Powell do all the hard work.
Yeah, this is when strategy and experience come into play. But maybe for his own pride, he'll be 3 wins out of 3. But at this point, I think that Franciacorta might will indeed having to make do with a second position. Still very much glued on Alex Powell. Very much also maybe about mind game and showing. And look at the quick look of Alex Powell over the shoulder. He's not comfortable, and still he's going to be able to keep that victory alive on the line. That would be a photo finish between the two, but still the victory goes the way of Alex Powell. And as you said, yeah, one more lap, and maybe Phil McLaughlin could have gone for the move, or at least the attempt. But mind game certainly at play between the VDK and the CANAL Racing drivers. Phil McLaughlin must be thinking, you know, your name must be Powell, and I know you've been collecting the accolades over the past few months, and you might be certainly the top favorite in this class, but still, I'm here for you, and I'm here to grab as many wins as I can, and watch out for me. That might be the underlying message by Phil McLaughlin, taking 2 wins and a second place out of 3 races. That puts him in the overall provisional lead of the classification at the end of this Friday of racing. McLaughlin 144 points from René Lammers, Alex Powell running at the top 3 as it stands. Of course, we have many more races to go through tomorrow before even being halfway through that World Championship event. Stolzimanis and Turney 4th and 5th respectively in the overall classification of things. But after those last 12 laps, and as you said, it's about time to get rounded with the day of racing, because daylight is decreasing indeed by the minute. And at some point, some drivers would have needed to put the flashlights on, which they don't have, unfortunately. But here's your classification in full, with the first victory at the end of the day for Alex Powell, from Phil McLaughlin. Ian Hickmans picking up his best result from Dimitri Matveev, Jan Przewalski, Simone Bianco, Andrea Dub, Olin Gali, who lost all of pace in the second part of the race, unfortunately. 9th place for Daniel Albanese from Francesco Macedo. William Go climbing 14 places up to the door of the top 10. Jakub Kamenik follows in P12 from Paco Moisenberger, Matheus Morgato and Matteo Giacardi in P15.
Jakob Raski in 16th from Willy Hackela and Maxon Verbrugge, despite that spin at the start of the race, actually came home in 18th position, would you believe? 10.3 seconds off the lead. That is absolutely astonishing. Then we've got Ruben Moya in with Xavier Avramidis and Clement Outram and Gazi Motlakar, ahead of Pascal Van Almen and Ivo Besterda, Sam Shaw, Zoe Vladescu, Lee Kyu-ho, Gustavo Galvo, Chen Yinkai and Sofia Kotala. So Alex Powell picks up his first heat win of the week so far, in the week where he could become the first ever Caribbean world champion. So, big stuff. Dino Strescu and Dimitro Muravchik not able to finish the race. And here is the reason why. We're going to see Maxon Verbrugge slide sideways. Watch this. Look, he's lost it mid-corner, spun the kart around, been hit once, been hit twice, and yet somehow he kept his foot on the throttle and is able to get back into the race again and finish in an astonishing 18th place. I mean, that is just miraculous for Maxon Verbrugge. Now, look at the tactics there. Olin Gali letting, it looks, Alex Powell go through at that point. It was very interesting to watch that a second time, because Alex Powell obviously felt, well, I was going to make the move anyway, but clearly a tactical decision maybe from Olin Gali. Gali's still battling away with his teammate Simone Bianco, and also with his other teammate in the mix there on the CRG, the number 20, I think it was, he was battling away with. No, it was the 28, I think he was dealing away with there, Francisco Macedo. Ian Eichmans, however, pulling off some sharp moves. You know, I don't think he's out of this at all. Ian Eichmans currently 9th on 91 points, but there's everything still to come, I think, from Eichmans. He's got a very good shout at this.
Yeah, absolutely. He does, as Jan Przewalski as well, the 18 from Tony Carter. Remember that he stepped on the podium of the World Championship in the junior class last season in Sarno. But Przewalski, of course, more than willing to show great things over the course of the weekend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for the day number 1 out of 3 here in Franciacorta. Here's what you can be expecting tomorrow, as we're going to be having a lot of qualifying races on schedule for Saturday. The day here will be starting quite early for everybody here at Franciacorta, with the first warm-up sessions for the newly introduced OKN and OKN Junior categories, then the warm-up for the OK and the OK Junior. But we will be live, as you can see, from 9:30 local time, 9:25 actually, on FIAkarting.com and Motorsport TV and all over the world. 9:30 the start of the first race, as we take the same categories and go back and forth between the juniors and the seniors. Lunch break at 1 o'clock, and we'll go back in the afternoon for another string of qualifying races all the way to almost 7 o'clock local time. And after that, we have, of course, one more day to go, the most important, with the super heat in the morning for each of the classes, pre-finals for OKN and OKN Junior, and then Sunday afternoon, the mother of all days of racing this season, with all the finals in each of the 4 classes involved.
The World Championship, the 60th running of this incredible competition. It's the toughest, roughest, most meaningful and most ruthless race in the world of motorsports, the toughest of them all to win. Grazie ragazzi and grazie mille tutti to the marshals around the circuit. We are very, very grateful indeed for all your hard work today. Rest easy tonight, folks, because you've got 2 more days to come. From Jake Stanton and Guillaume Alvarez, the FIA Karting World Championship, brought to you by MondoKart.com, may have only just got started, but we're in for a rip-roaring show. A domani.